YouTube and people out there watching. Those of you who haven't been up or haven't been sleeping are still up. Those of you who have waken up and are enjoying breakfast. We are back here on the SSRI channel, Simsport Racing International, with the 24-hour race of Kyalami, the Christie charity event that we are running this year. A lot of things seems to have happened overnight. We can see some of the positions have shuffled around a bit, and our man doing the solo race for 24 hours is still going in. What is he? He's P17 at the minute. He must be super tired, or they're doing physical driver swaps maybe at that place. We actually don't know that. But we assume that he is still up and awake. What a legend he is. In the top of the field we still have the cars running around in Imola. They are doing a great recovery as well. They have returned to 16th position at this point in the race. Same goes for the other recovering car, the 74, up into P6 at this point. And I can see that the 88 Mercedes have dropped a bit of positions over the night, and same goes for the 333, unfortunately. But I reckon that these guys, they will get back on it and get some driving done. The sun have risen over the virtual Kyalami, and the drivers can finally see again, and I can finally see something again, and can enjoy the great liveries that I haven't had a good chance of doing so far this evening, or this race. It's not evening anymore. Mentally enough for me, I think I had 30 minutes of sleep over the night, so if I sound a little bit tired and are a little bit slow this morning, that might be the reason for it. Currently we are following Marvin Magdenberg around in the R2E Audi machinery car that we have seen it involved in some incidents over the early hours of the night at least, and yeah, they have done a great job of keeping it going and back up into 13th position. They are probably going to striving to pick up extra positions. We can also see the former race leader, the 91 car, down into P12, who was leading by several laps earlier this race. They have been, they might have had some connection issues. If someone knows what happened to them, could you mention in the YouTube chat maybe? Because that seems a little bit strange that the 91 car have dropped so far. Here we are on board with the 91 car, looking at the 91 car with Müller behind the wheel. From my PC is still starting up, so it's a little bit blurry on Discord for me to watch that. So sorry if I butcher some of the names. As John Beton have gone into the lead of the race with the Sim Racing Holland car now. Very, very fortunate for these guys. We talked to Justin Dijon earlier in the race, who mentioned that they would keep pushing, and anything could still happen in the race for them, and they could theoretically get up there. And he felt like they had the pace to catch the 91 car, even without anything happening to them. Great unfortunate to that, and I can hear that Chris is also awake in the background. Chris has been awake for 2 hours apparently. I wonder if people can hear Chris talking on YouTube. I'm being told that they cannot hear Chris. He doesn't want to be on the microphone, at least not this early. Understandably why. So I'll just have a sip of coffee to try and stay awake. Getting too old for this. Anyways, the racing between the two leaders are down to 22 seconds at the minute. The 13 car have also gotten control and taken the fastest lap of the race overnight. That also used to belong to the 91 car. Great to see that. And the other sim racing Holland car, I think the 12 car, have gone up into 4th position as well, also doing quite a good job. Good job there for them. They'll probably be looking to make it a double Sim Racing Holland podium at this point of the race. They still have a lot of catching up to do to the one 6-9 car to get that third podium spot, but still 5 hours and 20 minutes left in the race. Things could still happen, and they are in with an off chance of getting back up there. We have reached a point in the race where it's basically about managing your gaps for these drivers, trying to stay out of trouble and just keeping the car on track. The gaps have formed around the track, and yeah, I pray that some people are making a mistake doing the tactical work will be key, or the tactical work that these teams have been doing overnight are now key for them to finish the race with a pit stop less maybe than their rival cars. Still quite a lot of the cars within 20 seconds of positions of each other. This could end up with battling, of course, later on, as the teams still need to swap drivers. Hopefully they will swap drivers during the remaining 5 hours of the race. At this point, the Bentley is also still running further down the field, and the 33 Dog machinery. Going to that, I can see the 52 car have been somewhat unlucky overnight and have dropped quite a few positions. That's also something that I would maybe want to hear someone explain to me what happened to these guys, the hot air balloon drivers, who looked so stable and clean earlier in this race, doing very little in terms of mistakes, but apparently something must have happened to these guys. Good to see them still have 31 cars driving out of, I think, 33 that started the race. That's quite impressive that we've only had two drops at this point in the race. I believe it's the 787 that's dropped out, and then unfortunately the 555, who had also been involved in a ton of incidents, have retired from the race as well. The 555 being the Amigos racing car. I don't know which team the other one was. I could probably just find some. The other team that have dropped out was Team Gazoo Racing. That's or 787. That's the car of Yannick Wallendorf and those guys. Very strange to see them bail out on an endurance race, but they must have retired somewhat early in the race, if I'm not mistaken. I think they had a disconnect earlier when a driver wasn't home. It could be the same that happened to the 555 car, that they had a disconnect and driver 1 wasn't available to rejoin the show for them. Super unfortunate, but that just means that our lovely drivers in the 123 McLaren have moved up into P23, still soldiering on it at the back of the field. My deepest respect to these guys. 25 laps down. I myself have been in similar situations before in endurance racing, back when I started sim racing, where we did a few races, some of them very long as well. I remember a 12-hour race where we finished 3 laps behind the nearest car and completely dead last in the GT3 class back then. I think that only was GT3s in that race, to be honest. I don't think the GT4s had come out yet. But that was a learning curve, but it's always just about finishing the races and getting the experience in from this. This is something that helps out massively in the development of any driver during these kinds of events. Getting the consistency in, and yeah, learning how to handle traffic. That will come in handy later on in their sim racing careers as well, as they develop their skills. That's definitely one of the things that are very important at this point of the race, that you handle traffic correctly and lose minimum time when you are being lapped or you are lapping other cars. Oh, this coffee is so neat. That's probably the easiest way to gain time at this stage of the race on the other drivers, including losing time if you don't do it correctly. Just looking in the YouTube chat and see if something interesting have happened that needs my attention over since this stream start. I'm not going to look at the part 2 stream, and I think that Mooney and I owes everyone an apology to those who were up super late yesterday and watched the stream. That might have been way too much whispering by the end of that. Still don't know exactly why. But yeah, if there anyone who are awake out there and would be interested in coming and telling us about how the night went, maybe you can join us for a short interview. We would also like to talk a little bit to Alex Crawford, whose team unfortunately did not make the race start of this this race, but he have been doing a great job helping out the stewarding team. He have been doing a great job helping out the stewarding team, and we would like to hear a few words from him as well. If you're awake out there, Alex, we can see that you have written stuff in the YouTube chat during the early hours of the race. As we have gone up to the IDC Racing, not a team that we have talked that much about throughout the race. The 404 car, great number to run with. We have seen them much further down in this race today, but they have done a great job coming up to P2 at the minute. They have had a superb night in the lane. Sorry, that's the wrong car we're looking at. Now we're looking. Yeah, it's the 11th place we're looking at. I'm always looking at the P2. I'm way too tired for this. But they have also had a decent race. They were further down the order, I believe, at some point in the race. They have been further up as well, but just on the brink of catching up to the 333 car, the top 10 positions. Always a good target for any racing team getting a top 10 in endurance racing, though they do have some very fast contenders behind them that they will have to keep away and deny for position to get into the top 10. Even if they manage to catch up to the 333 car, they will have to keep the 91 behind them, and the 11, if that one is getting that far up the field. The 11 have gone up to 16th position, and they will be looking to catch up to the 221 car in not that long. The two drivers currently in that car are former teammates in the old Green Moose Racing team, Sebastian Reinl and Nikolaj Schröder, of course, that being. As we jump onto Sebastian Reinl here. Looking at the 221 untalented motorsports machine. He's one of the drivers who apparently haven't figured out how to turn off the rain lights yet in this race, even though it's definitely not raining at the minute. And the driver have gone in for the 405 car. I assume that will be track limits, since there are no stewards awake at this point and still doing stewarding. Ah, Jesus Christ, I needed this. Boom, 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 boom. The racing is still going great. Maybe we can have a little look on how much we have managed to race so far in the race. Maybe we can, yeah. We're up to 4,528 pounds at this current stage. We're 90% of the goal to 5,000 pounds. We can see Bas van Melis are the latest donator with 200 euros. That is such a nice amount, and thank you, Bas, for that, of course. I hope that we'll get to talk to him once again later in the race. We had a nice talk with Bas earlier this evening. And for people out there, you can just scan the QR code, get your family and friends involved in this as well. Everyone you know. It is a good charity we are raising money for, and we hope that we can reach our 5,000 pound target. I know it's a very high goal to set ourselves, but we are definitely doing our best in the community to get up there. We are getting closer and closer every hour, it seems like. And just hitting such an amount would be a huge, just going above 4,000 a huge achievement for a community like ours. But if we could go up and reach just a little higher, it would be highly appreciated from all of us here. I can see my teammate is spamming me messages at the minute. I'll probably have to look on that in a few seconds to see what is going on in the team. I know it's not disconnected, since we can see the car still circling around on the track. It might not be as serious as I'm trying to make it up to be in my head. But I'll just have a look on what's going on there for a second. Nothing important. We're expecting Dominic to wake up soon to take over spotting duties for Brett Bartis, our American driver who's been doing most of the nighttime driving. As we have gone to look at the race leader, Jean Beton here. A true soldier man that we have seen for quite a long time in the community now, and he does the thing where he brings in people to his sort of racing academy and brings them up into racing speed. He have definitely collected the best of the best this time around to give the 33 machine a chance of winning a 24-hour event. Winning these races, you don't necessarily have to be the quickest team out there, the fastest team on pure pace to win a race like this. You have to be the most consistent team and stay out of trouble. If you have the pace to finish a regular race in, let's say, top 3, top 5 positions maybe even, then you just gotta stay out the trouble, and you have a good chance of winning a longer endurance race like this. And if any team are famously known for staying out of issues, then it's the Sim Racing Holland team. A team that are good at making decisions, both strategy-wise. We know that Jean Beton are a very experienced sim racer and knows the in and outs of every part of strategies and setups. But also with the rest of the team, they are doing such a good job keeping the car steady and nicely on track. I bet you that we'll be hearing from them later on in the race as well. Same goes for the 901 car that we have an agreement that they will come in at some point during this morning hours for a short interview. Still recommending anyone out there to jump into us and tell us about your race and how it's going to currently. Kurt Peters in the 901 machine. They have just been lapped by the 333 of Abbey Racing. It looks like the Apex Motorsport lovers are a team that I personally enjoy seeing out here on track, as they are a very developmental team. They have developed a lot over the last couple of years. These drivers, or last year at least, these drivers were in the team. They're sort of like the type of guys that I enjoy following in races like these. They are not here for having the top positions. They told us earlier in the evening that they had a goal of finishing P25 in the race, and they are only one spot away from that. Doing a very good job keeping the car on track, although they do have Chris Tedder in the... no, that's not Chris Tedder, that's a different name. It's still a little bit blurry on my screen. But hey-ho, that's what it is. They do have a guy chasing them down 7 seconds back, and then further 21 seconds back we have the 73 machine, who's also one of the, I would say, faster back marker teams, the team that could be a midfield on a good day. But such a good job from these guys, doing the community proud, finishing this race. It looks like they will be, and in a respectful position for these drivers. They are just having fun driving the car and learning the ins and outs of the longer endurance races. I have the deepest respect for everyone who is doing that, and for those who wants to get involved in endurance racing with the SSRI community, come join us on Discord. Yeah, go and have a look on the channels, sign up for a race. Even if you don't have any teammates, you can normally find some guys who are willing to take you in on their team in the team Tinder we have going on the Discord. So we have a replay of something going on. Not a replay, I'm being told, but a good look of the car. You can truly see the livery work here. Looking down, the Christie sponsors, of course, on the car. And something that I'm not going to pronounce the sponsors they have on the fenders there on the top of the hood. But such a love. Chris just told me something, but honestly I couldn't hear him because I was sipping coffee while he was saying it, and it did not sound English in my ears. This car have actually been sponsored by these legit companies. Here they are. Vander Sanden, Het Moist, Mark Shaman. I'm sorry for butchering your company name. And Priad CO2 negative Djævelesdønnen. maybe we can ask Tim Mero to come in for a little bit of an interview, because I've been told that you have actually been sponsored by these guys legitimately to have them on your car, which is such a nice thing. So Tim, if you're out there still awake, then you could maybe join us for an interview. You can see you actually there. Hello, Tim, and welcome to the small shed that we are sat here commentating from.
Yeah, good morning. Morning, everyone. Yeah.
Do you have a story about the sponsors maybe that you wouldn't mind sharing with us?
Oh, yeah, sure, sure. So, Johan, one of our drivers, companies he's working for, if I understand, and it's a company that makes building bricks.
Mm.
Um, and Pirouette is actually one of their new inventions. Actually, it's like a building brick which is CO2 negative. It's not, yeah. So it's what it does. It's not um, uh, heated in the oven like classic building bricks, and then they absorb. They're made so they can absorb CO2 when in the air when you have your house built from those bricks. So in that sense, it's CO2 negative. Yeah, and they were so willing to sponsor and give a nice amount to the charity. So
That is very cool of them. I'm actually a bricklayer myself, so that sounds somewhat
oh
interesting, actually.
yeah, get in touch. I would say.
We
Yeah.
actually have brick with Dutch bricks before, though they were super expensive at a big villa in Copenhagen. But
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, you can
sounds
always get in touch with them. From what I heard, it's pretty new. But
yeah.
I'm not involved, so if you want to know more, you should contact our teammate Johan. He knows all about it. He can
I'll
tell you
actually
everything
just see
about it.
if I can figure out a way to write the name of this down, because it could be somewhat funny to learn something about.
Yeah.
Just give me a second while I attempt to figure out something to write on here near my sim rig.
Okay. All right.
Maybe you can tell us a little bit about your race while that is going on, and what's been happening for you over the night. Maybe I can see that you're up in a nice P26 position at the minute.
Yeah, we had 26 now. Okay, that's good. Sorry, just awake myself, so no, we had a little game crash this morning while I was sleeping and I was the first driver, so it took a little time to get back into the car. But so we lost a few places. I think we went from P25 to 29, and then I jumped in back in, and now Kurt is driving. And yeah, looks like we are back in P26, so it's good. The pace is
Well,
good. The car is good.
from
Uh,
having had issues in the night, then I'm actually very pleased with your results so far. We talked to oh, why can't I remember
Steven,
Stephen Lincoln's earlier
Steven, yeah,
this race, and he mentioned that P25 would be a good result for you, but you're getting very close to that actually at the minute.
yeah.
Not too
It's
far behind it. Do you reckon that it's maybe a possibility to sneak in the top 20 by the end of this race? How things are going?
Yeah, I mean, it's still 5 hours on the clock, so anything can happen. As you can see, some left and right people getting disconnects or technical issues, or even penalties. So we can always hope for a higher position, but I think looking at the pace, I think P20 would be the top. I mean,
I'm
I
definitely
think we
wishing you
can.
guys the best of luck.
Thank
We have
you.
many of you guys we know from our weekly sprint racing, where things doesn't always seem to be going for that well for you guys. But racing these endurance races are great fun, and as a team, it has
That's
brought you
true.
closer together, and maybe a few new tricks have gone into your sleeve and strategy book.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's all about the team play and uh, yeah, friends being doing stuff together. I mean, we're just with 5 people, and this is so amazing. We're a great bunch of guys having lots of fun. doing practices together, doing these races together. It's really nice, and that's why we do it. So no, we really enjoy it. Even if we're driving at the end of the pack or at the front, for us it doesn't really matter. I mean, we all do what we can do, and if something happens which is not in our favor, yeah, we just accept it and go on. We still have fun. So
Yeah, and you know, though that's the spirit of sim
yeah,
racing,
exactly.
especially endurance racing.
Yeah,
Personally,
exactly.
I've been in the same situation as well a few years ago when I was newer to sim racing than I am now.
Yeah.
It was also about just getting together with your mates and having a laugh, racing and practicing for the races. Even though that we often see the cars further down the grid put in way more practice than the guys in the top, I think that the guys further down are having more fun doing it.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you always have a goal also. Even if you're like we're now P26, if the goal is to be in the P20 and front P20, then it's we have a goal. So the same counts if you're in P3 and aiming for P1. So it's the same for us.
Yeah, obviously. Speaking of goals, what did you consider as goals before the race even started? Was that just to finish the race, or did you have finishing positions in mind already then?
Yeah, no, I think we started in 21. I think we could have be a little bit more in the front if we were lucky enough, but yeah, the times were not that good, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, even P21, I think it's quite a good pace considering the experience in our team. We're still a young team, not that much of experience, so I think we're doing quite okay.
You're most
So
definitely doing okay, and you're actually one of the closest battles that we have on track at the minute, as Tillander of the Force 17 car are closing in on you at the minute, only 4.3 seconds back.
okay, yeah.
At this point, we can probably see him get into just the back of the camera there. In one of the Audis with some fun liveries as well. And
Yeah.
also, I don't know if you have the livery pack downloaded or anything, but there's a lot of good liveries on track today. And yours are definitely one of the more beautiful ones to look at,
Oh,
with
thank
the
you.
great with the color scheme that switches over seemingly from black to yellow, even though it might not actually be black, but that's just a trick on the ice. Could be a dark purple, maybe even.
Oh, it is black.
Oh, it is black.
It's
My
pitch
eyes are
black.
not
Yeah.
killing me.
No. It's pitch black, and we used some fluorescent paints, let's say, just to make it visible during the night.
Yeah, that I think that was a good idea.
Yeah. I see some very nice liveries, but for me personally, I think they're a bit too dark for the night streams. Very difficult
Yeah,
to spot. So
that often happens when a sim racers does liveries, because the dark color seems to be the easiest ones to make liveries with.
yeah.
But I know that Colin Mooney have a trick to get the cars to literally sparkle at nighttime running, where the cars will have sparkle parts on the livery design. That's actually pretty interesting, and I hope that he will be doing something with that at some point, so we can all get to see the amazing effects that he can do there,
Yeah.
and make it mandatory, maybe even so everyone can see each other. Although it will be like watching a discotheque running around the track. Chris is telling us that our car doesn't have the right livery. I think it actually does, Chris. Oh yes, there are. Are you sure? Can you just go to it? Then it's the wrong that's loaded to the stream, because it should have been it's the one that we joined in with, was the one with the sponsors. It's at least on our stream. Can we just have a? No, there's definitely not. Something have not loaded proper in the game file earlier this race. Maybe Rory Stewart didn't upload the correct files to you guys. There should have been both on the front and let's just record on the side. That's a bit unfortunate, actually. Then we don't want to look any more at that. Boo, Rory, boo.
Very early.
That's quite unfortunate, but yeah, you guys are doing such great work further down the field, and anything that you want to say to the guys out there watching before returning to your morning rituals of maybe breakfast and coffee?
Yeah. No, I mean it's such a great opportunity to be able to drive this 24 hours, and it's nice to see so much commitment from everybody. We really enjoy it. I mean, it's amazing. That's all what matters, right? Having fun.
Exactly. That's why we're here, having fun and raising money for charity.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, so I hope you all make the goal. I know one of our teammates made a bid on the Simicube, so I hope he really gets it. Oh, right, they ended already. Yeah. So I have to check with him then. I hope he gets it anyway.
Yeah, that was one of the more interesting things we saw on the auction, as we now follow the 89 car around, who is not in a close battle with anyone, but they're doing a good race. The Royal Simsport Endurance 2, long name they have there for the car, trying to get us a little bit of getting them a little bit of airtime as well. Not a car that we have seen too much of on the stream. As I go wide, Jesus Christ, why do you have to go to the cars that always go off? But he manages to stay out of the wall and continue driving. Good save there from Patrick Mika. Mika, I'll call him Mika. I'll just think that's his name. Yes.
I believe that. Sorry.
Yeah, you go on.
I believe that Porsche has put those the sausage curves there on purpose, because Porsche is the owner of the track, right? Kyalami track, and the Ferrari is having lots of difficulties with that sausage curve.
Do you reckon that the Porsche have an easier time with it maybe than the Ferrari?
I don't know. I never driven a Porsche, so.
Oh, it's highly recommended to try at least once. It's not for everyone's liking. It is a very difficult car to drive, especially in endurance racing with how it murders its tires. But
I remember when I started sim racing, I tried all the cars, just a few laps around Solar, which is our home track, which I knew by heart, and then I took the Porsche once, and I spun immediately in the first corner, so I never took it back. So but maybe I should.
That's the thing about it. Yeah, well, then you can see if you have developed skills maybe, because that's one of the things about the Porsche. Also, one of the first cars that I ever tried, as you're actually in a battle right now for 26th to retain the position. But I remember also trying the Porsche early on in my sim racing career. That was before the current evolution and before the former evolution as well, the old Porsche. That was, yeah, but the Porsches have always been difficult cars to drive. Very satisfying to race with, but they have never been for everyone's tasting, and they require a lot of setup work and getting used to the style of them.
Yeah.
Do you reckon that you have a good chance of retaining the 26th position here over the 417 car of the R2E Racing?
I have full confidence in Kurt.
So do we. We truly hope the best for you and wishes you the best of luck for the remainder of the race.
Thanks a lot.
And please remind your teammates to come in and have a chat with us anytime that you are free.
I'll do. Thanks. Good luck with the stream, guys.
Thank you, and good luck with the race.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. As we are back racing. Just had a long talk there with Tim Miro, good guy. As he said, they are a bunch of friends just enjoying the camaraderie of this. But let's see if we can go in there and give Kurt Peters a little bit of a motivational speech to keep Kelly Tillander behind. It's getting into a position now where they will be battling hard for this spot on the grid. Oh, not the spot on the grid, for this position in the race. It's so early for me. For this position in the race, as the Audi seems to be one of the quicker cars around here. Normally, when we go racing, someone crashes right in front of them, and that was Kurt Peters. Unfortunate for him. It looked like, or was it? I'm trying to look. It was Kurt Peters, it was, who got involved there, Tom. That was truly unfortunate. Not the best place to go side by side into a corner, obviously, but super unfortunate for him, as we have just talked to Team Mirror, but they will hopefully recover their driving back and get up into speed quickly and get on the hunt there for P16. Oh, sorry, P26. Wow, P16. That would be a good drive if they could do that within a few laps. But yeah, we see the time lost there about 17 seconds as they cross the line. Quite a big loss, but it is recoverable still at this part of the race. Still 4 hours and 47 minutes to go of pure racing enjoyment here on track. As many of the other back markers also within that magical 20-second gap of each other. If we maybe jump, as we have a replay here of what happened. Looks like the 109 car is just minding his own business. Oh, as that said, I think that the Astro Racing Mercedes had just got a little bit loose, and then a misjudgment of speed causes the 901 car to get into the back of the Mercedes there, of the Astro Racing guys. Very unfortunate incident there. But they will all keep soldiering on. We hopefully they will, as two of the Porsches have gone into the pits simultaneously. With Mike Abrenosa up into, well, not up into, still at 10th position, ahead of the 404 car, who seems to have fallen a little bit further behind now than they were when we got back here on the stream. As Mike Abrenosa now are racing as hard as he possibly can, which means Amanda is probably out there watching the race, cheering him on the best she can. Coming up to one of my favorite cars in this event that we have seen so far, not as much because of the livery, even though it is a great livery, also on the 333, of course, the old McLaren style on that one. But having a Bentley in a race, it's always good to see the different manufacturers, and the Bentley especially are a car that I enjoy watching on track. I know a lot of British drivers out there enjoy watching it as well and really wanting to drive the car, but it's just not competitive anymore in the sim racing of ACC, which is a little bit unfortunate. It is a great car, and a car that Chris Hill at some point maybe could talk us a little bit through a race that almost went to plan for them, or went very well for his teammate Simon Pike at Misano a long time ago. But yeah, he's also an enjoyer of the Bentley, of course. The mighty Brits in the cars. As Abrenosa is not really closing the gap to the Bentley driver, as Carl van Horn of the Astro Racing have been off once again, this time at the Leo Cup corner. The hairpin on top of the hill. Very difficult corner there, easy to miss your braking spot coming into that one. Also a corner where we see many different lines from different cars and different teams. It could be down to driver preference, but most of the time it's just drivers missing their braking ever so slightly, and it looks like they're taking different lines, even though most of them try to take the same as the Astro Racing team are coming into the pits. Pit ball is still down, it looks like. That might be because Chris's PC is running so hot from being on the server all race long, and that's the reason why the boards don't reset here on the stream for the drivers. They can get the board back if they leave the server and come back into the server, then all boards will be reset for the individual drivers. So most of them will actually see the pit board up there. But yeah, Carl in the pits with the Astro Racing team, he's likely going to drop at least 2 positions from that. They are actually in somewhat of a strategical battle down there with a Porsche and a Lambo, of course. Of course, with a Porsche and a Lambo running around. Yes, we jump around again. Jump up and down all the time. Hard to follow along sometimes. Andy King we now follow from the Pit Stop UK team. Right up behind one of the Mercedes. Have that car just overtaken? Is that the 88? Or is it a... Oh no, that's the 720 if I'm not mistaking too much. Actually, I'm being told that in the year by Chris Hill that it's the 720. It's not something that I keep track of at all, and I couldn't tell the difference. It's just a black black Mercedes to me at this point in the race. But they're actually doing a good job keeping that 720 machine on the track and keep on racing. Also having a somewhat reasonable. They are quite far down, but they are doing the best, keeping the car on track and soldiering on to finish the race, of course. The Pit Stop UK team also doing a good job of keeping themselves in the top 5 and just on the what I would say the outside chances of the podium finish for them if everything goes to plan and they can catch up and take advantage of other people's mistakes. Then they could be on the outside chance of the third slot on the podium in their Ferrari. Second best placed Ferrari at the minute. Still on a bit of a good drive. Might need more coffee later on. A good drive from them, keeping the car in the top 5, and they haven't been. I don't think they have been outside the top 10 ever since the race started. Maybe apart from some pit stop rounds, but these guys are doing a good job keeping it in there, staying out of issues so far in the race, pacing themselves, which is very important in these endurance events. As we just can do a little bit of a shout out to those drivers who have been up all night and doing the nighttime driving, the graveyard shifts. These drivers are the true unsung heroes of the teams. The drivers might not get the most screen time here on the broadcast because we weren't really there at night. And some of the drivers don't talk that much about, but they are the drivers that keep the cars running. The true unsung heroes, the drivers who really can make a big difference with their skills in the night and dark, in the colder track conditions. Things can easily go wrong, and for some drivers it's a bit of a stressful task driving those nighttime stints, but again some of the drivers enjoy them as well, so it's a little bit of 50-50, but again most of the teams will put their best nighttime drivers in at night, obviously to get themselves the best opportunities to come out of the dark with a car still in one piece. Well, technically it's a feces ton of smaller pieces put together. Yeah, that makes it run as they go off a little bit there on the exit of Clubhouse before the S's does Andy King. Truly amazing job for those who have been up all night and are still running on the pure tiredness of earlier in the race. Just like we're doing here in the commentary team and the small shit that we are trying to keep running here, still very nice and warm in here. But some people are still there. Chris are almost forcing me to have a little break, but I think we can go just a little bit further into this one. I say this when we reach about 8 Central European time, which will be what, like 7:30 UK. Chris will confirm that my ear. Yes, he says, almost yelling it to deafening me over the sound of the Ferrari that we are following around the track. Then we're going to have a little watch on our charity video, so you guys can follow in on what we are actually raising money for. On board with Andy King going around. These cars have been around this track so many times now. I believe it's a 664 for Jean Beton and the race leading Sim Racing Holland Aston Martin at the minute. Crazy amount of laps and the times that they've been around. Some people insist that you have to be a madman to just drive around and round and round in circles, especially for 24 hours. And that I think is somewhat true. I don't think any of us who are actually doing this race are sane people. But that's the thing. Here's one that's definitely not. Michael Schulz have been doing the entirety of the race all alone in the Precision Racing team. He's such a focused driver at this point. He must be super tired at this point of the race. But keeping the car very good and in a reasonable position. I would say P17 are truly amazing for a driver who's doing a 24-hour race by himself. doing a good job keeping the car just somewhat in one piece is incredible at this point. I wish that we could bring him in for an interview and have a talk to him about how exactly that he's staying awake and what keeps him going, and if we have a special mission with the solo driver entry of this event. That's truly an insane achievement to do a 24-hour race by yourself. Getting yourself focused, he must be so tired at this point, both not just physically but also mentally from seeing the same thing over and over and over again. Maybe even running a bit of a headache watching a screen for so long. But yeah, truly an astonishing performance for him, as the Mode 11 car actually reached up into 16th position now and only one spot behind the sister car. A good recovery drive from the Mode 11 team. Going on just one position ahead of Michael Schulz here. I wonder if Schulz can hang on to the back of Nikolaj Schröder and get that precision racing car further up the field, as I think that Chris in the background are getting ready to find the a little video from the Christie charity that we are supporting, that he would like to show us, and I believe that he's ready to show it, so maybe we'll have a go and look at it.
Being back here after so many months, it's a long time since we've been together, isn't it?
It is. Hello, my name's Joyce.
I'm Nabila.
I'm missing our coffee mornings. Who would have thought? But you'd miss going out for cancer treatment.
I'm Amy. I was here last year with my daughter Amelie, who's a patient at the Proton Beam Centre.
I'm Eliana.
Why are you at the Christie?
I was diagnosed with a brain tumour.
I come to the Christies because I've had malignant melanoma. Our first major link to the Christie was really when a very good friend, colleague was diagnosed with prostate cancer. Ralph was our company architect for over 40 years. He was also a family friend. Sorry.
I was diagnosed with testicular cancer.
11 years ago I was diagnosed with prostate cancer.
I personally was treated here at Christie for bowel cancer. How about you?
I was treated here first for ovarian cancer.
I ended up coming down with COVID. Ran a few blood tests and found out I had acute myeloid leukemia.
Were you surprised that Amelie could carry on with the treatment during COVID?
I was surprised at how normal it felt inside.
Christie's, as far as I'm concerned, definitely didn't
Just
slow
kept
down.
going, no.
Yeah, you still got everything. Yeah, your scans, your treatments,
yeah.
the lot.
I actually had video consultation with my consultant.
There's been meetings that I've been able to attend on Zoom where actually if I'd had to go to a face-to-face meeting, I wouldn't have gone because I didn't really feel 100%.
My surgery was cancelled 3 times at Macclesfield Hospital due to COVID. And Christie very kindly stepped in and said that they would perform the operation.
To me, the feeling, it was like a bubble, you know, and the moment you walked in, totally protected.
Yeah.
There was no difference in, you know, during COVID to what the standard is always here, which is absolutely brilliant.
I was getting really depressed with the treatment and stuff. Then I started the art room and started talking to people because they know what you're going through.
Yeah. The pandemic made us think differently and not do what you'd normally do fundraising, which is groups or the obvious ones, so we did something different.
And then when COVID hit, Pat sorted out Zoom meetings
in the art room. It made such a big difference, especially in COVID when we were so isolated.
There's a brilliant option that they offered to me, and that was to have ambulatory care. I was able to go home, you know, I was able to live my life normally as if I would normally live at home. I'm just glad I'm not paying the taxi fare. My God.
Having all this service for people nearby, having that well-being and that support on your doorstep makes a huge difference to these patients, and it's really great to see that that money is making that difference.
By the time you fight your way through the traffic to get to the Christie's, I would go down there, it takes me an hour for 5 minutes because they're always very quick. I'm back in the car in another hour coming home. Whereas it's 5 minutes to get here at Kershaw's, 5 minutes to have your bloods done, and 5 minutes later you're on your way out again.
I don't have to travel all the way from Bolton to Christie's to have my treatment. They come to the house, and I've made loads of friends because it's not always the same one that comes out every month.
This is one of 2 playrooms that they've got. There's another one upstairs which is a bit more grown up.
The great thing they do here is have a chaplain. I was going through a lot of difficult things at that time. It was great to have someone there to tell me that everything's going to be okay.
The art room, because it's like the patients and carers that can go there, makes such a difference because you can talk to them and they understand, because they've gone through that.
It's given me a quality of life that I never thought, I would have again.
When I came out of hospital, the research nurses phoned me up to see how I was. And I thought, they care. I mean, they didn't have to do that.
With Amelie, when it got hard for her to swallow, by the end of that session, they'd been on the phone. They were going to send me some protein milkshakes for her the next day. So it wasn't that they did what you asked, it was that they almost preempted what you needed.
Yeah.
The consultant I saw, he recommended that I come to the Christie and go on the drug trial, taking an hormone tablet, and I've been taking that now for 11 years. When I was first diagnosed, I thought, I'm not going to see these children grow up, and of course now one's nearly 20 and one's 18 next month, and they've given me all this time, and I'll always be grateful for that.
Got offered a clinical trial. I had no hesitation. First it did involve taking 16 tablets a day, and now I only take 4 tablets a day.
Any side effects from all the tablets?
Fortunately not. It's absolutely amazing what they have done for me.
For me, it was a miracle. Without the trial, I wouldn't be here today talking to you, because the trial led me to the transplant, and then the transplant now.
Have you seen the building over there?
Yes, I have. What exactly is that?
That's been built off back of bike rides and stuff like what I've been doing.
All been on charity work, has it?
A lot of it.
How important is the charity to you?
Oh, it's very important because I'm able to go to Bolton Hospice to have my bloods done, which I wouldn't be able to do if the charity wasn't funding them, We came up with Around the World for Ralph, where we had to cover 25,000 miles, and that was from obviously people doing exercise, from walking.
We decided that we'd do the Manchester bike ride, but we decided we'd call ourselves Ball Tampering Allowed, which given my sort of history with testicular cancer.
We raised over 13,000 for the Christie charity.
I've raised over £4,500 this year.
With the Christie's help, we're actually setting up our own foundation. So Ball Tampering Allowed is actually becoming a registered charity.
Well, I really like the names.
In 2011, in the October, I was in China, and we raised, as a group, we raised about 100 grand for the Christie, I think, like huge amounts. And then 10 years later, it pops up on my timeline, look what you were doing 10 years ago.
Yes,
and then I'm taking my daughter here, and I just thought, you know, that's got to be a sign that it's going to be okay.
When I first had cancer 23 years ago, and they told me I had to go to Christie's to have an operation, I broke my heart because I thought, well, you don't come out of there. And now, it's the only place I want to go.
There's a compassion here.
Yeah.
Whether it's the person that meets you on reception, the people that do the cleaning, all the way through to the nurses and the oncologists, etc., etc.
Yeah.
There almost seems to be a common DNA.
It's pleasant. It's always you first. So how was your week? Or did you do anything interesting? You know, it's about the person.
They remember me, you know, and they make you welcome.
There's an award called the Healthcare Heroes Awards, Who Cares Wins, and I nominated them as best team. I can't overestimate how amazing they were.
And it's just incredible we've got places like this to come to.
And we are back after watching a video from the charity that we are raising money to, the Christie charity, really doing a lot of good work for a lot of good people out there. As we still highly encourage everyone there who just have every single pound that you have that you can afford to spare. This charity will put them all to very good use, helping the people out that desperately needs it. As we are still on £4,500, a huge amount raised so far, still slightly off our target goal of 5,000, but we are surely getting there. You can obviously use the QR code to donate to the charity. Just scan it with your phone, and you'll be sent into a link where you can help us out massively. All the money that we are raising are obviously going 100% uncut directly to the charity. We'll put everything that we get together into very good use for those out there who needs it. Highly recommend that those of you who can will support it the best you can. As we are back with the live racing, looking at the race leaders of Sim Racing Holland in the 34 machine, still going strong in the race, doing a great job keeping it on track, maintaining pace throughout the night and into the early morning hours, as they're still circling around in good fashion. I'm sure if we ask Chris nicely, we can have a little bit of look on of all the cars one by one through the grid order as they stand at the minute in a few moments, and maybe we can put a few words on each of the team's races, at least for those that have been noticeable in the race that we know things about and what's been going on. And yeah, we can see more and more people are waking up out there and watching the YouTube stream that we are putting on for you guys. Good to see that we have some viewers in these early hours. Grab your loved ones, grab some coffee, grab your breakfast, and we'll try and take you through the morning the best we can until we fall asleep in front of our PCs, as some of you might have done as well during the night. Yeah. Just trying to stay awake and keep track of everything that's going on my screen at the minute, trying to sort out where to put stuff so I can have somewhat of a reasonable following. Trying to get some live timing up as well for this event that you can all find on pitwall.live you should be able to go in there and find the some telemetry timings of the race as well. So we are that, as Chris asked us, who we like to go on board with, and basically all the cars from top to bottom, one by one, and let's have a little look on everyone who's still out there running this race. This is our first place car, and Chris will just run us through nice and slowly in his own pace. Sim Racing Holland doing a good job in first position, maintaining position, and yeah, just doing a good job of it as we jump to the second place team, the Fortune Honda Racing team. We have looked a little bit of them earlier in the race. They've been somewhat anonymous in the race. They haven't been involved in too much in the race, just very consistent driving. Not that many battles or points of super interest or close hard racing, but they've just been pacing themselves, doing a good job. They're up into P2 at the minute. They'll definitely be targeting the top spot on the podium if everything goes to plan for them. Good race so far. Doing a good job. In third position we have the R&E team, Steel SSRI, currently driven by Jonas Höckel, a team that we have seen battling for the absolute front of the race in the earlier hours of the race. Still doing a good job keeping the podium position in P3, driving their absolute hearts out to maintain this position. A team that we have seen earlier in the season also snatch a winner 2 in the championship. They are not here solely for the purpose of driving and having fun. They are contenders for the championship at this current stage of the SSRI Endurance Championship, of course. And if you want to get involved, you can find us on Discord, and yeah, we still have one race left to go on the season at Watkins Glen, I believe it will be, that we're all looking very much forward to racing. Further down, the other Sim Racing Holland entry, currently driven by Frans van der Linden. A bit surprised to see this car this high up in the order of the race. Not to shame anything about the drivers, they're all good drivers, of course. The van der Lindens are, I think, all in this car. No, they're not, I've been told. It's only France in this car. The other ones are in a different car. Oh, I always get so confused about these guys with the same surname. But they have put on a very good and surprising result for them so far, being up into P4. Well deserved, of course. These guys have been racing for many years and doing a good job of it so far, keeping the car on track. As we jump down to the Pit Stop UK team, also somewhat anonymous in the race. They have been involved in a few battles earlier in the race, a little bit up and down through the duration of this 24-hour endurance for these guys. Scott Donaldson behind the wheel. Also a fast car, fast drivers doing the best they can. As we can see, Mike Abrenosa have also waken up. We saw you on track, Mike, actually, I believe we did. And good morning to you as well. Good performance from the Pit Stop UK team. Royal Simsport Endurance Pro, the best placed Mercedes at the minute. They were race leaders in the early hours of the race and have been doing a stellar job up there. There must have been something going on with this car during the night when we were having a little bit of a break from the broadcasting booth. But still in the race, and they are still with a great opportunity for good positions, or at least the top 5 they could realistically still catch up to. Doing everything they can, of course, pushing the car to the limits, or at least to the limit of their abilities at this point of the race. They'll be looking for better positions. The Sim Racing International team, a team driven by 3 of the community greats, who some would say it's a little bit surprising to see them this far down the order, but they have had a lot of issues earlier in the race with hardware issues and disconnect and stuff like that have happened to them. So they have been on a massive recovery drive. They were all the way down 28th position not that long ago. I believe it's just about, well, not that long ago, 10-12 hours ago in the race, but they have recovered all the way up to 7th position at the minute. doing a good job for these guys. They mentioned earlier that top 5 would be realistic for them to do on pace, and if everything, or if things start to go wrong for the better teams, the race leaders and stuff, they could potentially get on the podium, they believe. And doing a great job so far. Running them. The Funtech Racing team in the 511, the 511 Aston Martin. Also not a car that we have seen that much of on stream. But nevertheless, they're putting in a great effort here in staying in the top 10 with the Aston Martin machinery. A few Astons in the top 10 at the minute, honestly, but nevertheless a good performance from these guys. Having had a good night time, keeping the top 10 and keeping some faster drivers, faster cars way behind them. Doing very consistent lap times, of course, as most of these teams are obviously doing. Yeah, doing a good job. Patrick Miha in the Royal Simsport Endurance 2. Also a car that we saw leading the race with multiple laps earlier on. Interesting to hear their story later on in the race, whether or not they have had disconnects or massive crashes, or they just have been purely outpaced overnight. We are not entirely sure of what happened to these guys. But they have surely been on the decline since the early hours of the race. Also early contenders for the lead, and they could have potentially fought for the race win. They still have the chance of that, only 2 laps down from the race leading Sim Racing Holland machine at the minute. But still doing a good job of keeping themselves in the race, in the top 10. Anything can still happen, especially when you have fast drivers and fast drivers, yeah. When you're fast drivers in the car, anything can happen. As we round off the top 10 with the 4-4 entry of the IDC Racing team. These guys have also had a little bit of a roller coaster race, up and down. I don't think that they've been involved in that many instances. I do recall them having at least one earlier in the race. But doing a good job keeping the top 10 position at the minute. Driving their hearts out to maintain that, as they're being chased down by 2 cars that normally would find themselves in a position where they could get up there after that. And so it wasn't the 89 that was leading the race earlier. That's a car that we'll come to later. It's a 91 that was leading the race earlier in the hours. The 81 have been just doing a good job maintaining the top 10 as well from these guys. Chasing the top 10 and in hot pursuit at the minute, the 333 car of Abbey Racing 24 Hours Edition. They have had a, I would say, somewhat reasonable race. Not that much up and down. They have been hovering in this position for most of the race, but surely chasing for the top 10 position. As this is one of the teams that often get a lot of fans in the YouTube chat, a lot of active fans for this team out there. A lot of drivers that we obviously want to wish the best for, and the mighty fan base that we enjoy watching as they go off track. The commentators always gets the action live on the camera. Little Snapper knows that was who got the inside curb there at Cheetah, a mistake that I think all the cars have done at least once in this race at this point. Still going, drops a position there to the 91 car that we go on to now. The 91 car of Manuel Muller. This is the car that was leading in the early hours of the race. Sorry about the confusion. They have been doing everything they could to recover the positions, as they are now the ones chasing the 404 car and just ahead of the 333 of Abbey Racing. Manuel Muller, one of the drivers who definitely put in a top performance in the early hours of the night, having massive pace. And I remember him being out on slick tires, even though it was raining quite substantially for quite a long period of time. They might have gone into trouble with that strategy in the night, and that could be the reason why we find them so far down the order. It's really hard to say if they when they don't tell us stuff, and when we have to get some sleep, of course, in the nighttime period of races like this, when there are the least people watching. But yeah, good recovery from them at least. Jumping down to one of the 2 R2E racing cars. This is the 415 in P13. We have seen them spin around a few times in the race. They haven't had the easiest of times so far out there, but doing a good job in 13th position. They might even be chasers and a potential car that could get into the top 10, but at least top 15 is also decent or a very good result for these guys. Driving their hearts out with one of my favorite liveries. I really like when people put in colors that pop a bit in the eyes. With the black, black, pink, and white. Good to see fun combinations like that on track. As yellow flags are being waved somewhere around the track. Not that that's what we are looking at the moment, but good drive from these guys, keeping in the race. Good drive from everyone. The Mode 11B team, sort of say the Triple 11 car, driven by Dennis Workman, outperforming the main Mode 11 team at the minute. These guys have had a few argy-bargy moments in the race, but all in all, a good performance from these guys. Top 15 are definitely about the reaching level of these guys when everything when people are running without issues, but they have been able to take advantage of those who have been involved in trouble in this race and keeping themselves up in a good position. It might be hard for them to maintain it for the entirety of the last 4 hours and 12 minutes, but they will surely put their hearts into doing the best they can to retain this 14th in the race. Jumping onto the 221 Untalented Motorsports car, driven by Sebastian Reinl at the minute, a car that also had a bit of early issues with a few spins at Cheetah. Most of the drivers have sorted that out. Drive-throughs for Meter as well, a drive-through for Collision earlier in the race as well, if I remember correctly. Wrong livery have unfortunately been loaded on the car, but they're still in the race and chasing for Dennis Workman and the P11 spot. They were down in, I believe, around 28th position after a few laps in the race, recovering quite nicely. A good nighttime drive there from Dominic Gies and Britt Barthes have put them into contention for the top 15 that they will try to hold on to for the remainder of the race. Speaking of cars with a top 15 opportunity, the Mode 11 racing team, the main racing team of the Mode 11 team, the 11 car, they had some big crashes earlier in the race and found themselves very far down the order. A recovery drive they have done so far that you can only take your hats off for. Doing a good job getting back up into 16th position. They will definitely be chasing for the top 15 and maybe even top 10. One of the cars that does have the pace of the pace and the opportunities to get up there without too many things needing to go wrong for other teams. But still such a tough job at this point in the race. Still 4 hours to go though, so anything can still happen for these guys. And for everyone out there on the track. Back to the, well, not back to, but here we have the precision racing car. Michael Schulz, who have done the entirety of the race by himself at this point, we do believe. He must be knackered doing everything he can, but he have stayed out of trouble and been super consistent throughout the entirety of the race. You would almost think he's like a sort of superhuman for doing this drive. Almost 20 hours into the race. It will be 20 hours if you take qualifying into account, of course. And the drivers had to do before the race. Such a legendary performance he's putting on. At this point, at this point, it doesn't matter if he actually finishes the race. Just driving for 20 hours, he have become an official legend within our community at this point. Michael Schulz here in the precision racing car. Good job from him. I really wish him the best for the remainder of the race. Yeah, good. What's that I hear is 787 starting their engines. That could be the 787 car returning to track and getting back. They have actually returned to the racing with 4 hours to go, but I will get to them later on in this rundown of the grid. P18 at the minute, Astro Racing. We have seen them spin around a few times. They have had a little bit of a hard time adjusting to Kyalami. So does many drivers to be fair. Nothing on them personally, doing a good job in P18. Roughly on the position that I would have predicted them to have before the race started. And they seem to be fighting their hearts out to maintain a top 20 for them would be a good result. A bunch of good drivers in the car, at least quality drivers doing a good job in the Astro Mercedes, keeping that in the race for so long. It seems like the spins have been an issue for most of the Mercedes around these first 20 hours. But good performance for them keeping it going, and they will definitely be aiming to finish the race in the top 20. Also a team with performance that could make it possible to do so. Jan Barth in the other Astro Racing team, the Astro Racing team Advisor, I think, the 934 car. A car that we haven't seen that much on stream either. Been very neutral, so it's at least in the time where I've been here in the commentary booth, so not that much info on them and how things have been going. But I assume it's been going somewhat the same as the sister car, one position ahead of them, since they are that close in the timing board at the minute. The Astro Racing team, of course, with the many drivers to pick from, they can swap around between races as well, and opting to run 2 different cars in the team can be a bit of a challenge. It's easy if you run the single car, or not single car, the single manufacturer for your team, because then you can help each other out with strategies and stuff. As the 221 car have gone around in Cheetah, but we'll get to that later on as well. Hildebrand in the Lamborghini, underappreciated car, many people would say. Rainbow Racing Team Charity, good drive for them, staying on the brink of the top 20. They are trying to chase down the 2 Astro Racing cars, and we can see there's a lot of damage on the 221 in the background there. But they are trying to chase down the 2 Astro Racing teams, doing a reasonable job of that. Again, not a team that we have seen too much of on the stream, but nevertheless, good job from these guys keeping themselves in this position at this point of the race. 4 hours to go, many things could still happen for these guys, and they could find themselves in the top 15 if everything goes according to plan and some incidents happen to the cars further up the field. Jumping down to one of my favorite cars in the race. I actually can't see the bottom of my screen, that race. Well, I think it says Rice Couple Racing. The mighty Bentley car have done a few have had a few issues in the race, but of course driving the Bentley, just seeing it on track is so nice to see. Doing a good job in the Bentley, not the most competitive car on track. They they show us that you don't have to pick the fastest cars that you can to race these races. It's all about picking a car that you like driving and can enjoy driving for a longer period of time. And for us watching, just looking at the Bentley on track is a great experience, and good job to these guys for putting it on the entry list for all of us to enjoy the wonderful sight of the mighty Bentley Continental GT3 running around the track. As we see the Team Hot Air Balloon entry, the 52 car, they were quite far up earlier, I believe as far up as P12. They must have ran into some issues during the night time, finding themselves down in P22. They need a good recovery now to just climb back up into the top 20 of the race. Something that they will definitely be striving to do with their their Lamborghini racing car. One of the also more iconic liveries of SSRI at this point. The Team Hot Air Balloon livery, a lot of detail on the car when we get it up close, but yeah, good to see them still running the almost old German team, or the old German team, the Team Hot Air Balloon. As we have Dave Hedges joining us here in in the commentary booth. Hello, Dave.
Hi, Oliver. How are you doing? Hopefully my sound's working okay.
Very nice. Yeah, it's somewhat okay. We're just doing a rundown of all the cars still in the race. Good morning, as we jump onto the Log Racing Team, the 33 of Alexander Delors currently in the car. They have been a little bit up and down, but moving about in the 20 to 25 position throughout the most parts of the race. It doesn't seem like they have gotten the most out of the Lamborghini, as we see 3 Lamborghinis from 21 to 23 at the minute. Yeah, sorry for my tiredness. Not much about these guys. I haven't seen too many incidents from them. A few have been recorded. The 220 car now on that gets so close into there. Now in the picture, the Uncensored Motorsports 220 car. They have had some slight issues throughout the race, but nothing too serious. A team with a lot of drivers of different skill levels, of course. We have Jitse Miedema, one of the drivers that we often see getting top results in the sprint racing. We have Damien de Kaiser returning to sim racing after being sidelined for about a year due to work-related, work and time-related scheduling difficulties. Good to see them on track, doing their best to keep on to as many positions as possible. We might see them jump a little bit further up later on in the race, but top 25 would be a realistic target for these guys to just maintain this position in the race would be good for them. The number 2 car of Revolution Sim Racing Blue. They were also further up the field earlier in the race, having seen some trouble for the car, but doing a good job staying in the race, keeping it on track for most parts of it. Running very consistent in this 25th position. They haven't moved up that much throughout the morning, and I believe we found them at this point in the later hours of the evening as well, when we stopped the broadcasting for the night. Good to see the Audis as well on track as we jump onto another Audi, the other R2E Audi, the 417, a car that we have seen spun around a few times. We know that the Audi can be a bit tricky to drive from time to time, and yeah, just good to see them still sorting out the issues and getting to know the car maybe a little bit better throughout the duration of this race. Very tricky for them to maintain pace and concentration when you have to fight the car so much driving the Audi. But good performance from them so far. P26, taking all the spins and issues into consideration. They are still in it and could possibly get up into the top 20 if things go their way. But the top 25 are again probably a target for these guys. Next car that we have here in the frame, P27 at the minute, Apex Lovers Motorsport. We have had some of the drivers in for interviews, and we know that they are just a bunch of good guys, good friends, enjoying sim racing together, having a good time driving this event, and doing their best. They mentioned that it could be on the cards for them, and that was their goal, but to them it doesn't matter that much. It's all about having fun doing these events, as it obviously should be for everyone out there on track, having the best time possible, running around enjoying the last 4 hours of this event. Just imagine we've been racing for 20 hours at this point. Jesus. Good drive from them. P28, the THRC entry, the 73. Also a bit of an unlucky bird, sort of say, in the race. Seen them a few times involved in incidents and off tracks, a few spins in the Aston Martin of theirs, doing their best to maintain control of what they have left of the race, still pushing, and only 20 seconds from them up to the 901 car. That could be a battle forming later in the race, as drivers will obviously swap around, and different speed levels of drivers will come into the cars. This could be a potential battle for later on. I might just have to note that one down so that we get to see these cars. And And this is the car that we had that had a very unfortunate and very serious issue on Monza. We saw Chauffeur Vard, one of our long-time community drivers, having sort of a mini stroke at Monza when we just saw the car parked on the back straight. Chauffeur is doing well and are recovering very nicely at the minute. We wish him all the best, of course. And the rest of the THRC who were in for a very, very rough experience there. Truly a good thing to see them back on track, and hopefully we'll see Vavard also soon in back into racing. There'll definitely be room for him back on SSRI when he recovers, as soon as he feels like he's ready. P29 Team Eurocamp, the Porsche, the Pick Porsche inspired livery, I believe they are running. Even with the GTE number board on the side of the car. Fun little detail. Also a team that we haven't seen that much to throughout the race. That's normally a good sign when we don't see too much of the cars. That means that they stay out of issues for most parts of it. And yeah, they are just maintaining pace a few laps down to the car ahead, a few laps ahead of the car behind. Just finishing the race might be the goal for these guys. Doing the best they can. And to 30th position we go, the 720 car. They were much further up earlier in the race, at least in the start of the race. We have seen them around a few times. We have seen them on the notice board a few times as well. The ZDR boys, SSRI. 30th position for them so far, but good job to these guys sticking it out. Driving their hearts out to stay in the race as they're about to get lapped by the 73 machinery of THRC. I definitely put those letters in at the wrong order, but they are doing their best as well to just finish the race at this point, getting the experience in, and the camaraderie between them still going strong, I suppose. I hope for them at this late hours of the race. I remember myself in the earlier races where we wasn't always the best of friends in my team after 20 hours of driving. But surely these guys will still be to 31st position, one of the true hero cars of this race. The 123 McLaren Revolution Sim Racing Red. A very, very rough car to choose around here. The McLaren have never been known for being good around Kyalami, especially not after the Evo came out. Difficult car to get a pace out of on this track, but they're still in it quite a few laps down to P30th, but not as many as 32nd, as we'll come to later on. They are still in it and have been circling for the entirety of the 20 hours. Good job from them. Basically they've stayed out of trouble for most parts of the race. We haven't seen them spinning that much. We haven't seen them on the notice board. They have just been minding their own business back down here in the 31st position and enjoying themselves around the track, and obviously racing the best they can to just finish the race, which is also a great achievement for the teams in a 24-hour race like this one. Good drive from them. Here we have the 787 car, 482 laps behind the race leaders. They had an early disconnect in the race, and that driver one wasn't available to jump right back in. But unfortunately for us, they have gone racing again. This happened in the early hours of the morning. It's not that long ago, I believe it's less than half an hour ago that they got back on track. The Team Rocket Gazoo racing team bringing the total cars back up to 32 out of the 33 cars who started the race. Only one retirement at this point, although it's basically two with the Gazoo racing team that came back to life. A team that won 2 races earlier in the season, though they did that in the Honda, the 2 first rounds of the season. So yeah, they probably was expecting more before the race, but unfortunately disconnects can happen in sim racing, and that's something that you have to live with. And while I've been talking you through all the cars and giving a little bit of love to all of the cars throughout the grid, also some of them that we haven't seen that much, we are joined by Dave Hedges in the commentary booth.
Hi, good morning everybody. Last 4 hours. It's a really long stretch. The first 20 hours, especially coming back into the morning. It's good to see that the car on screen there, 787, is rejoined, because if you've had a big long disconnect, it's so easy just to go, what's the point now carrying on 485 laps down? That's when you're seeing that on screen, that must be it must be a bit of a killer. But it looks like they're doing well. They're keeping up. I don't know what position they were in when they had the disconnect, but they've obviously got some speed.
I wish I could tell you. I think I was driving myself at the time when they disconnected, so and they were definitely not around our position down in the roughly 20th at the time.
Commentator's curse there, Oliver, wasn't it? Just go for a spin at the hill there.
Oh, casually just driving, as we do. Hey guys, we have actually reached 30 likes, over 10 likes on this stream, which means that we'll have to go watch a car and a full onboard lap with a car, and the first one that we see pop up in the YouTube chat, we'll do an entire onboard lap with, while we will be a little bit quiet in the commentary booth so we can enjoy the engine sound as well. I can see that there are a few 333 supporters out there. We might see that one pop up first, as they have a few people out there who could potentially. They were in P5 when they had the disconnect. We're being told in the YouTube chat. Wow, true heartbreak for you guys.
Yeah, that's a killer, that one, isn't it? When you're running so well, and also when probably P2 to P5 are so close, really. When you're in endurance racing, obviously stint length really impacts your end of race time. So you have a disconnect, it can really mess with even if it's just a short one for a couple of minutes, it can really mess with your stint timers and stuff like that. So it can really put you in a bad position where you might have been in a good one. Just having a quick look at the stints in terms of the top three, and they're all looking like they're running a similar strategy. So whilst we're sort of around 21 seconds from P1 to P2, it's going to be difficult to make that up on strategy, I think.
Yeah, well, for this car, it will definitely be difficult to pick it up. But we have seen the first car in the YouTube chat that have been mentioned, the 333. So Chris is preparing for us to go on to a full onboard lap of them, as we will be quiet in the commentary booth so you can enjoy the engines and the sounds of the Abbey Racing 333 machinery. Enjoy! As we have watched an entire lap on board with the 333 Abbey Racing car, Nelson Abrenosa behind the wheel. You can just see on the steering inputs how smooth that he's running this Aston Martin. Still at this point of the race, everyone out there on track are super tired and knackered at this point. Many of them have been up all night, even though if they haven't been driving, then they have likely been spotting for their teammates, or having had so much caffeine put into their bodies that sleep was not even an option for these guys. And if anyone out there are watching, driving, just supporting, anyone out there who are willing to come in and entertain us a little bit with so we can interview you here on the stream. We would like to see you. You do that by going into our Discord on our Discord channel and jump into the T1 interview waiting room, and we will drag you in as soon as we see you there. You don't have to be a driver. You could be a supporter. You could be a steward. You could be anyone. We would like to hear from you all.
Just seeing you on the chat there, Oliver. Mike telling his brother to not stuff it up on the lap. You know, that was really kind of him, just to put that added bit of pressure on him.
Oh, a lot of love between the Abranosas, of course. These guys are doing a great job keeping that car in the top 10, of course. One of the cars that we see racing in a lot of different endurance races, not just in SSRI, but a few others as well. We had a disqualification during the night, got a drive through. I'm just moving this chat thing around so I can see exactly. Got a drive through for track limits, and then unfortunately cut the track on a lap before taking the penalty. Wow, they had a rough night in the 333 car. And yes, Dave, they are not brothers. They are uncle and nephew.
They're in arms.
And Amanda will be their niece, or one of their niece. The great Amanda, of course, always in there supporting the 333 car. And Amanda, I can bring you some unfortunate news about one of the other cars that you have been supporting throughout the race. The 555 car are the only car that have retired from this race so far at this point. I know many tears will be shared now from Amanda, but unfortunate for these guys. We don't know exactly why they have retired from the race, but we can maybe get one of them into the booth later on and have a word with them. Could be a simple matter of disconnect and the driver 1 was not there or sleeping or something, and they will be back later on to finish out the job of driving the 24-hour race.
Oliver, so what happened to the Simsport racing team, esports team? They were running P3, I think, in the first 4 hours. Did they have a big issue or a disconnect?
They were thinking of the 74 machinery, the BMW, lone BMW on track. Yeah, they have had a few issues in the race. Of course, they had the VR problem for Clyde Barney earlier in the race that got them into a bit of a difficult situation with a lot of crashes, and I believe they also had a disconnect as well. But they have recovered quite nicely. They were many laps down and find themselves down beneath the 20th position. I believe they were down in roughly 29th at the worst. But great recovery from these guys, getting it back up into the top 10 and are P7 at the minute. We talked to Clyde in the late parts of the evening, and he mentioned that they thought that they could climb back into P5, and with a little bit of luck and some issues for some of the other guys, podium might still be on the cards for them, as we see them having a lot of pace out there on track. Speaking of pace, Gallas have put in the new fastest lap of the race, Maximilian Gallas, in the 91 car. Also a car that we saw leading earlier in the race. I might even be able to find the lap time somewhere on these timings. 140.992, I'm being told in my ear from Chris Hill, who is always on top of everything, even at this point. Great drive from these guys. Very fast lap time as well in race trim.
Yeah, that's good going. So there are 14 laps on this stint as well, so they're not on new tyres. So to put in a fast lap after 14 is good going. Clearly got. I wonder if they got a bit of a draft up the straight to get that a little bit of extra speed.
Either that, or they have started running with a little bit less fuel, as Jitse Miedema's in the interview room. We just drag him in, but they could be running with a little bit less fuel at this point, because that's how their stints will end up now from this point in the race, that they can split them up evenly. Or they might just have insane tire management, and they could take advantage of the lower fuel in the car after 14 laps of driving. As we are joined by one of the drivers of the 220 Untalented Motorsports machines, Jitse Miedema, here in the commentary shed. Hello, Jitse.
Hello.
How are things going from you? How was the night for you guys?
The night was quite eventful for us. Not in the term of incidents, but yeah, we had stop go 30 and we had a drive-through, and yeah, just some silly things basically. But the driving was good, the pace was good. Yeah, it's just quite sad that we are so far behind and so far in front of the people around us.
Yeah, but the thing is, I know your team a little bit, and you have a few drivers in the team who are not doing that much racing in general. We know, could those errors be part of that they haven't gotten that much experience as of late?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. The stop go 30 was just a wrong button being pushed. So the limiter, yeah, the limiter didn't come on, and yeah, the drive-through was yeah, just running a little bit wide here and there, and just collecting some track limits. Well, yeah, it's a little bit of not so much inexperience, but yeah, just missing the edge a little bit.
Could be, but again, the nighttime driving are so difficult for a lot of people, and getting those track limit drive-throughs. I think that most teams have gotten a drive-through for track limits at this point of the race.
Yeah, that's true. We saw a lot of things pop up in the little screen. So yeah, we were not surprised that we were also a victim of the limits.
As most people are, the 787 have just spun around at Cheetah after they come back to the race. I can tell you this much: if you finish last of those running, you would have to really do a good effort at this point, since the last placed car are 484 laps behind the leader at the minute.
Ooh.
Coming back after that disconnect. But what are your thoughts on the remainder of the race for your team?
The remainder? Well, I'm not going back in the car again for this race. So yeah, it's all up to Renee and Damien, and I think the car's in good hands. They will bring it home.
They most certainly will. So you're off to some well-deserved rest now, I assume.
Yeah, I had like a 4-hour night or something. I went to bed at 11 and got a wake-up call from Damien at 3. So yeah, it was interesting. So I'm definitely looking forward for some sleep. Yeah.
Will you be staying awake for the last 3 hours of the race, or have you set an alarm to go up and congratulate your teammates when the race is over?
Yeah, I'm gonna set an alarm to just join them in the chat for the last like hour or so, maybe half an hour.
That seems like a good plan. We won't keep you up for much longer. You can go have a rest if you want to, or you can stay here talking us a little bit through the race in the small shed with 4 people at the minute, including Chris, of course, behind the cameras.
Well, the thing is, I'm sure you've been asking people a lot of questions, but how is your race doing?
I don't know. I actually haven't talked to my teammates since just before midnight, but it seems to be going okay. I guess P16 one behind the target positions before the race, so I don't think that we can complain much about anything at the moment.
Yeah, you guys had a little bit of turbulent start of the race, but yeah, we didn't see a lot of mistakes from you guys.
Not since the first couple of hours at least, but it's going well. In the commentary booth, it's also going well, as we've been joined by Dave Hitchels, who we don't get to speak that much to in these days.
No, unfortunately, I'm very busy with Simsport Solutions, and doing work with a lot of communities and big companies around the UK and actually the world. We've got just so you're aware, we've got four people working in the business. One in South Africa is very heavily into not just motorsport, esports, but doing all sorts of stuff. We've been doing some activations with sim rigs for Lamborghini in the UK, so that's been fun as well. So unfortunately, it takes me away from racing, which is really unfortunate, because it is something that obviously enjoy and have a lot of time for. And just coming back into the commentary box just to support, obviously the community that we hold so dear, and obviously for a great a great charity, and obviously the great work that they do there, and obviously supporting for the memory of Gareth Longdon, who sadly lost his life earlier this year, who obviously did a lot of work for raising money for the Christie, who do some great work for cancer treatment. So it's my pleasure to come back into the commentary box for a couple of hours just to support you guys.
Yeah, we were always happy to have you here. Here, Dave, having been away for so long, anything that you have noticed that have changed here in our small friendly community in the time that you have been gone?
Well, obviously I keep a little bit of an eye on what goes on, but it's I think it goes onwards and upwards, and that was the main point of joining the two communities together. Well, I think it was probably nearly 2 or 3 years ago now. To really bring those onto strength, from strength to strength, and I'm so glad that the endurance races, especially the 24-hour, we continue to raise a lot of money for some excellent charities, and over the years I think we're probably pushing well over 30,000 euros. So it's great to be able to give something back to the people that need it, really, in terms of the charity work that gets done around Europe. Obviously, if there's any ideas, I guess, for any charities for next year, then I'm sure the admin team will be welcome to those ideas. And if somebody's got a charity that holds something special to them, then they'll be welcome to hear those ideas.
Yeah, you can just continue talking if you want to. I'm just having to message some stewarding stuff around.
Yeah, no problem. We're with Car 18, the Astro Racing team, Domenico Bilotti. Looks like at the moment he's actually in a race here with Schultz, which obviously at 20 hours and 20 minutes is not normally the case in endurance racing. You can get quite a big field spread, so it's good to see some racing. And just coming down the mine shaft there, it's actually really tight corner if you get your line wrong, and you can actually run out onto the grass there on the right hand side. But clearly, that's not happened this time. He's just taken 3/10 out of Schultz there on the run down from mine shaft. So that was a little bit of drafting, a little bit of aero advantage there, and actually this Schultz's car just disappeared. Oh, it's just gone into the pits, so that's why it's disappeared. So clearly on the end of his stint. So we'll have a quick look at Bilotti and see where they are on their stint currently, and they are within 28 laps. So they won't be far behind from. 38 laps. They won't be far from pitting themselves. So this actually could be a good battle out of the pit. So I expect them probably to come in with within the next couple of laps. Their previous stint was 39 laps, so I think we're looking at definitely a pit stop, and we'll maybe catch the others on the way back round the track, Chris. I think just to see where they exit the pits. Hopefully. It's a standard pit stop, but pitting in this game, as you've already heard, is actually can be quite tricky. You've got to hit that pit limiter button and be in first gear effectively when you cross that line. Otherwise, you can pick up a stop go 30, which is very, very painful. As we can see, Michael Schultz now coming out of the pits, so I fully expect the 18 car Bilotti to enter the pits on this lap. Which we'll be just waiting for him to come round, probably onto the start-finish straight very soon. Schultz actually just waiting for the timing tower there to reset and see where he is in position with. So Kraus is only 4 seconds behind. So as you can see, he's just coming around the corner there, and Barth at the moment looks like he's further ahead. Here we go. Schultz is driving on his own. Oh, so Schultz is actually driving on his own for 24 hours, as I'm told. Blimey. I hope he's got a very good set of walking sticks for when he gets out of his rig. I think most people can probably do about three hours maximum before they start having cramps in their knees. But that's a monumental effort, especially for being in P20 at the moment. So as we see here, Bilotti is just come round and actually he's done another lap by looks of things, so he's not pitted yet, so clearly doing better on his tyres and maybe fuel than previously, so we'll be coming up to almost the stint timer, so it's been an hour and 10 minutes so far on the stint timer, so we'll see this on track off track battle, as it were, in terms of strategy to play out in the next few minutes, I'm sure. And actually, we just got Baz Van Mellis just joined us in the commentary booth. Baz, good morning.
Hey Dave,
how's your race going? Oh yeah, very good, thanks.
Well, our race has been eventful up until now, but we've managed to become P15 right now. So we've did quite a recovery drive overnight.
Excellent. So, what was the events? Was it tiredness, stop goes, those normal things that you expect for 24 hours, or did you can't have contact with people?
We wish we would have had tiredness and simple things. No, it started out with a crash in Cheetah, and then afterwards a disconnect, and then a fierce battle with Wesley on track. And overnight we also had some incidents, but hey, that's what happens during a 24-hour. Like I said earlier on stream, we've completed the 24-hour bingo card for this season. So next race we can compete for a top 10 position again.
Excellent. Yeah, Oliver was saying earlier that I don't think he's seen a car that's not had a drive-through or some kind of penalty throughout the race, which obviously is quite often the case. Obviously, we've run mixed grids in the past as well with GT4s and GT3s, which always tends to bring about even more incidents because the GT3s are so much better in the corners and much faster in the most part on the straights as well, but they tend to bully the little cars out of the way, which tends to cause quite a few incidents and penalties. As always, the stewards are doing an excellent job in keeping you guys honest on track. I've seen a few incidents noted over the night, so as always, it starts to quieten down throughout the race, doesn't it? But where we start getting closer battles towards the end, as the strategies sort of come together, then hopefully we get a bit more of an exciting race towards the back end of the race.
Yeah, no, I can't agree more, and the stewards team have been doing an absolute stellar job till now. Obviously, it's always difficult because drivers can be a bit emotional after incidents and being penalized. But they're a great group of volunteers that work very hard for us pretending to be racing drivers for 24 hours, and in their spare times they look at our incidents and like you say, try and keep us fair. So I couldn't agree more there. It's a great group of people, and we're very thankful that Oliver, Rene and Yannick as head stewards, and then the stewarding team. I can't name them all, but Oliver probably can. But they've been doing a great job, and it's amazing that they volunteer for this kind of stuff. It makes us possible to race like this, because without those volunteers, you couldn't organize a 24-hour like this. Yeah,
actually, it's quite interesting you say about you pretending to be racing drivers. The FIA have actually launched an esports survey into seeing how really to sort of shape the esports piece across the globe. So they're really starting to take it seriously in terms of the actual real world stuff versus esports. And as we know, esports is growing massively, especially since pandemic, with a lot of real world drivers having to take to esports to get their racing fix. But it can be an expensive hobby, but you can get into it very cheaply as well. And it's there's certainly some very, very quick drivers out there on some very modest equipment, and you don't have to be rich to be able to take part in esports racing. But as we've always said in the community, it's all about close, clean racing, and if you can do that, then everybody's welcome.
Definitely, and I've been overtaken by many people on a simple Logitech wheel, and as some of you know, I've got quite a decent rig standing at home. But like you say, it doesn't give you any speed. It obviously helps you a bit with being more consistent. But there are many drivers out there on simple material doing absolutely amazing times, where you just are blown away by their speed, and those are the real talents. I was saying pretending to be racing driver. That's obviously a bit of a joke there, but it's like you say, it's the cars are virtual, but the drivers are still real, and the fights are real on track, and the real world emotions are also there. So I think I do agree that and it's good to see that the FIA is taking it more seriously, because I do think there's a lot of potential in there. Also looking at obviously regular racing, and I'm going to be very unpopular by saying this, but regular racing also doesn't really contribute to the environment. So that will also become more of an issue towards of the coming years. So yeah, esports is a really nice way to get into motorsport, and to try and compete with people at the same level.
Yeah, and as we see, Belutti is actually finally coming to the pits almost at 1 hour 15 minutes, so right at the end of his stint. As we see Schultz now coming down the pit straight. He's been stuck behind looks like the Porsche there, and Belotti's just made it out of the pits there, so he's actually jumped that pace, I think that is. So through that period, so Schultz there being stuck behind the Porsche there through that last couple of laps has actually really hurt them. It's actually is it a Bentley?
Yeah, the lone Bentley in the race.
A lone Bentley. So apologies there. The picture wasn't very. It's a really big helicopter view there. So, but yeah, obviously that being stuck behind that car has not really helped Schultz there, is it? Through that period. But they are racing, so it is a fair on-track battle. So no moving out of the way. But the Bentley runs quite wide there, and he actually manages to keep it on the track. The Porsche is really hustling the Bentley there, isn't it?
It sure is. But speaking of hustling, we are actually joined now by one of our current race leaders in the commentary booth, Justin Dijon. We have heard from you earlier in the race as well. You must have had an incredible nighttime time stint from your team. Can you tell us a little bit about what has been going on with you guys over the night, seeing you up in P1 now?
Yeah, I was in the night until 5 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock. We had quite a rough time when the track got greasy. I don't know actually what happened, but before the corner of that, normally I don't brake there a little bit, just only lift, but just to be safe, I think, okay, let's brake a little bit right now and warm up the tires a little bit, and my rear end passed me. I hit the curb. I was on the track and someone else hit me again. So I had about 1 minute of damage. I already unlapped myself to the leader, so I was already a lap behind again. So I had a stint after that again, so I repaired and just drive, and we were in P6 at that moment, and I drove from P6 to P3. My teammate got the car and fighting for P2, and I guess the current race leader at that moment had a game crash. I believe it was car 91. I don't know. I'm not sure.
That's what happened. We have been wondering a little bit why we find them so far down the order. None of us have really known what's been going on with those guys.
Yeah, we already unlapped ourselves again. So we were P2 on 50 seconds behind of P1, something like that, and I was at that moment I was lapping 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap quicker than them, so we were closing the gap quite quick, but after all they crashed out, I believe. So that was unfortunate, but yeah, we could manage the lead, and
but that's the thing about endurance racing. Even though that's very unfortunate for them, it's fortunate for you guys that you inherited the lead by that, and just being in a position where you can take advantage of other people's misfortune. That's an achievement in itself, I would say.
Yeah, in real life, people have tech problems with the motor or the engine or something like that, and in the sim you can have a game crash or something like that. So yeah.
So everything can literally happen in a race like this, and everything can still happen at this point with 3.5 hours roughly yet to go. Are you? Do you reckon that it'll be smooth sailing from you guys to the end of the race? As we can see that you only have a 5.7 second lead at the minute over the 13 car.
Yeah, the guy in the car now is not the fastest of the team. He's consistent, but not the fastest. And I think they have the fast guys in car 13 again. So they are, closing in quite quick. So yeah, let's see if we can keep it up and fight for the P1.
We surely wish you the best of luck for the remainder of the race. Are you planning on taking over the car again, or are you done with your driving for the day?
No, I will take over the car, but it will be later this day. I'm just awake now. I'm still a little bit. How do you say that?
Tired?
Yeah, I'm not completely awake at this moment, if you know what I mean. But it will be all right. In an hour, something like that.
Hopefully.
We've got 3 hours 23 minutes to go, Justin. How many stops do you think you're going to make now? Is it another 2 to the end of the race, or are you going to have to make a final splash and dash?
Let me think. Yeah, I think it's 2, maybe a splash and dash. I'm not really sure. Maybe splash and dash, but we have to stop 2 times again after this. After the second stint, I think we will pit now in about 5 to 10 minutes, something in that range. They will pit. So I'm not calculated where we end up at the moment.
Okay, I think we're seeing just certainly on the stint timers. Obviously, you're about 5 minutes ahead of, behind P, the second stop, second people. Sorry. So they've done 40. Actually, you are ahead of them. They've done 1 hour 11, 41 laps, and you're at 1 hour 10. So clearly, if it's tight for you on, potentially doing a splash and dash, I suggest the P2 will be the same as well. So it'll be interesting towards the back end of the race.
I think they will be. They are on the exact same strategy at the moment. So yeah, it will be exciting. Let's see if we can get the fight on the last few hours to keep, or maybe we will lose it. I don't know. They are fast in car 13, so let's see what we can do.
Good luck. I think we're seeing just as actually just held the 5 second gap there for this lap. So clearly got some pace in him still. Has anybody been giving the little hurry up just to say that you need to push towards the back end of the stint?
Sorry? What did you say?
Has anybody been given just the hurry up towards the back end of the stint, because he's just held P2 at 5.5 seconds. So obviously I think they've picked up about 20 seconds through the stint, but he's managed to hold them for 5 seconds for the last couple of laps. So he's doing okay.
Yeah, he's doing okay. It's going really well. Keep it consistent and out of trouble is the most important thing.
Well, we wish you luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully get some coffee in you, some nice strong coffee. I'm sure you'll be wide awake, ready for your stint in an hour or two.
For the final battle. Yeah, we'll be. Thank you very much. Have a good one here in the commentary booth, and probably I will speak to you after the race.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck. Bye bye.
As we see P2 now running into the pits for their stop. So they've stopped just a little bit short of the maximum stint timer, but at 1 hour and 11 minutes. So clearly, just maybe thinking that they might need to get out of the traffic. Obviously, as we've said in the interview, there, it's timing of the pit stops is imperative to get right in endurance racing, because if you have to make another stop, it can lose you 45 seconds, for tyres and fuel. So, you really got to make sure you plan it well. Any incidents that you might have, if you're really losing time behind people, what can you do to actually change the outcome of your race? Because it is imperative that you get your stops correct and maximising your stint lengths as well. Clearly, obviously, we have a maximum length that the cars can go. Generally different size fuel tanks across all the cars, but in reality, the maximum stint timer actually does come into play. So as we see a car off into the gravel there. It's like it's that car. 720 off in the gravel there, so David Russo just keeping it going straight, thankfully, so he doesn't hit the barriers or anything. The car's still looking in decent shape, so must have just lost the back end on going down through Mineshaft and into Crocodile. So yes, clearly back onto the road. Still running P30, 21 laps behind, which sounds a lot, but in reality it's only 1 lap an hour. So it's still good going, because we've got a very broad range of abilities in the community, but everybody has a lot of fun. Endurance racing, Baz, is brings people together. You might find that you race with people day in, day out against these people, but when you become a team, actually it really helps you get through those long nighttime hours, especially.
Yeah, definitely. If you look at with the Moto 11 team, we've now got quite a few drivers, but we also now meet up in real life and have a drink together, and yeah, that's a lot of fun, and you have a lot of support of your drivers. I obviously had to crash in my first stint, and well, nobody was pointing fingers or blaming. They were all motivating me to get back in the car and pick up the glove. And my second stint, yeah, I was flying again. So that really helps when you've got supportive teammates like that.
Yeah, it does, absolutely. I'm just going to so any requests for any cars in the chat, and we can do a little bit of a lap follow as we see Marius Drissig now coming into the pits from what was P2 into P1. So we're going to get the pit stop underway as we see Barton and P3, who obviously stopped from P1, just about to come down the mine shaft, and here he comes down. Normally around 30 seconds stop for the pit stop, so we'll see them moving away shortly. We're probably around that sort of time, coming down the mine shaft around into the last sector of the track, which is very very twisty, very tight, especially when you've got some back markers in your way, which we do have at the moment. So just about to come into the final corner, as we'll probably see the Lamborghini just dropping off the jacks there and moving away. Looks like they got away pretty well, right at the end of the pit lane as well, so they'll be getting a good launch out of there, as we can see, just behind. But we'll wait for the timing tower to reset and see actually how much time was lost or gained in that pit stop. It was 5.3 seconds behind, and that Baz doesn't look like 5.3 seconds. No,
that looked like 3 seconds at the most, if it's not less. Yeah, there you go, 1.6 at the moment. They'll probably have to let the tires come to life a bit, at least I hope they do that, but being an experienced team, they probably will. You see that if you don't push it as much in the first 3-4 laps, that really helps you towards the end of the stint. I don't know how it is in the Lambo, but us driving the Ferrari, we try and keep the first 3-4 laps driving 43s. And then afterwards you can start pushing, and you can do 42s consistently throughout the stint. So it will be exciting to see this battle going on, because hey, we're at 3 hours and 16 minutes left, and P1 and P2 are literally 5 seconds apart now, I think it says, but I don't think the timing tower is correct there.
And the P1's actually not stopped yet, I don't think. So yeah, P1 is on the slightly alternative strategy. So let's we'll just see what their stint is. Currently running at they've actually stopped as well. So P3 stopped. Sorry, P1 I was looking at. P1 42 laps, 1 hour 14 minutes. So they will be due in probably this lap as well. And then we'll see the reset. So as you can see there, obviously, as you said, predicted probably a slightly slower getaway from the pit stops for half in the number 13 car, just extended out to 2.2 seconds from 1.9. But clearly, when you're that close, it doesn't really matter if it's 2.2, 2.7, 1.9. At the end of 21 hours, you really know you're in a fight to the end.
Definitely, and those guys are they really have been pushing throughout the race. We've seen them a lot on track, and the pace that they're driving, I believe that they're doing their fastest lap is a 41.065 for the P3 at the moment. P2, the fastest lap is a 41.317, and P1 41.175. So it shows that their fastest laps are quite close together, and their average pace, looking at the pit wall, it's low 42s, high 41s. So yeah, that shows that they've got real pace going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it's such a tricky thing to balance your stint, and as you say, the Ferrari does benefit from a slightly slower warm up on the tyres. The Lamborghinis have always historically been quite twitchy, especially on the rear end. So you've got to be careful towards the top end of the stint, especially if you've got drivers that are not necessarily as smooth as some. You can really hurt your tyres over your 1 hour and 15 minutes. As we see the timing tower, as we're actually just running with P28 and the car 901. We've got a request there from Sten in the chat, so we're going to run with the Apex Lovers team for a little while. Currently in P28, 12 laps behind, but which is again very good effort after 21 hours. Obviously, we've had a little bit of changeable track conditions, but it's been reasonably good weather most of the race. Baz, nothing to really throw out.
Yeah, no, there were some brief showers, but we managed to stay on slicks for 2 of them. Only at night time we had to change to wets one time. But yeah, the car was quite stable in the light rain. The track was having damp conditions, but yeah, it was very doable on slicks, and we managed to save quite some time there. Well, at the moment, I don't know if Chris can put it on track, and I don't want to steal the thunder of the Johan Hube, but our cars, the 11 and the 111 car, are actually now, I believe, a bit over a second apart, and we've managed to catch up the 111 car with the 111 car of Mode 11 as well.
So we'll join that in a second, as we see the Apex Lovers moving around to the end of their lap, and as we see the Mercedes, they're just diving into the pits. As we see Wesley now in, as we say, P15, only 0.9 of a second now behind Sandoval in the 111 Ferrari. So a battle of the Ferraris in the towards the end of the race here, and I think you are on again similar strategy, Baz, there in terms of the battle.
I think we will probably need one more stop than those guys, because we had the disconnect, but who knows? We'll be able to stay close to them. It would obviously be.
We've got a replay here. Is that the leaders? Oh.
That's yeah.
I think the stewards will be looking at that one.
Definitely. My first reaction would be that move was never on, but yeah. Well, at least he's waiting, so that's a very decent thing to do. I think that's also a thing we see a lot in sim racing, that when you have an incident, that you wait for the team to catch up. And yeah, Wesley's now going into the pit, changing over to Nikolai. And we'll have to do 2 more pit stops after this. I think the last one will be a short stint, but we'll see how that pans out.
So that was Vida in the number 12, who's in P4. So that's potentially is gonna hurt, especially if they picked up quite a bit of damage. It's quite early on then in their stint as well. So. They've not long been out on track. Wow. Hopefully they didn't pick up too much damage there, and they've not had to come back in. But they looking at the actual timing tower, they're still only 2.5 seconds behind P4. So fingers crossed that's not hurt them too much. But we'll see. Maybe that one of them can join us in the commentary booth just to let us know how that's affected the end of their race.
Yeah, and looking at the front of the field, it seems that Sean Baton has done some good laps there, because he extended the lead to a bit over 5 seconds, I think, 6 seconds even, almost 7. So yeah, he's also been driving hard at the front. So it will be a very interesting fight towards the end between the top 3, I think.
Yeah, for sure. As we're joined now on with the SSRI BMW, the lone BMW on the track with the esports team with the community. So they obviously had quite an eventful race, as Oliver mentioned earlier, with some VR issues for Clyde, which having had VR issues with myself, it's a bit disconcerting when all of a sudden you can't see anything, or your actual headset freezes, and you then all of a sudden feel that you're crashing into the wall through your steering wheel. So it's great to see that they came back on, because it's obviously, and actually to get back into P7 is it's a monumental effort, and I'm sure they would have been probably expecting to be up in the top 2, especially if they hadn't had those issues.
Yeah, they're a very strong team, but somehow the past few races they've been struck by the sim racing gods in cases of disconnects and unlucky incidents. So they've not luck hasn't been on their side lately. But Sam, Clade, and Dave they're a stellar team, and they all got really good pace. So. Like you say, they should have been running a top 5 at least if they wouldn't have those incidents.
What I do notice, actually, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but they don't tend to qualify that well, and it means that they end up getting either a very, very good start, and I don't know how he does it, but Sem's starts are amazing generally. If they could just sort of get a little bit higher up the grid on in their qualifying positions, they could easily run away with these races, couldn't they?
Yeah, definitely, and I do think that the BMW isn't the greatest car on this track, but what the pace that they're managing to extract is really good. If you look at Sam's times now, where he's doing low 42s, with his fastest lap being a 41.460, which is really that's top 5 pace if you look at the times overall. Like I said, they're really strong, and I agree that if they would have probably have a little bit more luck in qualifying, just a tad bit more pace, they would probably stay out of trouble. But obviously disconnects, that you can qualify as high up as you can, but a disconnect never helps.
No, absolutely, yes, and as we've said multiple times, technical issues, as you get in real world, are very much a thing in sim racing as well. The driver is one thing, and you get all the same experiences. Clearly we don't generally do as much fitness as probably the real world drivers, but that we still get as tired, and we don't have to worry about the G-forces on our bodies and our arms, and actually muscling cars around these tracks, actually, especially when you've got the high-end equipment, is actually as physical generally as racing a real world car. As you see, just dipping his rear tyre on the gravel there, that's not necessarily the corner that you want to be putting too many tyres on the grass, because that will drag you into that barrier on the left hand side there, Baz.
I know from experience in my first stint, that's exactly where my crash was, and I overcooked it a bit, and I went straight into the wall, and I believe I picked up over a minute of damage, a minute 20 or something like that. So yeah, I was very unlucky there, because you tend to drive a bit on limit, and you can actually have wheels in the grass, but it also gives you a pressure drop, and that also doesn't help towards the end of your stint with your tire pressures and tire temperatures. That's something that not a lot of people know. They obviously look at sim racing as a game, but there's so much involved. It's strategy, it's the setup of the car, it's getting the tire pressures right, getting strategy right. It's like you say, it's the same as real world racing, but then with virtual cars.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think if you're going to hit any wall and get a minute and 20's damage, that is the wall you need to hit, because you're literally 2 seconds away from the pit stop. Well done for hitting that wall, Baz. I don't know.
I got I got a 10 out of 10 from Chris for pit entry, because it was such a beautiful pit entry. He never saw that before.
Only a 9, he says. You must do better. I've actually seen a car get disqualified by hitting the wall and basically going backwards into the pit lane.
Yeah, Laguna Seca that was, I believe.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, and not much that can be done, because obviously that's a requirement for the sim that you actually enter the pit lane in the correct direction. But it's it's very unfortunate that you actually have an incident and get disqualified, but through really no fault of your own, just by spinning into the pit lane. But keep those brakes on generally, is the name of the game if you're spinning. As we're seeing now, P6 car 88, the Royal Simsport Endurance Pro Team with Alex Amez. Again, in generally a good field of different cars actually, but we generally see quite a lot of Mercedes, because they you see from the Esports Pro and the SRO series that the Mercedes performs very well generally on most tracks, so it's pretty strong. I think we've seen Williams Esports performing exceptionally well in that car with Dara and others. So we're seeing now only 3.5 seconds behind P5. So as we've said, towards the back end of the 21 hours, we're now starting to see quite a lot of closing up of the top teams certainly in the top 10, with only 3 hours and 3 minutes to go, coming up to the end of the 21st hour, and we've got Jonas Hakala in the waiting room. So Jonas, welcome to the commentary box. How's your race going so far? Obviously 3 hours to go. Are you due back in the car? And how's the pit stops looking in terms of how many you got left?
Looking all right. I'm not sure actually how they're gonna line up in the end. It might be that we're forced to do a splash and dash at the end, but looking at the other drivers, we have about with our current rhythm, we are able to do 2 laps longer than P1 and 2 currently. So we're sort of on the same pit strategy as they are currently.
That's good, and you're not too far behind, so there's certainly still all to play for, isn't there, towards the back end of the race, as we see Fabio just moving to the inside of a back marker there.
Yeah, we have about half a lap to the leader, I would say, roughly. It's been pretty much there most of the morning, I have to say. Well, I went to bed last night. We were not on the lead lap, but I woke up and came back this morning here. We were on the lead lap again, and not too far from the leader. So, we're gonna shoot our shot and try and still take the win if there is any possibility of it.
Yeah, sure. So you got the full night's sleep then, or was it, how many hours did you get?
I got about 5 hours. Plenty.
Oh, so yeah, definitely fresh, and you're back in the car before the end of the race?
Yeah. I mean, I literally woke up about 15 minutes before I had to go into the car again, so the first few laps felt a bit shaky, but I found the rhythm pretty quickly again. And pace felt good, most of it, I have to say.
That's good. Yeah, it's not easy, especially waking up and then jumping in the car. I think we had a race a couple of years ago, and I jumped in. Literally, I had to jump in because the other person didn't get out of bed, and I literally had woken up 2 minutes before. So, and that was like, it's not a nice feeling, just to sort of go in. It takes, as you say, 5 to 10 laps even just to wake up and actually to get your rhythm. But obviously, P3 over the 21 hours is good going as always, and in terms of your pace, 141.1 there, as we can see, your fastest lap so far. So you got some pace in the Ferrari. Obviously Ferrari following up in P4, but you've got a good amount of coverage between there, and actually it's good to see different cars actually in the top 3 as well.
Yeah, I think just before I stopped and handed over the car to Fabio, I think we lapped P4. By a lap, so we have that going for us. So for the time being, we seem pretty safe to behind. We're pretty much only concerned with how and if we're going to catch the people ahead before the time runs out. But yeah, we're doing our best in that regard. But yeah, considering the start we had, in the first few corners, we got pushed on the grass. We lost a lot of places, fell down to P18, and yeah, by this time we're back in P3. Well, one position better than I qualified actually, so it's good.
Baz was actually saying, obviously, their team are driving the Ferrari also. That it's better to sort of bring the tyres in slowly, as we see quite a lot in the Formula One. Do you find that with your setup as well? Because obviously it can be quite set up depending on how you bring the tyres in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first few laps, it pays off to not push the corners too much. Obviously, it's another thing than if you have the patience for it, because I'm pretty sure in the first stint I did ruin my tires pretty quickly, so I wasn't doing optimal pace for most of it. The second one felt way more consistent in that regard.
And obviously you're driving the Ferrari, the new Ferrari 296. So how is that compared to the old Evos and the previous cars? Because I've actually had a chance to experience the new Ferrari, because I've been on my rig for probably nearly 12 months now. So how's it compare?
Well, I have to say, well, first of all, 488, I mained that car all the way until the 296 came about. Yeah, 488, I feel like when the update came where the 296 was introduced, I lost touch with the 488 completely, since well, all the setups and such changed, the physics changed, and I didn't know how to set up the car properly, and it felt very difficult to get the 488 to drive as you wanted it anymore after that. But all in all, I feel like the 296 is better in the fast corners and slow corners. It does accelerate slightly worse, and its top speed is slightly worse, so that's the main difference between the two cars, I believe.
How just to let the viewers know, how do you go about deciding on the setup of a car for a race? Because obviously you've got 3 or 4 different drivers that are competing in the car, with all different styles. How do you go about agreeing firstly of what's the best setup, and also do you have lots of battles internally in terms of
I mean, within the team we mainly have people maining different cars, and I believe the biggest say goes to the people who main the car that we're gonna drive, or who have the most experience. For me, for example, I've driven the 296 way most of within our team. So I think I had the most influence on the setup that we have currently. Ben also is also providing very good insights to the setup as we're making it along, and then we're testing stuff, if it works or if it doesn't. And yeah, our main philosophy really is to try and get a setup where it's not too snappy of a car. I myself tend to like it where to have minimal downforce. The rear can be a bit loose, it's no problem for me, but minimal downforce to get that top speed back that the car loses naturally, and such. But yeah, main thing is to try and get a car where the front end and the rear end is in balance, and usually everyone pretty much agrees when it's there. So yeah, mostly we agree on the setup in the end.
I guess as we've seen from the Porsche GT3, it's always really good in the corners, out of the corners, but it lacks top end speed, which actually makes it quite difficult to race when you're close to people. But obviously endurance racing, generally you're not racing that closely. Obviously we see some close battles towards the end of the 24 hours, but generally it's all about race time and how far you can get. So it's, as you say, it's much more important to have a good balance and make sure you can maximise those average lap times.
Yeah, exactly. And as we saw, well, as we've seen through all the races, well, at least for us, overtaking is not it's not the most straightforward thing. When we get close, it's almost impossible to do it on the main straight, because most cars, especially the Aston Martins, just drive away from us even though we are in the slipstream. So we really have to just find a way to get a corner exit better in sector 2 somewhere, maybe make a move into turn 6, I believe it is, or on top of the hill. Bottom of the hill also possible if we get the exit good. But yeah, the main straight, the start-finish straight, I don't think we've done a single overtake there for position this entire race.
Yeah,
So
couldn't agree more
because
with you there, Jonas. Oh, sorry about that, Dave.
You carry on.
Yeah, well, I couldn't agree more with you, Jonas. On the main straight, trying to overtake an Aston is like next to impossible. The Aston is really fast on the straights. Same goes for the Audi. Yeah, the Ferrari really lacks the top end speed. But like you say, in the second sector, it's really strong, and you can definitely do some nice overtakes on top of the hill. So yeah, it's a strong car overall, I think, and then obviously it has a good fuel usage. So for endurance, it's a car that's definitely up there with the better cars in the game at the moment, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the fuel usage is very good, and with the 75-minute stints, we don't even have to do max fuel tank for this race. But I also noticed that other cars are able to run out their stint timer. I think there were some races where some cars were limited by their fuel tanks.
Yeah, especially the AMG and I believe the Audi as well was also a bit limited on fuel.
Yeah, this one definitely, I at least from what I noticed, most people are able to finish their entire stints. But yeah, as a consequence as well, we are able to run less fuel. By about 10 liters, I believe, we can run less. So yeah, it works out. And yeah, as you said, car is very strong in sector 2. Fast corners, slow corners. I feel like the car is very good and balanced. It's just the straights. There aren't many gains there.
No, the straights are definitely a nightmare with the Ferrari on the main straight at least. Like you say, downhill you can well, that's not really straight, but the kink you can take it flat out, and that's where the Ferrari really excels over the other cars.
Yeah, indeed.
So what you got left in the race then? So what are you looking forward to? Obviously got another stint probably coming up.
Yeah, I will have one more stint today. Yeah, looking at the stint timers, I strongly suspect there will be a splash and dash at the end of the race, at least for the top 3. I don't know what rhythm the rest are on, but for the top 3 at least. For now, it's gonna be Fabio in the car, then we're gonna get Robin, and then I will be doing probably the final stint and a splash and dash at the end as well. So we'll see where it gets us. Hopefully somewhere good.
Yeah, fingers crossed you can keep the tires alive, Jonas, because that will be a challenge with the wear that we're seeing on our car. But hopefully you'll be able to make it till the end with the splash and dash, and yeah, hopefully battle for another 24-hour win, because I believe you're experienced winners with the SSRI 24 hours.
We have not won the 24 hours yet, I believe.
Oh, not the 24 hours. Okay,
no,
sorry
no.
about that.
But yeah, this season I think we got 2 wins. We got Monza and we got Spa, was it? I think it was Spa. Yeah, it was Spa. So yeah, we're trying to get the 3rd one in, and looking at it, it's definitely possible. But you know, anything can happen. We can lose time. The leaders can lose time. It's all down to consistency and avoiding mistakes.
Yeah, you're currently P1 in the championship overall. I'm looking at Team Rocket Kazoo, who's P2. They've been very unlucky. I believe they're running towards the end of the field. And Team Racing Point, are they running, Chris? Okay, so they're not competing this race. So yeah, we'll see how that goes, and hopefully you'll be able to hold on to the championship lead, and fingers crossed that you can go for the win.
Yeah. Regarding the championship, we have calculated that if we finish 5, well, if we gain 5 points on the team in P2, we should be clutching the championship this race if that happens. So as it is now, it looks pretty good. But yeah, we're gonna wait until the end, obviously.
Indeed, there's still 2 hours and a bit under 50 minutes left. So hopefully you can turn up a nice show at the front with a nice 3-car battle for the finish.
Yep, we're gonna do our best to achieve it. Yeah.
Wow, so there we go, currently running at £4,957, 64 pence, 99.2% of our £5,000 target. So anybody that hasn't managed to donate, you can see the QR code on the left hand side. So please, any amount that you can afford, just to get us past that £5,000. It's an absolutely monumental effort as always, and the support that we get from all of the people on the stream, all of the team members, all of their families, all of the people that they work with, to raise money for these excellent charities, as I said earlier, that really do deserving work. And we've seen some awesome images of things where we've donated to a place called Baz, remind me, is it Racing for Holland?
Racing Against Cancer. Yeah.
Racing Against Cancer. So where they take kids to a racetrack and do a day with cars, and the firefighters turn up, and it's really good. And just to give them basically a little bit of a forgetting of the situation they're in, and obviously the work that we see that the Christie do. We saw a video about an hour or so ago in terms of the work that they do. Is really important in the fight for cancer. So one in two of us will get affected in some way with the disease, and the more we can do to help these charities, in terms of their research and their looking after of people, will only help everybody in the future in battling this really bad disease. As we can see some of the donations across the bottom there, €25. You're gonna have to help me out with the pronunciations on some of these Baz, but
People from Duisburg, I think you're looking for. No, it's and I've got some inside information as well for you, Dave. We've obviously been doing the charity auction, and at the moment the charity auctions finished last night at 23:59. And we are awaiting the payment for the SimiCube SCC2 Pro wheelbase, which has been kindly donated by our friends at SimiCube. And with that €1,000 being donated, we're going to smash that £5,000 target, which is obviously absolutely amazing. With we're obviously doing this in honor of Garrett P. Longden, a colleague of Chris Hill, who recently passed away and lost his race against cancer. Obviously, like you say, everybody gets affected by this horrible disease, with it being people surrounding them or with them personally being affected. I've been lucky enough to survive the disease, and that's why we've been organizing these events over the past few years. Not why me as the personal reason, but why we've been trying to raise as much money for cancer. How do you say this? Investigation is the wrong English word, but you know what I'm searching for. Where they try and find a cure for the disease. Obviously, the survival rate is getting a lot better, and like you say, with the young children, what we've seen with Against Cancer charity, they do amazing things, and the Christie is also an amazing charity. And if you've got a few euros or pounds left to spare, please do use the QR code in the bottom left corner to donate.
Yeah, it's awesome to see that we have the charity auction always brings about some excellent prizes for people to bid on, and the SimiCube wheelbase, and is it a wheel as well, Baz? I think so. it's great for them to donate that as well for a worthy charity. But €1,000, £1,000 as well is great going, guys and girls as well, for the for bidding. It's open for generally sort of around 3 or 4 weeks, the bidding, in terms of the charity auction. But some excellent prizes on there. I've seen some excellent stuff, and the P1 nearly goes into the water.
Yeah,
that was close.
That was.
Welcome, Chris, into the chat, and obviously condolences for losing your brother. Not too long ago, but it's our pleasure to work on raising money for this excellent charity that obviously did such great work with your brother, but also your brother spent a long time earning money in his own charity work. I think the Manchester to Blackpool bike ride was something that he enjoyed doing. It's our pleasure to try and help that, and we've just seen another donation, so we're now up to £4,982. So anonymous donation there of £25. Thank you very much. Do please leave your name if you can, if you wish to, and we can give you a shout out for those donations. But only £17 away from reaching our target on screen.
Yeah, and Chris also commented earlier today in the YouTube chat, or was it yesterday? I'm losing a bit track of the time here. But he commented that his brother, being an avid motorsport fan, would probably be glued to the screen, start to finish, for this 24 hours. So it's a great honor that we can do this in honor of Garrett P. Longden, and we really hope to smash that £5,000 target. But by the looks of it, we'll do that, and we hope to do him proud.
Yes, just back to the racing then. So as we saw, John Beaton nearly causing their team to actually have a bit of an issue, but he managed to rescue his little off into the gravel and not hitting the barrier into the last corner there. So good rescue, and just now taking probably a couple of laps just to sort the tyres out, because you get out onto that gravel and it does affect your tyre pressures and actually the amount of grip that you do have.
Yeah, definitely, and it can really compromise it. And he did, I don't know if you noticed, but we should call that the Bas van Mede special from now on, that if you lose it in the last corner.
Absolutely, and we've just received a further donation, I think, of £25, which takes us above our target. So again, thank you to everybody who has donated. SRH number 12 there, so the car running in P5, from those guys. Obviously, donations are very welcome, and please don't stop now because we've run our target. But thank you, as I said earlier, for getting us above that £5,000 target. That will go a long way to helping the research, the recuperation, the important work that they do at the Christie charity to help beat the disease that is cancer. So thank you again from all of our hearts and from everybody that's been involved in running the event. It takes a lot of work behind the scenes, just to get things like prizes donated, running of the servers. Chris has done an amazing job running the broadcast again for 18 hours. I think it will be, Chris, after you have a break at night, just to get some sleep. But it's no tall order just to run the stream as it is. So thank you and well done to everybody. Hats off to everybody. Let's make it 6,000. I think we've got a couple of hours left. 2 hours 40 minutes, and I'm sure we can make it 6,000 on screen. And then that'll be well over 7 once we've got our donation in for the auction, Baz.
Indeed, and it's amazing to see people taking their time to donate money. And just to point this out, don't forget all the commentators that have now that have, like yourselves, who are volunteering to commentate this race and to make it a nice event on YouTube. So thanks for that, Dave, and the other team. I believe Sam is also coming in. We've had Oliver online. We've had quite a few people joining the chat. So it's been a really nice event to watch. I don't know if my mom is watching at this current time and moment, but she usually is an avid viewer, and she always claims that it's for me. But I really think it's for Chris for the amazing camera work that he does throughout the race.
It was hats off to everybody involved, as you say, and it's always a pleasure to come in and just do just to spend a little bit of time. It doesn't cost us anything. Just to spend a little bit of time and talk about the racing. It is a passion for everybody that's involved, and actually, GT3 racing. Whilst everybody's talks about F1 quite a lot, GT3 racing, especially when you watch it in real life and on the esports, is really, really good. And the cars are so closely matched. Whilst sometimes it's difficult to get manoeuvres done, you do see some excellent racing, and seeing people running so closely, which obviously they can't do so much in the Formula One, is a sight to behold. And actually, what we're seeing, towards the back end of this race, Baz, is we're seeing the battles actually coming in a lot closer. Obviously, P1, P2, now stretched out to 15 seconds. But I fully expect the next stints to probably reverse that, because as you know, you don't always have the fastest driver in the car at the same time.
No, John is really killing it at the moment. The times that he's driving, he's doing 42 lows on average. It's amazing, especially with the temperatures rising at the moment. We've obviously been at, I believe, around 20 degrees during the night time. Now the temperatures with the sun coming through are going to rise to, I think, between 25 and 26 degrees ambient, with the track probably reaching over 30 again. That's when you always, that's where you always also see that that the times will start dropping, going up again a bit. But John has been absolutely killing it this stint, and he's been driving amazing pace. So it's nice to see that that he's managed to extend his lead. And yeah, like you say, let's see how it pans out in the next few hours.
So have you seen that a lot of variation in your tyre pressures for your setups? I think when we did the Spa, we had around 12 different setups with different tyre pressures. Is that still the case? Are you still seeing that variation?
Yeah. Definitely. I'm just looking at the stint schedule now, and if you take the front left tire as an example, the lowest we've been is 25.3, and the highest we've been is 26.9, but that was a wet tire. Let me see. The highest we've been on a dry tire is 26.6. So, 26.8. So that's a variation of 1.4 psi, which is quite a bit. But that's due to the nighttime stints and the temperature dropping quite hefty.
And how many different wet setups did you have? In terms of your tire pressures, were they all included in the same sets?
We had one actual wet tire that we could use with light and medium rain. So a wet setup, well, not a wet setup, but a wet strategy. And then we had a strategy with the dry tires being used while raining. And like I said, up until a damp track, you could handle the Ferrari quite okay on slicks on a wet track.
And as always, you obviously the team post effectively a weather forecast before the race, so obviously you get an idea of what the settings are going to be, and the practice sessions are pretty much married to those settings. So I guess it wasn't showing that it was going to be particularly wet during the race, so you went for a generally dry setup.
Yeah, we went for a generally dry setup. If we would get heavy rain, we would probably struggle, because the front end would be too low, I think, for some parts of the track. But in this case, the weatherman Chris Vickers, he did an amazing job on simulating the actual weather at the moment, because that's what we're trying to do here. We've looked up the actual November weather in Kyalami, South Africa, and had a look at the average temperatures during the day. They also have quite some brief showers there during this time of year. And I think that we managed to to simulate the weather quite accurately. So and it's also nice with a long race like this that you have some variation in the weather. If it would be 26 degrees start to finish, no variation whatsoever, then it would become more of a hot lapping competition. It's dealing with the different kind of weather, which makes it exciting.
So next round though is off to Watkins Glen, so I suspect that's going to be a pretty cold race.
Yeah, indeed, it will be very cold because this time of year at Watkins it's I believe well, we can't simulate sub-zero temperatures, but I believe that's what it does, and but we'll see how we carry on with that. And we're obviously also everybody's obviously waiting for the Nordschleife to be added to Assetto Corsa, but unfortunately we'll have to wait until early next year, like we've seen several streamers share online. I believe streamer Misha Sharuden has had the honor of driving at the Kunos headquarters, and yeah, we're all very excited for that. But imagine that outlap, Dave, on the Nordschleife, and then bidding it in the outlap. That will be quite a track back to the pit. Because an average GT3 car, I think, on the Nordschleife does an 8 minutes something time if you're a fast driver.
Yeah, I think we in a very long time ago, the old Simsport racing community did a 2.5-hour Nordschleife race on AC, Assetto Corsa, and there was some specialists, shall we say, in the community that drove that track for a long time, and I know Steve Proudley and Chris Pinchbeck, some of the old admins, and they did a charity 12-hour, I want to say, where they basically did it on their own. So they were racing themselves, and yeah, that took a lot of practice, because whilst I've driven Nordschleife quite often in things like Forza and things like that, but I'd never really driven it on a sim. And as you say, in practice you might end up binning it within the first sort of half of the lap. But you end up going back to pits because you've got so much damage. You don't get to practice the back end of the lap very often, so it takes a lot of practice to actually get used to that track. And it's a welcome addition, to the actual real world series. And thankfully, they've done a lot of work to get that track ready to go live, in conjunction with that as well. So I'm sure next season we'll have the Nordschleife as an endurance, and I'm sure the team are already discussing whether it should be the 24-hour or not.
That will be an exciting one. Yeah, and obviously with over 150 corners, it's quite easy to get lost on the track and not remember where you exactly are. I just had a quick look on the interweb, and the actual GT3 cars are doing it sub 7 minutes, so that's amazingly quick. Probably, like you say, the specialists on the Nordschleife will be able to do that kind of lap times in the virtual world as well. But speaking for myself, having driven there a few times in real life, I think I never actually managed a lap under the 10 minutes. So that goes to show on how difficult of a circuit it is.
10 minutes, blimey, Baz, you must have been squeaky bum time when going through some of those corners, especially when you see so many people that going off track and having a rather expensive recovery bill.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the biggest advantage of the sim. That if you put it into the barrier, you don't have to pay for the barrier, and when you press escape and reset or return to garage, you'll get a brand spanking new GT3 car standing there for you. And I just had a quick look, and I think that when in the endurance setting, there's over 170 corners even for the 24-hour layout. So that's it's an amazing drive, and it will be very challenging. But in races like this and in the endurance racing, it's obviously also about finishing the race and getting that result in. That's the most exciting part, I think, in what we're doing here. And everybody that finishes this race can be proud of themselves. Not to forget the guy doing it solo, Mr. Schultz. What an absolute legendary status that guy deserves, doing 24 hours solo. Also in a Porsche, which is not the easiest car around here, so hats off to him.
And he could actually be making up a place as well, because it looks like P22 has got a drive-through penalty. He's slightly behind in terms of laps, but he may be get an opportunity to make a pass there if they're close enough. But as we see on screen now, the battle for P5 is hotting up, only 0.3 of a second between the number 12. Pascal Weeder and Amez in P6 in the 88 Mercedes, so a lot of pressure there. And I'm going to have a quick look to see where their stints are looking. We are 24 laps for Alex Amez, and Pascal is 24 laps, so very similar in terms of the in the overall pace in terms of the lap time. So hotting up towards the end of the race here, so it's only 2 hours 29 minutes plus probably a little bit in terms of the last lap, as we see Pascal Weeder just closing in at the top of the mine shaft there. So he's going to get a run down the hill. If he's as generally is the case, the Mercedes does have a pretty decent top end, and the Aston Martin's pretty poor out of the slow stuff. So just lost a little bit maybe there. Just maybe went in a little bit too hot into the hairpin at the top there, Baz.
Yeah, he went a bit wide, and it will be interesting to see how the Mercedes catches up, because the Mercedes is an absolute dream on the curbs as well. So he'll have in sector 2. He'll be able to do the S's and take quite a bit more curb than the Aston does. So it'll be interesting to see how fast he catches up, and if he's able to put Weeder to challenge Weeder for the 5th place.
As we saw there, just coming down the pit straight, just a little bit of gain in the time there, just probably about 200ths of a second, so not too bad. But so obviously the Aston got a pretty good exit there. You just actually saw the different lines there. The Aston just run a little bit wider, but it was clearly got a good front end because it was able to get that car turned in and stay on track. Whereas the Mercedes took a slightly tighter line, did drift out quite a bit, and again just slightly wider there, but running out onto the gravel, into the sort of the runoff strip there, which and actually this corner is really important to get tight onto the curbs, because if you run out, you can actually run out quite wide and get a track cut on the outside there.
Yeah, that's a notorious part of the track for getting track cuts. If you run too wide, you'll get a track cut, and you obviously want to lift. But being in a heated battle like they are now, nobody wants to lift, so they'll just put their foot down and accept the track cut as it comes. But obviously towards the end of the race, you don't want to have a drive-through. Luckily at Kyalami, the drive-through is, I believe, 18 seconds that you have time loss, so it's not a nightmare. But being in the position where they're in, that would mean that he would go from P5 to P7 if he gets one of those drive-throughs. So let's hope he manages to stay clean and put up a good fight.
As you can see there, the Aston just took a slightly better line than the previous lap, but Alex Amez is now 0.6 behind, so just taking a little bit out of him on the last couple of turns there. As you can see, the closing speed under braking is actually quite considerable, but a little twitch there from the Aston, and again the Mercedes of Alex Amez is just getting right onto the apex of the corner, and this is again another tricky corner. Trying to take some curb and running out onto the runoff strip there, and just actually getting a good exit out into sunset, which I think hopefully we saw last night when the sun was low, the sun setting over the trees as in the distance there. As we see now, 0.4 of a second. So Alex Amez has really got the bit between his teeth, Baz.
Well, he's got the hammer down, and look, he's what I was telling you about. If you look at how we can take that inside curb going into the S's, that's such a big advantage with the Mercedes. And he actually didn't have a great run on the second curb, but the Mercedes is definitely capable of that. And there's a slight bit of oversteer there, but yeah, they're both really pushing. So it will be an interesting fight to come.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate, that little snap of oversteer, because he looked like he'd got a great opportunity to be really close down in down the bottom of mine shaft and into the next corner, but he's probably just pulled a little bit back there. Just that little snap just caused a little delay in the throttle, but back on it. So I don't think this battle is going to end for a very long time. Hopefully these are the clearly these two guys are very similarly matched, and hopefully the rest of the team are too as well in terms of when they take over for their next stints. So let's have a little rundown of the timing tower in terms of where we're looking at, and John Baton has now pulled out nearly 22 seconds over P2. So where that gap closed down pretty much in terms of the last stint, they've now managed to pull that back out. So I don't expect that to stay at 22 seconds, but I think that will probably close back down with the variation of the driver skills and in terms of the people in the car throughout the race. And as you've seen obviously from your drivers as well, you've obviously got some pretty quick guys, and you do see some variation in that speed.
Yeah, thanks for confronting me being the slowest in the team, Dave, there, but I appreciate that. But we've got some great drivers with Mode 11, and for this race we tried and make up two strong teams instead of putting all the cards in one basket, because during a 24-hour things can happen, and you can have all the fast drivers in the car, but if you're unlucky with a disconnect or an incident, it doesn't really help you. So we more or less spread our chances for this race, and we've got two very powerful and similar teams. And like you say, for the numbers 1 and 2, over the past laps you've been seeing that Haaf has been giving up roughly a second per lap over Jean Baton's pace. Maybe in the beginning he's pushed a bit too much, trying to catch up the small lead that Jean had then, and he's probably now paying the price, because the issue with the 1.9, since the 1.9 update, is that when you get graining, it really affects your pace quite a bit. Ooh, this is a nice move. It's obviously he's getting closer and closer, and he's really catching up Ames with Wada at the moment.
I think he's probably got to be literally on his bumper into the last corner to actually get a decent enough run down into turn 1, and that also relies on Pascal not taking the inside of that corner, because it can it's so difficult still to actually get past into turn 1, even if you get alongside. But defending is actually is as difficult as passing as well, because you can get switchbacks with these cars, and especially if you get a poor line in. So if I was Alex and Pascal was running the defensive line, I would be almost touching him on the outside and really running him to the last point where he can't actually get back out to the outside of the track. So giving you the opportunity to swing right and then swing back left into turn 1 and actually get the run into turn 2 and turn 3.
Yeah, that's definitely a difficult one where to overtake, because as you can see, the Aston is quite strong throughout the lap. The Mercedes probably got the legs on it on the straight, but going into the corners, you can see, especially on the exits, the Aston is not notoriously strong for its exits, but he's actually being able to drive away from the Mercedes. So he's really focusing on the exits and trying to keep the battle going.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to be close enough there, but again, the Aston managed to get a good exit out of the last turn, and that's just allowed Pascal just to stay ahead there without having to defend too much and really not losing any time. So good driving there from the Aston. And it's always difficult following. I think I'm sure you find it's something that doesn't get practiced enough. Sim racers do tend to do a lot of hot lapping, and actually when you're in racing situations, practice is really important to actually practice with other team members and actually practice racing and driving closely, so you don't have incidents, you don't lose your focus, and you actually pick different braking lines. I'm sure that you've seen that in your team.
Yeah, definitely, and racecraft is something you gain over experience. And you really, well, like you say, you can practice it with teammates, but nothing really prepares you for what can happen during actual race, where people can have alternative lines or simply just panicking and throwing cars left to right, and then it's up to you to react and be sure to stay out of trouble. But that being said, guys, I have to drop out of the chat because I think my team has gotten another disconnect, so I have to try and see if we can get back into the server. So I'll be leaving you guys and wishing you a good broadcast.
Okay, get off and get your team back in. As we see a change of positions for P10 and P9. Again, we've got battles up and down the field, as always is the case towards the back end of the 24 hours and other actually endurance racing. This season's been a little bit different in terms of the makeup. As we know, we've now had 6 races in the championship. This being the 7th, with the penultimate race this time out, with Watkins Glen being on the 9th of December, I believe, Chris. So we've still got one race to go with just over a month, and then I'm sure the next season will get announced soon enough after the last race, with preparation for what we were talking about earlier with the Nordschleife being introduced into the fray, with hopefully the opportunity to see some new cars as well, if that might be on the agenda. But we certainly haven't seen any announcements yet for that. But we see Pascal and Alex still battling out for P5 there, so they're still looking at we're looking at about 30 laps now for the stint for Pascal, so he's still got a good probably 20 minutes before pitting. We'll have a quick look for Alex in the P88. So is that P80? Is that 9? Is it, or 88? It's 88, isn't it? So in Alex, so they also have done 30 laps as well. So their stints are very similar, as we actually see them just dropping into the pit. So they've decided to take an early stop. So maybe they've considered that they were going to have to stop again anyway, and really looking to get out of the battle, really, because they may be thinking they were getting held up a little bit there. So let's see if that actually makes Pascal, Vida and their team reconsider what they were going to do as well. So that's an interesting option. It doesn't really matter too much if they were going to have to stop again for a splash and dash, but it might actually get them out of the traffic, and it might be a dream pit stop coming up. A little bit further down the field, we've got some battles also, and we're just going to do a split screen to see if actually Pascal does make a stop. They're just sort of coming round into the S's here, so we've still got a good half a lap to go as they do make a driver change in the 88 to when the change is to Lassie Striga, I believe. So he's now come back out into the car, and he's unfortunately come out behind another car as well, which hopefully won't hold him up in terms of the overall race. But again, I think we want to see their tyres just being brought in slowly, but trying not to lose too much time, but also using the pace of those extra tyres. But hopefully it didn't look like it was a short stop, so they've definitely taken tyres there. So expecting to do a long stint with 2 hours 17 minutes to go. So I'd expect them to have one more stop now towards the end. As we see, Pascal does make the pit stop, so they've taken the opportunity to try and not lose out, in terms of that extra stop. So hopefully they've made their adjustments to their fuel and their tyres, etc. And we don't see Lassie being held up too much by this back marker ahead of him. We'll see probably around. Oh, that was a very short stop. So it's. Well, no, it's just been dropped off the jack, so that looks like they might have actually made a mistake getting into the pits. So that might have cost them the position. We'll see when they come out of the pit. So we see Lassie now coming round to the last sector, just making his way through the final 2 corners of the track, almost coming up to the last almost coming up to the last corner. We just got somebody in. We're only interviewing in a short second. We'll just see this play out. As we see Pascal going to come off the jacks and actually make a move out of the pits. So as you can see there, they've made a mistake getting into the pits and even not hit their pit box, so it's had to move them back. So they've easily lost 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds potentially there. So that's unfortunate. It is really important that you hit your pit marks and get into the pit properly. So yeah, it's unfortunate. So good move there to actually put the pressure on and force the mistake. So we're going to bring Frank Hopp into the commentary box. Frank, welcome.
Hey. No.
So
thanks, Chris.
Thank you for joining. And unfortunately, Frank's not been driving, but he's obviously going to join the commentary box. So thanks for joining, Frank. So what have you made of it so far? Have you caught a lot of the stream?
Yeah, I did. I think yesterday I sort of turned in and sort of, I think, a couple of times. Ended up watching at about 1 or so, I think, in the night. So just before they stopped the stream, or the broadcasting anyway. Yeah, and then this morning got up and started it again. So yeah, so I've been watching quite a bit.
It's always a good watch show, and thank you to everyone who's joining us. So currently have 40 people watching now, so please do, if you want to shout out, just drop your name in the chat, and we'll do what we can. Obviously, Frank, as you've mentioned, we have hit our target, but we are now doing a soft target. Let's try and get up to the £6,000 if we can. Obviously, anyone who hasn't managed to donate, just feeding into the last part of the stream. I think Chris, the broadcaster, will put up the QR code again for us shortly. If you want to go to that page and do donate, and here we go, 5,085 currently, so only just over £900 to get to £6,000. So I'm sure there's a little bit more that we can do, and thank you to anyone who has donated so far. It's been a great effort to everybody, from everybody so far, and obviously, as Baz mentioned before he left to go and rejoin the server, we do have some additional donations to come from the charity auctions, with £1,000 generated from the very kind donation from Simicube. So that's going to take us above the £6,000 mark from those donations as well. But we want to try and get to that £7,000 mark. So please do, if you can, give us some more donations if at all possible. And we've actually just been joined by the Sim Girl racer herself, Sam Pearce. Welcome, Sam, for your second stint of the commentary, or third.
Good morning, Sam.
Second. Good morning.
Welcome. How was your sleep?
All right. Yeah, I have found myself actually thinking about this race and what I'd come back to and how we were doing on the donations, and wow, I'm so glad that we have managed to hit our target overnight. Yeah, and it's fantastic. I'm actually just doing my donation as we speak.
Have you managed? Did you race? Have you been racing this time round, or is it just the comms you've been doing?
I've just been doing commentary this time round, but I was having a chat with Nathan last night, and I'm thinking about putting together a all-female endurance team for next season. So, and any ladies out there thinking about jumping into an endurance team, give me a message. I'm thinking about putting one together.
Chris just put on his Monty Python ladies voice just then for you, Sam. So maybe he's trying to put his name forward.
I think you'd need to get a bit of work done first, Chris.
But no, it's it was good to see you back on the grid, Sam. Obviously, you had a little bit of time off
Yep.
to do some comms for us, which has been great, and obviously being the Simsport Racing International female ambassador as well. Well, not just female ambassador, but ambassador. It's been great for you to promote the community, and as you can attest to, the community is great, not just for endurance racing, but great for the sprint races as well. And there is a plethora of abilities, and very welcoming in terms of new people that want to get involved in the sport. So any of those that want to get involved, do come along and get yourself a modest rig or a modest setup. And I think, as we said earlier, you don't have to spend thousands and thousands of pounds or euros to get involved. And we know there's some people out there that've got a spare rig or two in their building.
Yeah, I mean, I started, super modest. My entire rig when I first started was a hand-me-down computer, some hand-me-downs for the wheel and pedals from Nathan, and I got a second-hand rig, funny enough, off Chris Pinchbeck.
The man, the legend that is Chris Pinchbeck. Good to see if he was actually watching this afternoon. Give him a shout out for one of the original admins of Simsport Racing. He's I think he's just been taking part in some of the sprint races this season. So good to see his name back on the grid.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, you definitely don't need to be spending a lot of money to get into sim racing. It's quite accessible, and at the minute a lot of the big sim racing brands all have really great entry level kit that's quite affordable, and some of them the rigs themselves, they're collapsible, so you don't need to take up too much room. You don't necessarily need to have a dedicated room in your house for racing, but and a lot of drivers end up going down that route of creating entire race rooms. When we moved house, I gave myself a dedicated room and all of that, but starting off really small, make sure that you enjoy it, get involved in a community, and then just see how it goes. But and a lot of people start small, and Facebook Marketplace, fantastic place to find kit.
Yeah, absolutely. You see, unfortunately, you see a lot of bits of equipment where either they've bought the cheapest bit out there and they've replaced it because quickly they want to they feel that they need to increase the specification, or that they just haven't been used. So you can pick up a decent Logitech or Thrustmaster wheel for beginners for very little money, and actually they've probably not had much use. And like you say, play seat challenge or something that can that can fold up, so when you're not using it, you don't need to take up a load of space with a big chunk of metal and a race seat. It's quite easy. It can be quite easy to get into. Stick to one sim like ACC, like we're seeing on screen at the moment, and you can have a lot of fun. And the racing is absolutely awesome. And there's actually a lot of good platforms out there to do just sort of public lobby racing if in between doing the community stuff as well. Like LFM and with SimGrid and obviously Simsport Racing, Sim Racing GP, as well as getting involved in other things. So it's quite accessible, much more accessible than probably you found it maybe when you first started.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I started in lockdown, as so many people did, as some sort of connection within the outside world, and so something that I found, and I hear a lot of the pro drivers, a lot of driving coaches, I always say that expensive equipment doesn't make you fast. There are a lot of quite high level drivers that are still on relatively entry level kit, and it's you spend time on you, learning the skills, learning, spatial awareness and setup, and how to position the car, how to drive around other cars is tends to be then the thing that most people struggle learning. So it's something that you can get to a relatively high level without needing then the big investment, because the biggest investment is going to be in time.
Yeah, absolutely. And as as they say, if you fail to prepare, you prepare to fail. As always, practice. Practice is key to this game. I'm certainly not one that can just jump in a car and be on it straight away. I have to probably practice for a good 2 or 3 hours just to get my rhythm, and just even if the car setup hasn't changed, it's certainly I'm not lucky enough to be able to do that. We obviously have some people that race in the community that that are racing for a big esports company teams. I'm thinking Regan Mitchell, who he's been with us for, well, since he was probably I think 15 or 16. So he's raced in our championships, and he's always done really well. And he started off literally racing on his desk with a very very basic level. He was lucky enough to get a drive with Rocket Simsport, Jensen Button's team. So he's gone from strength to strength, and now he's got some decent kit. So it's all about putting in the practice, putting in the time, learning the skills, learning from other people as well, because getting in a good community is important to to actually learn from those people, and they are willing to help you as well. So it's just racing on some of these platforms where you're just doing public lobby racing, it can be a slog. I'm sure you found in racing as well.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really until I found a good community that I really started to develop as a driver. I mean, I'm very, very fortunate. My husband is a extremely experienced sim racer. He's been racing sims over 20 years, and he's given me so much time in training me. But there's only so much that you can learn on your own. There's only so much that you can learn in just practice lobbies. You've got to actually get into races and championships and communities, so that you can learn from other drivers, but also then there are skills that you can only learn in competition. You can only learn driving aggressively and cleanly with other human drivers, so not necessarily just racing against the AI. That's the only way you're going to learn is in a race. And something that I found really difficult when I first started was just going into public race lobbies. I found very, very intimidating, because quite often those drivers have absolutely no idea that you are literally just learning, and they quite often are not very forgiving of making mistakes. So you get a lot of negative chat in some public lobbies. Now LFM didn't exist when I first started. It now does, so it is now a more welcoming platform for just general racing. But being in a community like SSRI, where everybody is just so supportive, and they're willing to give you setups, and they're willing to give you advice and times, and when you're in a certainly one of our midweek practice servers ahead of a championship race or anything like that, and everyone is been really, really welcoming, and willing for you to hop on board on a lap in their car, watch them go around, let them know what you're doing, and just having the ability to learn from other drivers in that sort of environment especially with SSRI having such a wide range of drivers. You mentioned Regan Mitchell. There are a couple of other high-level drivers that have come through this community. Being able to go on board with drivers of that caliber and comparing what they're doing to what you're doing, it is really, really valuable as a novice driver to figure out, okay, well, how do we actually go about this sim racing lark? And it's really, really useful to be in an environment like that where these high level drivers are we're willing to just give you time and have a chat and just be supportive. So and I highly recommend find a community and learn from that community.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously we've seen Robbie Stapleford and Chris Crosland coming through our community as well. Robbie started with us when he was, I think he was 15. Obviously, he's now G2 Esports. He's winning races and very high up in the Pro Series. He's going to all the Pro Series racetracks. So there is a that's his job and his job now. So he's he's taken it. It's not there for everybody. But as is always the case with pro driving or pro anything, but just getting enjoyment out of it is the main thing, and that's what we want to do first and foremost in this community. But we do have a race ongoing, and I've seen some passing going on. Simsport getting up into P5, which is a great effort, bearing in mind they had a lot of disconnect and technical issues with VR early on. And we've got some battles on track. We've seen Tim Neebo's. I think they had a good few hours where they weren't able to race, so they are currently 485 laps behind, or 484 laps behind. I've just seen it tick over. They've thankfully got back in their car and no doubt enjoying some racing at the back of the field. But I'm now going to hand over the reins to you, Sam and Frank, for the last 2 hours of the race. So good luck with that, and everybody, thank you very much for having me, and no doubt we'll get up to that £6,000 towards the end of the race.
Yeah, thank you very much for jumping in, Dave. Right, so who wants to give me a rundown on some of the chaos that happened then overnight? I mean, Tim Neibauer, that 787 Porsche, what happened to be? They had a disconnect. Oh wow. Oh, I've heard this happen so often with an overnight stints. The fact that in endurance racing, with teams, driver one has to be the one to restart, to be able to rejoin a server, and I believe we've had it before in our ZR where at some point overnight, driver one is they're fast asleep, and just not able to let the other team members back into the server. But I think it's absolutely fantastic that they persevered and did actually come back in. So many other teams would have just said, nah, there's no point. But that I think is a true sign of a genuine race team that's despite being for nearly 500 laps down, that they've come back in and are just enjoying just driving, being part of the experience. So I think that is absolutely fantastic, and so somebody that I instantly sort of looked on the timing tree for to see where they were. The 135 Porsche of Schultz, our crazy single driver, P22. I mean, this is phenomenal, and only 9 laps down on the lead cars. This is just an insane story. I have no idea how he is managing this. I really, really don't.
Is that a bucket under your seat?
I don't know, but oh my god, it is just crazy. But you know, I've got the utmost respect for Michael. This is just absolutely mind blowing. You know, I mean, I'm dead after 3 hours behind the wheel, but to do 24 completely on your own, and still being in a really, really good position, is just amazing. So yeah, that is just absolutely phenomenal. Amazing going.
Yeah, I probably would get cramps and my knees would give up.
Yeah, I don't think my back would survive it.
The back is okay, I think. The chair is fine, but my God, the knees.
The knees, yes. Yeah. Right, so we actually have some on-track battles for position. Then this is, when with endurance racing of this length, it's quite often you come into these final stages of a race and everybody is just so spread out. But we actually have an on-track battle. This is for P5. We're on board with Simsport, and the 88 behind. That is for position. So
I also find it quite amazing on the difference of cars that are sort of in the top 10.
Yeah. I was just oh, excuse me, hang on a second.
Because I think the S10 is unexpectedly good. I think we can all agree on that. But, yeah, I thought that the BMW, which is not much in use anymore, probably wouldn't be as far up, especially with the problems that they have.
Yeah, and apologies for that. I had a little bit of a coughing fit, but yeah, that having our sole BMW being quite this far up, and yeah, having a mix of 5 manufacturers in the top 6, is really, really great to see, and it shows that that Kunos are starting to get the updates and the balance of performance. They're starting to go in the right direction. I know this has been, BOP has been a contentious issue within ACC for a while now. But it's great to see that we've got quite a wide spread of manufacturers up at the top, and having the Aston Martin of Justin de Long from Team Sim Racing Holland up in the lead at the minute, and with a comfortable lead as well. Currently 25.8 seconds on Marius Dressing of Fortune Hunter Racing, and the top 3 being on the lead lap. So it's got some good competition going there for the top spots. So with coming into the latter stages of this race, pit stop strategies now are going to be just all over the place, and then there's some similarities in terms of being set by driver stint times. But I would suspect that for quite a lot of drivers, pit stops are going to be out of sequence. So we're not going to get a real sense of the overall positions for a little while yet. I think a lot of positions are going to change depending on how things play out in the final pit stops.
Because I'm also not sure if there was a lot of if there was extra rain, because I think yesterday or last night at like 1 o'clock, that's when there was a longer stint of rain.
Okay.
Although the track never got more than damp. And quite a few people, I think, switched to wets, which might have been done sooner than expected. So I'm not quite sure if everyone's still on their sort of original plan of stops. So.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this during the opening commentary stint yesterday, of teams that meticulously plan out pit stop strategies for endurance races like this, and I think regardless of whether you plan out strategies really detailed, or you just kind of play it by ear, I think any sort of strategy plan has probably been adapted several times by this point in an endurance race. Things like an accident happening, disconnects, weather, being in an unexpected battles and things like that. It's more than likely that things have had to flex a little bit in some form or another. Quite often the only thing that won't change is who's actually going to be in the car next. But things have got to be flexible within endurance racing. When we see it a lot in the sprint series, that things can change on a dime. And imagine spreading that out over a 24-hour period. Things can change quite constantly.
Especially with that last curb of death in the
yeah,
the last corner.
Yeah. So as soon as I saw that Kyalami was going to be the track for our 24-hour race, charity race this year, I instantly knew that it was going to be a spicy one. Especially during the night. Drivers are getting tired. There's limited visibility. This track isn't floodlit, and it's kind of a weird off-camber corner from the way you approach it. So even headlights aren't really going to show you where that massive sausage curb is. And even within the first 3 hours that I was commentating yesterday, I think we had maybe 4 or 5 cars getting bitten by cheetah. So if that's just in 3 hours, you can imagine how many drivers have had experiences with cheetah over the 24-hour period.
Yeah, but it was also kind of funny is that quite a few spins there were because they sort of took the corner too wide.
Yes. Yeah, so that
you would expect them to hit the curb and then spin out, which quite often actually wasn't the case. So.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and it tends to be if you get caught out on a corner once, you tend to then be overcautious with it afterwards. Just to try and avoid making then the mistake again. But with cheetah, it can even sometimes be just as dangerous to be overcautious with it. It's one of those corners, probably one of the one of the best examples of this, I think, in the entire ACC calendar. That it's one of those corners that you cannot be afraid of. You have to attack it. there's just, there's no choice. If you don't attack it and you try to play it too safe, you lose ridiculous amounts of time, or you run the risk of, just getting too much curb on the outside and still ending up in the gravel. So, it's just one of those corners that requires complete commitment. And I'm just thinking of, other corners in the ACC calendar. And I'm struggling to think of any that require as much commitment as Cheetah does.
You might have the last sort of chicane almost before you get to the finish line in Spa. That's also one of those where you can actually. So that's the
bus stop chicane. Yeah.
That's also one where you need to attack it, but sometimes your setup will just make you spin out just because of the elevation into that corner.
Yeah. I'm thinking though that it's quite a heavy braking zone, so the corner itself, you've got plenty of braking time to get yourself set up. Whereas with Cheetah, you've literally just come out of Crocodiles. By the very nature of how Crocodiles runs, you end up going quite wide. Then without really having very much time to resettle the car, you're immediately into Cheetah, and it is fast. So you don't get very much preparation time. And I think that's what makes it challenging, is that you've got to commit almost from the corner beforehand. And I think one of the ones that's coming to mind that might be similar is Forest Elbow at Bathurst. So you come down then that really tight sequence of left, right, left, downhill coming out of then the mountain section, and then you've got that 90-degree left onto the back straight. You just don't get very much time to set up for that corner, but it needs commitment, or else you lose massive amounts of time down then the back straight. And then I think that's the only other one that's kind of coming to mind that has that similar level of speed, commitment, and not really having much time to set up beforehand.
Isn't that almost like the entire mountain?
That is pretty much the entire mountain. I hate Bathurst for that very reason. There are so many drivers that love it because it's one of those tracks that if you get it right, it feels amazing. And sure, when you get it right, it does feel amazing. But certainly for me, and I would say the percentage of times that I actually get Bathurst right is like infinitesimal. I always liken any race that I have at Bathurst as, great, I get to play pinball in the mountain with a car.
Yeah, that's how it feels, mostly.
It is how it feels, yeah.
But it is, I think it is a really fun track, anyway. Because if you, like you said, if you get it right, it's amazing.
Yes. Yeah.
So.
But at Kyalami, it is actually one of my favorite tracks in the game. Here and Nürburgring are my two favorite tracks. Simply because I find they're just a really nice balance. It flows, it makes sense, it's challenging without being overly daunting. It requires skill and knowledge of the track and everything like that. But it's still approachable. And I think quite a nice track. So I'm really glad that SSRI chose Kyalami for the 24-hour then this year. It's certainly given us lots of.
We have a take. See. Oh no.
I think that might have been a back marker.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then, yeah, what we're watching here is for position.
5.
And yeah, Strake having a little bit of a look around the outside, coming into Sunset. I think his best chance is going to be possibly coming into the kind of two-part hairpin at Le Cop at the top of the hill. But I think it might be a bit far back for that. So maybe going into Crocodiles. We saw a lot of overtakes coming down the hill out of Mineshafts into Crocodiles. Of course, you know, nobody wants to attempt an overtake at Cheetah, though we have seen a couple of them.
You can get an inline there on that corner. Then you could pass.
Yeah,
but
it's
but
just
yeah,
a little far back, so...
it's just also expecting him for Sam to make a mistake. It's like, yeah. The sun won't come up.
Yeah, I mean, Sam is, you know, a highly experienced driver. You know, is really, really good at defense, and, you know, positioning his car really, really well. I'm not as familiar with Lasse Strega as I am with some. I've not commentated on a race where he's taken part. So from what we've been watching so far, and the fact that this battle has been going on for a number of laps, I think these two drivers are relatively equally balanced, but it does seem that Sam seems to be a little bit stronger in the latter stages of the lap, and Strega being a bit stronger possibly in that first sector, and definitely very, very good at coming out of Engwe. So I've got a feeling that this battle is going to continue for quite a while. Be interesting to know where these two cars are in terms of pit strategy and driver stint timers, because there's a possibility that, you know, they might manage an overtake in the pits.
To be honest, I don't know.
If we've got anyone from either of these two teams in in YouTube chat, if anyone could let us know what the when these drivers are likely to pit, that would be super helpful for us.
It's a close one. Oh, really defensive.
Oh, a bit of weaving back and forth. He's going to try the cutback. Oh, he's got the inside line.
But now the outside.
Yeah. Oh, this is close.
Nice. Well done.
I don't think it's done yet, though.
No. Yeah. Well.
I mean, Sam is going to have the outside for Sunset, but.
Yeah, but can he keep it there?
Oh, he's getting pushed wide.
Yeah.
But he's now. Oh.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
He's got the inside for. Oh, this is absolutely phenomenal. Side by side through the entire first sector.
Can we do that here as well? Oh man. Wow. That's awesome.
That is fantastic driving from both drivers. Really, really clean. Both cars being hyper aware of where then the other is, giving each other plenty of space, lots of respect. That is phenomenal. Really, really great driving from both of them. But for the time being, Sam managing to hang on to that P5 position for our very own Simsport Racing International team. HCA, it's just so Lasse Strega, this is Royal Simsport Endurance, their #1 car. Royal Simsport do have 2 cars entered into this race, the 88 and 89. 89 car currently sitting in P10. So quite a good showing for these teams.
also
have
find it amazing that there are still like 6 people within like almost 1 or 2 laps.
Mm-hmm.
You would have expected, at least as if I look at my times racing against some of the faster guys, then I would easily be like 1 lap down every hour.
Yes.
No
Yeah.
issue there. Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, this is one of the things. I mean, when we were talking about this with Ben McConnell yesterday, when he jumped into the comms box after his first stint, then this idea of having different levels of drivers within a team and how teams can manage that. And Ben was saying that one of his drivers is quite considerably slower than himself and Jonas Hakala, who are both very, very experienced sim drivers. Yotzi, I'm surprised that he hasn't been snapped up by an esports team by now. I've been watching Jonas for a while, and he is a very, very accomplished driver. And then Ben was saying that they very, very consciously take into account the fact that they do have a driver on their team that is of a slower pace, and they put strategies in place and around that to compensate. So even if you are a slower driver, getting into a team and doing endurance racing, really, really great way to learn from faster drivers, and not necessarily feeling like you're an anchor in a team, and just being able to enjoy the experience.
It is fun. I've done with Andreas Galim. I've done a couple of 2.4 hours races.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And he's a lot quicker than I am. But the fun thing is then still, if you then, we found a setup we both liked, and then you're looking at his driving and you're looking at your own driving, and then you notice differences, of course. His steering angle was higher than mine was and everything. But then still, if I tried to do that, I just wouldn't feel what was happening in the same way.
Yeah.
So
but
I find that so dependent on, perhaps even your setup. So I drive with my screen quite a bit in front of me now.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a view that's very specific. And I notice, because I always make my own setups, is that when I change that view, or I would, for example, I've raced in VR for a while, but but that broke. So I had to stop doing that. But then my setups would change also in regards to where I was sitting and what I was noticing of the car when I was in that position in the car.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's just a difference already as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. Each driver's POV, I wouldn't have thought made quite a difference, but something that I was noticing a lot whenever Nathan and I do a training session together. So before any big event, and I asked my husband Nathan to just come into a practice server with me and just give me some onboard time. And something that we started to notice quite quickly is that he would give me braking references that just were not working for me. And we eventually figured out that it was because of the difference between his POV and my POV. That, he's using a particular brake reference, and because my POV is different, when that brake reference comes into the position on screen that he uses, it's either too early or too late for me. Because it's actually in a different position in terms of where the car is in relation to that braking point. So it is very, very interesting as to how much of a difference POV makes, and that is so customizable in, certainly in this game.
Yeah. But I also noticed that when you put your view more in front, for example, is that there will be a difference in, you notice on when, for example, the car slides away a bit on the rear. So you have a different rotation as well, which you notice better or worse.
Yeah.
Depending on where your field, where your point of view, your eyes, for example, are in the car. So if they're more backwards or more forwards, there's a difference in what you notice the car doing. And for me, because then, for example, if I would notice too late that for example, the backside would slip, I would need to correct that the backside would be more stable. And wouldn't slide out as much, so it wouldn't be as oversteery. So something I noticed because I went back to a screen is that, okay, all my setups I was using in VR didn't work.
Yeah. I mean, that must be quite a difference to go from VR back to screen, or even to go, when you very first starting using VR, to go from screen to using VR. And
using VR was really easy.
Really?
It's yeah.
Okay.
It was like, for me, it was like an instant connect.
Okay.
So because there is this sort of view where you can actually, because it's more 3D, of course. So you have a better depth perception. So you, instead of on a flat screen, you will just go for like this marker on the side that then just disappears behind your windscreen wiper or so, and that's when you brake.
Yep.
You have a better understanding sometimes of where the car is in position on the track, because it's more 3D oriented, I think. So I found it in a way easier, but going back to a screen, it's like, it took a while. I think I was like a second off when I started, but now I think I'm as quick, or maybe even quicker, because the performance of the PC is better for the single screen at the moment. So.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. I honestly would have thought that going from screen to VR would have been a bit difficult and a bit disorientating.
I've never had an issue with that. So for me, that's always been. I know people that get nauseous immediately. And I never had that, so for me that was an instant, like, okay, because I also in not this, but in rally, I found it a lot easier, even because then in rally sometimes those corners are really hard to judge, or the bumps that you have before in the track and where you need to brake, for example, and that was in Dirt 2. So when I changed to VR, it was like, oh, so this is how it really looks. So funny,
Yeah.
But that's not the race, so.
So while we've been chatting about then the pros and cons of VR, we have actually had an overtake on track for P17. This is Manuel Novak overtaking Schoenberg in the Bentley for P17. Novak this team has been having a lot of issues throughout this race. While I was in the comms box in the early stages of this race yesterday, Manuel was having brake pedal connection issues, and he jumped in the car after a pit stop and found that he only had 80% throttle and only 10% brake. So he actually ended up pulling on to the side of the track in game, and having to unplug in his pedals and plug them back in again. And this, and then this morning, when I woke up, I jumped into the Discord servers just to see what was going on, and having a look through the chats. And Novak had posted that they were starting to have engine issues in the car as well. So it's great to see them still, pulling overtakes and being competitive, but I think they are having to nurse that car a little bit to make sure that it gets to the end of the race, because I'm not sure. I've never had an engine light issue come up in an ACC race, but anyone in chat or Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, but
I blew up my engine when I was leading a race on Spa.
No.
In
God.
GT4 in the Porsche.
But you can't fix that in the pits, can you?
Nope.
No. So that is
No.
something that they are going to be carrying for the rest of this race. So
I think I had still like 5 corners to go, and then I blew up my engine
Oh,
in
no.
the downshift. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm very familiar with the whole aspect of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think it's brilliant that it's in there. I find it amazing.
I
Because-
was just going to say that having this level of realism within ACC is, I think is just an amazing that it takes into account engine wear on a race of this level, and if you are a bit aggressive on the downshifts. I used to be something that I used to do a lot, and then I did actually witness a car on a stream blow up from downshifts.
Well,
Just
for
noticed-
me it was by accident, I think, because I did I did a downshift, and I because I checked the replay and everything, and I only saw one shift, so there was or one click, but I went down two gears, so I clicked
Oh.
once.
Yeah,
There was no in between. It was like from 5 to 3, and then
Yeah,
and that was it.
engines don't like that under normal circumstances. I've just seen Oliver Anderson pop into the chat saying that they have an orange engine light at the minute as well. So I no doubt there are a number of teams that might be experiencing this and at the minute of needing to just be gentle with engines for the minute. And here Yanis saying that blowing up an engine is easier in rainy conditions because the downshift protection doesn't work. So yeah, that is an interesting tidbit of information there here. Thank you very much. So yeah, one other thing that I've noticed since I've jumped into the comms box, we have had a couple of drive-throughs, and any sort of length of endurance race, you're gonna have drive-throughs. It's quite rare to get through a race of this length and not have at least one drive-through for track limits infringements, and I've seen a couple of them play out so far. The good thing with drive-throughs in certainly this stage of such a long race, because the cars are really spread out, they tend to be not quite so much of an impact as
That's why I quickly joined.
as you would. We've been joined by Bass. Hello, Bass. How's
Hey
it going?
Sam, how's
for you?
things?
It's going all right.
Hi, Bas.
Good to hear. Hey, good morning, Frank. Well, it's going really good. Not race-wise. Race-wise, we've had another disconnect, so we dropped from P14
no.
to P23. But well, if you look at the screen at this current time and moment, you can see that we've just surpassed 6,000 pounds as a donation.
Wow.
total.
That
So
is absolutely fantastic. So we've done 120% of our target for fundraising for the Christie charity. That is absolutely amazing.
Indeed, and that's obviously also to do with the auction that we held, which actually Frank, who's also in the in this commentary right now, who also donated on a sim session, and the last donation that we received was from Mr. Yannick Vallenduk, who bid on the SimiCube wheelbase. So thanks again to SimiCube for donating that wheelbase to the charity. And obviously, congratulations, Yannick, on purchasing an amazing wheelbase.
Yeah.
And at the same time, supporting the charity with such a great amount of €1,000 in total.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Who won the pedal set, Bas?
I believe the pedal set was won by, let me just quickly check, Marius, I believe, which is one of our German drivers. I would have to quickly check which car he's driving. But he won the pedal set, and I believe he ended up donating €395 for that set. So that's also an amazing amount raised.
I saw that number come by, yeah.
Yeah, he's in the number 13 car, the Fortune Hunter racing car. I think they're actually quite high up.
Yeah,
they're in second place, huh? Yeah. So both donating to the good cause and chasing the first place for an overall win. So well done by them.
Yep, fantastic. So wait, when are you back in the corridor before the end of the race, Bas, or is that you done now?
I'm done now. The final stint will be driven by Wesley Levels, one of my teammates, who's done an absolutely amazing job till now. Well, I think we've all driven quite consistently, but we had in total 3 disconnects, so we've not been the luckiest team on the grid this race.
Yeah, there has been quite a few disconnects across some of the teams. So and as I said when I first came into the comms box back then this morning, I just think it's great that teams that are having disconnects, that they're still coming in, coming back and continuing to drive. So that's and I think that is the most important thing. Is nobody's really given up.
Yeah, it's finishing the 24 hours. It's also how do you say this? An achievement in itself when you finish a 24-hour race, because you're battling fatigue, you're battling incidents through the night. It already gets quite difficult to keep your pace. So yeah, it's a challenge in itself, and every team that finishes, they can be proud of themselves.
Very much so.
Definitely.
Yeah, and it is definitely a challenge to complete a race of this length.
Have you done a 24-hour till now, Sam?
Yeah, I did the 24-hour at Spa, and that was
also a challenging one.
It was very, very challenging, and it was very much a in the deep end moment for me, because that was my first ever experience of endurance racing as well. So
that's
and
very
how did you like it?
It was really, really hard work, but super enjoyable. I really, really enjoyed the camaraderie of my team, and I learned a lot during that event. And I'd only been sim racing maybe 6 months at the time of that event. So it really, really was trial by fire, and the fact that I completed it, I only had. I actually think that mine. I ended up. The one accident that I had, I think, was actually hitting you, Bas.
Was it?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, that was in the bus stop. I remember that one.
Yes.
And that was.
I
was a nice one. That.
So apologetic. I felt so bad for that, because you guys were doing it. You were really up there, battling, I think, for position, and I just completely came in and like a wrecking ball.
A wrecking ball. You were a bit like Miley Cyrus then, but hey, that happens, and mistakes are made, and like you see, I actually forgotten that one, so that also goes to show on how quick you tend to forget the bad races and remember the good ones. And that's probably the advice to everybody that's not had their best race. Currently, we're looking at Team 787. Tim Nijboer is driving. I believe they're down a lot of laps, but they're still trying to finish.
485.
Yeah, that's quite hefty. I think they just went to bed and had a good sleep and came back. That's probably what they did. But no, but yeah, but they're obviously still hoping to win, like Chris is commenting in my ear. But yeah, it's all about finishing the race. And on that note, I'm gonna try and read this out because we received a message from Garrett's dad. Saying that we should be very proud of ourselves in the committee of Simsport for doing this 24-hour race in Garrett's honor. And he was in tears when we passed 5,000. And he said Garrett will be watching from above. So that's a great message to receive. And it's good to hear that that his dad is that we're making them proud. And yeah, like we said, we're doing this in honor of Garrett P. Longden. And yeah, let's hope that we've got an amazing amount already, 120.8% of our target at £6,041.60. We'll see what comes in the next few in the last hour or so. So if you can spare a small donation, doesn't matter large or small, use the QR code in the left bottom corner, and your donation is more than welcome.
Yeah, and you know, it is all going to such an amazing cause. I mean, when I was doing my commentary prep on Friday, just reading some of the amazing things that the Christie charity does. I actually hadn't heard of the charity prior to this event coming up, but you know, then finding out some of the things that this charity does is absolutely phenomenal. And you know, and I speak from personal experience, and I know a lot of people have had personal experiences of some form or another, either directly or through family, of cancer diagnoses and treatments. And then the work that this charity does is absolutely invaluable, not only to the patients themselves, but also to the patients' families, and just being a complete support. While just before we come into the final hour of the race, we do actually have a video that the charity has sent over for us that highlights some of the work that they've been doing, and so some of the projects that they are working on, that this money is going to go and support. So we're just queuing up that video at the minute, and we should bring that to you just in a moment. Here we go.
Being back here after so many months, it's a long time since we've been together, isn't it?
It is. Hello, my name's Joyce.
I'm Nabila.
I'm missing our coffee mornings. Who would have thought? But you'd miss going out for cancer treatment.
I'm Amy. I was here last year with my daughter Amelie, who was a patient at the Proton Beam Centre.
I'm Eliana.
Why are you at the Christie?
I was diagnosed with a brain tumour.
I come to the Christies because I've had malignant melanoma. Our first major link to the Christie was really when a very good friend, colleague was diagnosed with prostate cancer. Ralph was our company architect for over 40 years. He was also a family friend.
I was diagnosed with testicular cancer.
11 years ago I was diagnosed with prostate cancer.
I personally was treated here at Christie for bowel cancer. How about you?
I was treated here first for ovarian cancer.
I ended up coming down with COVID. They ran a few blood tests and found out I had acute myeloid leukemia.
Were you surprised that Amelie could carry on with the treatment during COVID?
I was surprised at how normal it felt inside.
Christie's, as far as I'm concerned, definitely didn't
just
slow down.
Going, no.
Yeah, you still got everything. Yeah, your scans, your treatments, the lot.
I actually had video consultation with my consultant.
there's been meetings that I've been able to attend on Zoom where actually if I'd had to go to a face-to-face meeting, I wouldn't have gone because I didn't really feel 100%.
My surgery was cancelled 3 times at Macclesfield Hospital due to COVID. And Christie very kindly stepped in and said that they would perform the operation.
To me, the feeling, it was like a bubble, you know, and the moment you walked in, totally protected.
Yeah. There was no difference in, you know, during COVID to what the standard is always here, which is absolutely brilliant.
I was getting really depressed with the treatment and stuff. Then I started the art room and started talking to people because they know what you're going through.
Yeah. The pandemic made us think differently and not do what you'd normally do fundraising, which is groups or the obvious ones, so we did something different.
And then when COVID hit, Pat sorted out Zoom meetings in the art room. It made such a big difference, especially in COVID when we were so isolated.
There's a brilliant option that they offered to me, and that was to have ambulatory care. I was able to go home, you know, I was able to live my life normally as if I would normally live at home. I'm just glad I'm not paying the taxi fare. My God.
Having all this service for people nearby, having that well-being and that support on your doorstep makes a huge difference to these patients, and it's really great to see that that money is making that difference.
By the time you fight your way through the traffic to get to the Christie's, I would go down there, it takes me an hour for 5 minutes because they're always very quick. I'm back in the car in another hour coming home. Whereas it's 5 minutes to get here at Kershaw's, 5 minutes to have your bloods done, and 5 minutes later you're on your way out again.
I don't have to travel all the way from Bolton to Christie's to have my treatment. They come to the house and I've made loads of friends because it's not always the same one that comes out every month.
This is one of 2 playrooms that they've got. There's another one upstairs which is a bit more grown up.
The great thing they do here is have a chaplain. I was going through a lot of difficult things at that time. It was great to have someone there to tell me that everything's going to be okay.
The art room, because it's like the patients and carers that can go there, makes such a difference because you can talk to them and they understand, because they've gone through that.
It's given me a quality of life that I never thought, you know, I would have again.
When I came out of hospital, the research nurses phoned me up to see how I was. And I thought, you know, they care. I mean, they didn't have to do that.
With Amelie, when it got hard for her to swallow, and by the end of that session, they'd been on the phone. They were going to send me some protein milkshakes for her the next day. So it wasn't that they did what you asked, it was that they almost preempted what you needed.
Yeah.
The consultant I saw, he recommended that I come to the Christie and go on the drug trial, taking an hormone tablet, and I've been taking that now for 11 years. You know, when I was first diagnosed, I thought, I'm not going to see these children grow up, and of course now one's nearly 20 and one's 18 next month, and you know, they've given me all this time, and I'll always be grateful for that.
Got offered a clinical trial. You know, I had no hesitation. First, it did involve taking 16 tablets a day.
Yes.
And now I only take 4 tablets a day.
Any side effects from all this, all the tablets?
Fortunately, not.
No.
It's absolutely amazing what they have done for me.
For me, it was a miracle. Without the trial, I wouldn't be here today talking to you because the trial led me to the transplant and then the transplant now.
Have you seen the building over there?
Yes, I have. What exactly is that?
That's been built off back of bike rides and stuff like what I've been doing.
All been on charity work, has it?
A lot of it.
How important is the charity to you?
Oh, it's very important because I'm able to go to Bolton Hospice to have my bloods done, which I wouldn't be able to do if the charity wasn't funding them, yeah. We came up with Around the World for Ralph, where we had to cover 25,000 miles, and that was from obviously people doing exercise, from walking.
We decided that we'd do the Manchester bike ride, but we decided we'd call ourselves Ball Tampering Allowed, which given my sort of history with testicular cancer.
We raised over 13,000 for the Christie charity.
I've raised over £4,500 this year.
With the Christie's help, we're actually setting up our own foundation. So Ball Tampering Allowed is actually becoming a registered charity.
Well, I really like the name.
In 2011, in the October, I was in China and we raised, as a group, we raised about 100 grand for the Christie, I think, like huge amounts. And then 10 years later, it pops up on my timeline, look what you were doing 10 years ago.
Yes,
and then I'm taking my daughter here. And I just thought, you know, that's got to be a sign that it's going to be okay.
When I first had cancer 23 years ago, and they told me I had to go to Christie's to have an operation, I broke my heart because I thought, well, you don't come out of there. And now, it's the only place I want to go.
There's a compassion here.
Yeah.
Whether it's the person that meets you on reception, the people that do the cleaning, all the way through to the nurses and the oncologists, etc., etc.
Yeah.
There almost seems to be a common DNA.
It's pleasant. It's always you first. So how was your week? Or did you do anything interesting? You know, it's about the person.
They remember me, you know, and they make you welcome.
There's an award called the Healthcare Heroes Awards, Who Cares Wins, and I nominated them as best team. I can't overestimate how amazing they were.
And it's just incredible we've got places like this to come to.
Lovely to see you.
Off
you
we
too.
go. You can wash the pots.
And we're back. So yeah, that video just so strikingly highlights the amazing work that the Christie charity does. And you know, it looks like they've got an absolutely phenomenal facility there, but one that they are continuing to expand and build on. So, and the money that we have raised as a community is definitely going to some amazing good work. Right, so back to the action for our final hour of the SSRI 24-hour of Kyalami, and we're just on board with Simsport, still having Strega lurking in the background, although it looks like he has dropped off a little bit. That gap now, 1.4. But something that I was just noticing while we were watching that video is just the fact that we've only had one team drop out of this race. We still have 32 cars out on track, which you know, it is just amazing in and of itself. You know, endurance racing can be really it can be really hard work on drivers, on equipment, and just the fact that it's more of a race of attrition than a race between drivers, as you know, and as I kind of touched on yesterday. And the fact that we still have so many, nearly all of our competitors still in the servers, you know, despite you know, disconnects and technical issues and all, you know, and all manner of things that can come up in a 24-hour race. The fact that we still have so many drivers out there is absolutely phenomenal. So what I want to do is I want to invite everyone in YouTube to give me your team of the race as we come down into the final hour. Who has really stood out for you as you know, and as a standout team for this event? For me, it's got to be well, it's a tie actually. Michael Schultz, obviously P22 at the sorry, P23 at the minute in the 135, doing a solo 24-hour race and doing, you know, really well. My second team of the race is going to be the 787. The fact that they came back after a good 200 plus laps worth of disconnect, waiting for their lead driver to come back in after the disconnect, to let the team back into the server. The fact that they, you know, bothered to come back is, you know, just absolutely amazing. So in chat, who you voting for? So we've got Alex Crawford voting for car 74 for a great recovery drive. Yeah, they definitely. 135 is the only winner from Alex Crawford. By Christie also giving the 74 car a shout out. Raggy, so Ben McConnell coming into the chat saying 135, hands down. And of course, you know, you can vote for your own teams. Fully expected. 135, yep, defo the winner from Amanda. Prince also saying that we're at 135. So at the minute, it's definitely looking like everyone is on the 135 bandwagon. That is the precision racing of Michael Schultz. So yeah, then everyone echoing my feelings on this, you know, an amazing feat that Michael Schultz is pulling off. You know, to be in P22 after 23 hours on his own, and he is how many laps off the so he's 12 laps down on the lead cars at the minute. So I mean, I just cannot express how big a deal this is for anybody who hasn't experienced endurance racing. Then the commitment that Michael has shown here, you know, to just be in the car grinding away, pretty much non-stop. I mean, then the fact that, you know, he is not really that far off where he qualified, means that he's been keeping pace with the cars around him in terms of pit stops. You know, my assumption when I heard that we were going to have a driver doing this race solo, my assumption was that, you know, every couple of pit stops were going to be you know, long pit stops for him to, you know, just comfort breaks and to get something to eat and get out of the rig and walk around. But the fact that he's still relatively on pace with the other cars around him, similar to where he qualified, kind of indicates that he's not really done that a whole lot. So, you know, I would love for Michael to come into the commentary box for an interview after the race. Fully understand if you know, he doesn't. He just, you know, goes and collapses in a corner somewhere. But I would just love to find out exactly how he's managed this, this what I initially thought was a ridiculous idea, but it's just so inspiring. So yeah, and absolutely amazing. Patrick can be into the chat saying, I wonder if he will ever want to drive this track again. Probably not, I would think. And then I've just been told in my ear that we believe he might actually be of South African nationality. So this is, you know, if that's true, this is his home race. So yeah, I just think I am speechless, and that doesn't really happen very often. So it's a very good thing that I have just been joined in the commentary box by the lovely Karen Morphle, who I was commentating with at the very top of the stream. Good morning, Kieran. How are we doing this morning?
Good morning. Well, I kind of got caught out by surprise, being asked back into the booth. I didn't plan on, but I didn't have anything going on. But so
thank you very much for coming in and helping me do this final hour. Very much appreciated on a Sunday morning. So, and how much have you been keeping up with the race so far?
In terms of nitty-gritties, I've not seen too much of what's happening, but well, at least compared to when we dropped for the night, quite a bit has happened over the period of time we've been slumped, I guess. Prime example of a lot of these, the Mercedes, which we were quite heavily following at the start of the race, has fallen back. And actually, from when I tuned in this morning, the Aston Martin, the 34, which was leading the race, it might have been under pit strategy, is now in second, and the Lamborghini, which was in second, has now caught up. So whether that's pit strategy coming towards the end of the race, I can't tell. I literally just rushed to get my PC turned on. But I also want to have a look towards both the BMW 74, which we're somewhat watching at the moment, and the Mercedes, which was leading the race when I tuned out last night, which are now in a battle. So the BMW's made some incredible places after the incident that knocked them back, I think, all the way down to 13th last night, which, my word, to get back to here is incredible. And then on top of that, the 169 Ferrari, the now fastest or the furthest forward Ferrari on the grid, Team R&E have managed to get all the way back from P17 at some point. They had that incredibly unlucky start to the race. So coming back to get third to podium at the moment is astounding. The pace that has been found from some of these teams is just incredible.
Yeah. I mean, we've got Jonas Hackler in the car at the minute, in that 169 Ferrari, and Jonas, a highly experienced driver. You know, between him and Ben, you know, they are both very quick. So yeah, for them to come back from, you know, that relatively disastrous start at the beginning, you know, not only with that first lap incident, but Ben getting shoved around a little bit in Cheetah, not once but twice, is, you know, it just goes to show that no matter what happens in the early stages of an endurance race like this, anything can happen. And yeah, they've gone from you know, P17 currently up into P3. So, you know, amazing work from that team. And yeah, one of the things that I wish ACC would give us as commentators is an idea on, you know, where everybody is with pit strategies. Coming to the end of an endurance race like this, we don't really know, you know, pit strategies have gotten out of sequence and everything like that. So, you know, probably not for another, I'd probably say not for another 30 minutes. Are we really going to know, okay, all of the pits have been done now, and this is, you know, how the field is actually panning out. But yeah, I think it's great that we've got this on track battle at the minute between Sam Spankelink and Lasso Strega for P5.
I can confirm actually, because there's a nifty feature on Pitwall Live that does show you stint times. I am correct that the current leaders, so the 13 of dressing in the car at least, they have not pitted yet for at least for the final stint.
Right.
As he's done 41 laps at the moment. He's 1 hour 12 in to his stint, so he should be coming in within the next 3 laps or so around then, so that he doesn't run over, whether they're trying to extend his stint as much as possible. He's potentially in that zone that we mentioned quite a bit last night, which naturally, if someone's in, do not break it, because it's going to be such a it's going to pay dividends in the long run. But besides that, everyone else behind, so the battle we're watching at the moment is for position. This is going to take us to the checkered flag. So yeah, no pressure on these lads at the moment. For the time being, Spankelink does seem to be holding off Strieg relatively well, but for the pace difference that we're seeing at the moment, it's going to be quite a grueling task to hold him back for 50 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, but then this battle has been going on since I came back on air. So this has been going on for an hour already. There was one period where Strega did manage to get past Sem, but Sem, you know, just did not give up the position. It was like a dog with a bone. And they actually ended up side by side for a good half lap, just battling back and forth. It was, you know, a phenomenal bit of racing from both drivers, and Sem just managing to squeak back out in front. Then the gap between them has you know, kind of shifted back and forth a little bit. You know, and at one point Strega was about 1.2, 1.3 back, but he's now, you know, closed that gap up again, and starting to put Sem under all kinds of pressure. But
that's a sideways Mercedes. Yeah, so that was Geese. Yeah, I did recognize that one. So 15th place, the 221 Mercedes. Sadly, that's been cheated. I can imagine overnight a lot of these teams sadly have been cheated quite a bit because of the nature of how dark this track will get, and brake markings, turn-in markings, especially for cheater, is just going to cause nightmares. But nevertheless, it does seem like Geese has managed to get moving again smoothly. Car doesn't appear to be damaged. He didn't pit straight away, because I guess the advantage of cheater is if you do munch it and you do crash, your pit stops right there. So it's very convenient to a little bit, but it is still one of those terrifying corners which, if you do chew too much, it could just straight up end your race there at least, or you have to RTP. So it's a horrible one.
Yeah, we have seen a couple of cars, you know, all the way into that wall. You know, you've got to be properly going some to get it that badly. You know, thankfully the majority of offs at Cheetah do, you know, they did just get, you know, bogged down in that sand, and luckily, you know, you don't get very much contact damage. But as you were mentioning, I've just noticed P1 now into the pits for their final pit stop. It's going to be close to see whether he actually gets that stop done before Justin DeLong passes by. The gap at the last timing board was 41 seconds. So it's going to be close, but it looks like that overtake has been done. So the 34 Aston Martin promoted back up into P1.
Now keeping an eye on the spacing. So 13, he's just come out of the pit. It seems like they're keeping Dressig in the car for the final stint. But I'm interested to see how far back Jonna Hackler is in the 169 R&E.
I'm currently showing it as 57. But I don't know if that's not updated yet.
So, well, all we can really do is wait until they both cross the same timing line, but until that point, Hackler's apparently a lap down. So that probably means he's just not past the start-finish line.
Yeah.
So there is a big gap at the moment, but that basically means, at least if they keep it clean, first and second place are basically the two cars that are locked out for the win, or at least to fight for the win in this case.
Yeah.
And then, well, we've naturally got this fight we're watching at the moment, which is going to be probably all the way until the checkered flag.
Yeah. I mean, Sem, you know, I've said it before. He's gone deep. Oh, just a little mistake there from Sem, keeping his foot in, even though he's gone very, very wide at Crocodiles. Been forced wide again at Cheetah, but this is what happened last time. That you know, Strega managed to get the job done, but it wasn't done and dusted. Sem did come back. So be very interesting to see how this plays out. Although Sem is a little bit behind at the minute, so it's probably going to take him about a lap, I think, to get back into a position to take that place back.
But I mean, knowing these two drivers, the pace between the two of them is almost identical. The main reason that one of them is going to be able to be quicker than the other one is purely on slipstream. Well, slight mistakes, but slipstream as well. When it comes to the strengths of both of these cars, I think the BMW has got slightly better top-end speed, but the Mercedes can keep itself in a corner a bit better, as well as being able to basically just chew through any curb in existence, which I know quite a few people in the ACC community do not like. The BMW is good on curbs as well, but compared to the busted the nature of the Mercedes, there's not much comparison in it. But looking at how this might pan out, it does seem like for the time being, Spenkling, as we get an update on the time, Spenkling is now falling back, but that, for all we know, that's him just biding his time. I think he did come into the pits first before Striga. Yes, he did. So in terms of gaining the position earlier on, it might have been under pit stop actually, so he got an undercut. But now, naturally, with the fact that the Mercedes has newer tyres and probably going to be pulling that gap for a little bit, it's going to be a much tougher job compared to what you mentioned he did earlier on.
Yeah, so it does mean that you know, he's going to have slightly better tires towards the end, but not by much.
It's only by 3 laps, so
yeah. So I don't think it's really going to be enough to make a difference. I think what's going to determine this is the relative freshness of each driver. You know, be interested to know, you know, how many hours each driver has done in the car throughout this race, and you know, had how much sleep and everybody's been able to get, because you know, we noticed the overtake a little bit late, but when I did see what was happening, it did look like Sam just missed his braking point just a tiny bit, going into Crocodiles, and you know, just outbraked himself a little bit to allow Strega to cut through on the inside. So it could just be fatigue.
I mean, you can't really blame these guys.
Oh God, no.
24 hours. Well, these are the daytime drivers, so maybe, well, they hopefully for the love of God, they've had a bit of a nap. I know there is one car, which I do see him in 22nd position. I have to give this man huge props for the complete insanity of him. But the 135 of Schultz, who is still going after 23 hours. And at the moment, he's got, from what the looks of things, to be some decently consistent pace. He's not, well, I don't know if he's crashed, but comparatively, he's gained quite a few positions from where he started. So overall, he seems to have just kept it consistent and point the car forwards. I have no idea how he's looking after himself. I think this was something we mentioned last night as well. But he must be being spoon-fed by someone at this point with the amount of concentration he's been keeping on for all of this. But massive props for doing this on your own.
Yeah, and it's you know, it's something that we were just before you came and joined me. It's something that we were talking about. He's relatively in the same position that he was when we first started commentating. And he's been able to keep pace with the cars around him. So, you know, my idea that he was going to do this with extending, you know, a couple of his pit stops here and there to give himself that time for, you know, comfort breaks and foods and, you know, get up and just, you know, walk around. It doesn't look like he's really done that very much because he's kept pace with the other cars around him to the point that that was a battle for position. Levels was, you know, getting right on the back of Mike Schultz, but managed to get things a little bit wrong coming out of barbecue, and ended up getting the car turned around. Thankfully, I believe that was, I'm not sure if that was Medina coming up behind him, but so somebody was definitely approaching that car at a vast rate of knots, but managed to avoid him. And I believe Levels has managed to get going again.
Oh, which is a good thing. And overall, actually, thinking about it, that's obviously that was the Mode 11 Blue from keeping an eye on the livery. They do not seem to have had the best of runs in this race, because if I remember, they were in the top 10 or at least top 20 when I signed off, and being so far down now, I feel bad for what has potentially happened to them. I'm probably gonna have a look back and see what's actually happened, as I am very conveniently joined by my cat on my desk. Can you not walk over everything? Thank you. Yes, he will probably turn everything off if I'm not careful.
The joy of cats.
Oh yes, he's a wonderful being. You weren't like this yesterday, but who cares? He's a lot bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. Oh, and he's run off already.
Yeah.
Okay.
My cat is banned from my race room because she did manage to unplug my rig in the middle of a race once. So she is now banned.
Cat technical difficulties. That would be an interesting one to have in the casting booth.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yes, my cat disconnected me from the server. And Alex Crawford just coming into the chat, letting you know that the Mode 11 they have suffered a few disconnects. Over the events. So, yeah.
Woo. So that was the number 2 Audi that you were talking about there, nearly going into the side of the Mode 11. But that, to be honest, looks like a fatigue-based error, sadly. Something we were mentioning earlier on. Just got on the gas a little too early. The tyres naturally were not in their optimal window of getting grip, and just spun up and spun the car naturally. And after so long, even a small mistake like that is going to knock your confidence for 2. So hopefully there is someone with Levels at the moment in a call, just kind of motivating him back up, because from experience, even though I've not done anything this long, when it comes to the more fatigued-based parts of the race, getting yourself back to pace is so much harder. And to be honest, being only 2.5 seconds back, and especially with the sort of pace they gained to Schultz, there is still more of a possibility than they probably think, with 35 minutes coming to the end of the race. So that place is not done and dusted just yet, so we'll keep watch of that.
Yeah. And we're on board with Samuel von Liebenstein of the 404 Porsche, hunting down shops of the 415 Audi ahead. This is a game for position. So this is our other on-track battle for position as we come down into the last 35 minutes of this race. This is for P12 overall. Yeah, and we've also just been told in our ear that P2 is catching. So that could get spicy for then the end of the race. That gap at the minute I'm just showing as 8.6. So yeah, that's quite a considerable improvement. I think last time I looked that was 14 seconds. So yeah,
close to. And I think that later pit stop that we saw, because naturally the 13 Lamborghini was ahead when I first joined, which caught me off guard a little bit, but the Aston was net-wise still the car in the lead, but due to that much later stop and the dragged out stint comparatively, dressing at the moment is going to have a much fresher set of tyres. So compared to what we were, the tyre comparison we were doing between Spenkling and Street, they were only about 3 laps. So over the longest stint, probably wouldn't make too much a difference. It's more down to, like we mentioned then, the driver, which actually, speaking of which, second place is currently stuck between these two. And that gap has actually now spread out a bit more. So hopefully I think Street's going to want to try and get or let this Lamborghini through as cleanly as possible without dropping time to the BMW as he indicates to the right. So dive down the inside and let him through. Perfectly done.
Yeah.
So that gap now 7 seconds already. So at the moment, it seems like a second a lap at the moment. So those fresher tires are doing dressing an absolute insane job. So De Jong just has to, at the moment, probably being told, as we actually see him just go out of camera frame at the bottom there. So it's pretty much the length of this back straight between both cars.
Yeah, and the fact that, you know, since I've been watching these two on Pitwall Live, there has been between, it has been about a second a lap difference. So, you know, 6-7 laps and this battle is going to be on. So Dressing has definitely given himself plenty of time to catch up. But then, you know, still having enough time left in the race to actually, you know, battle and get the job done. But Justin De Jong, I've been commentating on Justin quite a lot in the GT3 Championship. Very, very strong driver, very, very good at defending. So he's definitely not going to make it easy for Dressing. I think again this is going to come down to how fatigued Justin is and at the minute. As to, you know, how long he's going to be able to keep Dressing behind. Yeah, it's down to 6.3 now, the gap, just as Dressing crosses the line. Yeah, 1.4 difference that lap. So yeah, Dressing is a man on a mission. And yeah, we're within, you know, 5 laps. This battle is going to be on, so we will definitely be keeping an eye on that. As we just taken a look at how the battle is shaping up for P12. So we're on board with Samuel von Liebenstein, and currently 0.4 back from Daniel Schultz in P12 of that 415 Audi.
Oh, so commentate or our producer saying it was actually 0.1 when we swapped over, so they were probably side by side for a little bit, Porsche being forced to back off away from that, but now the Audi is going to be catching up with these back markers. So how cleanly Shops is going to be able to get past, is going to pay massively to that gap to the Porsche, hoping he wants to get past quickly, because if he's held up, that is going to push him right back into the jaws of Liebenstein. And for the time being, we are we're now heading into the more Audi eccentric part of the track, the fast accelerating downhill top end relevant part of the track, which the Audi just absolutely adores. Heavy braking back onto the throttle, now heading into Cheetah, which is an area that if one of these back off a bit too much, they go a bit wide on the side. There is a slow car, both avoiding, luckily, as they keep to the gravel for the time being. Now the race for them stays on. Audi is getting alongside the Ferrari ahead, so he's probably going to keep the dive on him so he can get ahead. I don't think the Porsche is really going to try. He could be a bit sneaky here and get through, which I think he's going to try and do. Keep his nose in. Yet Ferrari is not going to let through, and that is going to hold up Liebenstein. He's not going to be too happy with that. Does get through now going up the hill, but that pace drop back, all the work he just made to catch up with the Audi has already vanished. But for the time being, he's got better focuses, or at least I hope he's got better focuses than to just get annoyed at what just happened.
It certainly looks like it is a battle behind. Nobody's really giving up that position, but I'm not seeing any other really close.
Oh my word, that
times.
was a... So, matter of fact, that was a battle behind. And actually, well, technically, I think it's a battle ahead, as the two Ferraris are actually a lap ahead of the two cars we were just watching, because Shops and Liebenstein in 12th and 13th, these are Pixel and Mecha, who is in 9th and 10th. So this is, well, I say top 10s, this is to get into the single digits at the moment. So overall, didn't realize, I have actually just realized as well, I think the 91 of Pixel has managed to get past. They might, or the scoring board might not have updated just yet, because if I'm not mistaken, the 91...
It should update now. It
should update now, as I think the 89 will go ahead of the 91. No, it is that way around. I just don't remember numbers. But for the time being, I believe the 91 was the one trying to get past, and the battle that was behind ahead, I don't know how you want to look at it. Comparatively, it was just a quicker battle, which for track position was behind them, but it has now split them up a bit more. However, Mecha is not letting off, and Pixel is going to be, again, this is another race that I'm pretty certain is going to go to the checkered flag.
Yeah, we're just having a Horvath in the chat saying that they are a lap apart.
And they're fighting this hard, my word. I wonder if everyone's calling that out and saying, excuse me. So I'm not insane. Yeah, so the 91 is the car behind, but from the way they were driving then, they were very much having a fight. As we now hop back to the front, where we see the 6.5 second gap that was initially there is down to 2.8. We have lost so much time. I think that 1 and a bit seconds, as a Porsche vanishes into the distance.
That's one way to let a faster car by.
I guess it probably put off the Lamborghini a little bit, but overall he's kept it on the road. But yeah, Dressing has, from the looks of things, kept that 1.5 second pace advantage up over the last couple of laps. However, they have reached a large bunch of traffic. So now I think both cars are going to slow down and become a bit more comparative pace as the gap actually increases a little bit. But overall, getting through traffic is a part of the race. It is nothing that is supposed to be easy. And again, I'm looking back, sorry, just to interrupt again, but the 91 of Andrew Pixel was in the pit
I was
And
just
now
about to say, so I think that is why they were battling so hard, is because they knew that there was a pit stop coming.
Yeah. So that fight might happen. I think it's only about half a lap, though, that you lose when it comes to a pit stop, because it is a very, very short pit wall here. But still, that... what a bewildering sequence of events over then. Yeah, so they have just pitted. They're on a very offset pit sequence when I've been looking back through what they've done. They kind of partway through the night had a short stint, did the 91, which has now put them on this weird offset plan for all of their stints, which I don't think is going to feed them back. They're going to have a bit of nice, well, maybe not clean air, because naturally there's going to be lapped cars back at markers, all that sort of stuff. But overall, position-wise, they're all there.
No. Okay. Right, Jen, we've just got somebody waiting in for interview. Let's pull him in. Good morning, Johan. Can you hear us?
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon. Oh, yeah.
Afternoon? I mean...
Afternoon, morning, evening, and some time of day.
Tired.
Tired.
Yeah,
how's it going, Johan?
Well, it's been going good till in the morning. We had a game press, so we lost some spots, but we are now to the 3 in the same lap, so the last few hours I've been driving, and yesterday I had a bad stint. I made a crash, but today it was good. We had fun. It was very nice. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Hello?
Oh, good. Sorry. So yeah, looking at your progress at the moment, you're down in 29th, so maybe not the strongest position, at least compared to what I've seen you guys done in the past. You mentioned a couple of crashes in there. Was there any technical issues, or just overall, do you feel like this may be just a bit of fun overall?
Yeah, overall, we had a lot of fun. Yesterday, I did the third stint. Tim Miro, who's driving now, he did the first 2 stints. He did a good job, and he took over. But unfortunately, I had a crash. I lost more than a minute in the pit, so that's why we dropped down. Then during the night, I did a very, very good job. Normally, I had to drive in the night with Kurt Peters, but due to some issues here at home with we changed the plan, and Steven Lakens drove in my place, and I did this morning. I did just a double stint now. So, but I had fun today. Today it went very good.
So, did you actually touch nighttime driving at all, or were you swapped out before you found all the technical issues on your end? Because overall, I kind of want to know what it was like driving during the night around, especially a track like this, where there is no light assistance. It's all done by the cars.
I didn't drive in the night. I normally then I have to ask my colleague, my teammate Kurt Peters. He drove 2 stints in the night, or Stein van Olaken. They can more tell about that. I drove in the morning, so.
So were you there for the sun rising, I guess?
Yeah.
So did that cause any glare? Because if I'm not mistaken, the sun raises when you're coming up to sunset. So did that cause any issues when it came to trying to spot braking markers, that sort of thing?
No, not for me. So maybe I drove just after the sun was already how do you say rising. Because Tim is now doing the last hour, and I've been driving 2 hours in front of him. So Kurt Peters, he drove with the sunset, but I didn't hear any problems with the sun. So that was quite good.
I mean, especially, how does it feel coming back? So obviously driving in the earlier stints, you got an idea. You did have a bit of unfortunate nature, but you got the car to a certain position. How does it feel then going for a nap? I'm assuming it wasn't too much. It wasn't like a full-on sleep.
No.
Just in case, but you had a bit of a nap. And then coming back, getting in the car, was there any fatigue? Was there anything like that that caught up on your end? Or did you kind of have that same zoned out mentality where you could just get in and drive still?
Yeah, I had a very good zone. Normally I don't drive that fast. I did really good 2 stints with a full tank. Normally I drive 144, 145, and I managed to drive most of them in the 144, and I also did some in 143. So it went very good. I had a good feeling, especially not the last corner, but therefore the high curve.
The cheetah, yes. Yeah.
That was my problem in practice. I took it constantly, but here in the race, I think I hit him once, but for the rest it went very good. I had a lot of fun this morning.
And I mean, talking about the positive nature of the stint you had this morning, the music sounds like it did quite a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of keeping that pace going. But how much do you want to say the teammates helped on that? So if you were dropping off a little bit, they pepped you up a little bit, how that sort of thing, kind of keeping that motivation going on in your ear while you were driving?
Yeah, they're constantly, normally we are with one guy who's spotting, and now we were with 3, but they're constantly saying, you're doing good, you're doing fine, no problem. And yeah, this morning I drove with Kurt Peters. He was spotting for me, and that's kind of like how do you say it? I feel good when he's spotting. I don't want to say
comfortable.
Comfortable.
Okay.
With Spain and Steven also. When Tim is spotting for me, I kind of get nervous because he's the quickest of our team, and he wants to be competitive.
Right, gotcha.
The guy who drives the less times, and just I get a little bit nervous, but today it went very good. So I'm happy with our race, and hopefully we can maybe get another spot. But I think the guys on the course number 56 are just too fast to catch. So I think if we can settle for the position now, we're happy. We had fun.
I think the car you're chasing is actually the 417 Audi.
Okay.
Of Kastenheirer at the moment.
Then he passed. When I was waiting here in the interview room, he was still behind. So then he passed. Okay. Then they have to chase back him.
So you've got a fight on your hands to the checkered flag again, by the sounds of things.
I hope Tim when he goes for something, I'm certain that he will go for it, and he will not be I will say content pleased if he can't catch him. So I don't know how much time is between them now, but
it's a bit difficult to tell from where we're sitting. I think it's about 30 seconds or something. It sounds like it was a long drop back. So whether there's been a bit of an incident between the two of them, I'm not too sure, but it's hard to tell from where we are sitting at the time being. But I mean, just to...
Really sorry to jump in. We have just had the overtake for P1 happen coming out of coming out of Crocodiles, while lined up in Crocodiles, made through Cheetah, and then the lap completed. I mean, I've been watching this battle very closely, but still not done. So Justin De Jong trying to go deep on the brakes.
That's
unfortunately,
too desperate. That was too desperate.
It is just a bit of a desperate lunge, and Dressing does quite an easy switchback. But in the lap or two leading up to that overtake, Dressing putting everything out there, going wide in a couple of places, pushing the car as much as possible. But with 15 minutes left to go, has managed to finally get that position done. Just an amazing fight after 24 hours that we have such a close battle for P1. It is just an amazing testament to how great this race has been. Sorry to just barge in there, but I just didn't want that overtake to slip away from our attention. So
this was more important than me.
No. That's not a good way of looking at it.
That is not what we were saying. That's not what we were saying.
I say that. No. It's you have to say that. That was a very important fact of the race. So.
But I mean, overall, what we can really say from this is, despite first, second, third position, the podiums, all of that top 10. No matter what position people end this race in, the fact that you have kept the car going for an entire 24 hours is impressive on its own. And I mean, despite being as far back, you've had you've been saying it several times, you've had an extraordinarily fun times, Johan. That's kind of, for a lot of people, especially within this community, you need to remember, we're not all quick. We're not all those alien-paced people. No. We're never always going to be there at the front of the grid. But when it comes down to everything, we are here for fun. We've got people driving this race in a Bentley, which is extraordinarily... it just is not competitive. We have someone driving it on their own.
It's still P18.
The Bentley is in the points at the moment. Yeah. They've been doing really well saying that. Yeah, from the looks of things, they've just kept it on the track. But at the end of the day, actually, I can give you an update on your gap, Johan. You are 4 seconds behind the 417 at the moment. So I'm not sure if that's catching or backing off. You are catching because it just went down a little bit. So there is still a battle on your hands, at least, or your car's hands, but you've only got 13 minutes to do it. So we are very quickly encroaching the end of the race. But is there any final questions you have for Johan, Sam?
No, the only thing that I just wanted to say on behalf of Simsport Racing, Johan, thank your employer from us. It was a very generous donation that they made during the week leading up to this event. So a sincere thank you from all of us at Simsport Racing, and we ask you to pass that on to.
I will do
at the company when you see them. I guess tomorrow.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
7:30 in the morning. I'll be back.
You're going into work teary-eyed.
I will pass the work home. They do it with a lot of pleasure. They they donate a lot of money during the year on several charity causes. So also in England, because we have a factory in England, in I don't know if you know that, in Cambridgeshire, if I say it right.
Oh, okay.
There's yeah. So that's our English department. And they also in each country where we have a factory, they do each year something for the good cause. So they donate money. They organize things in the factory, and everything we pay for that it goes to directly to the good cause. So it's a very good company.
Yeah. So it sounds like it. Thank you very, very much, and yeah, they definitely pass on our.
I will do.
To everyone tomorrow. But thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for having me in the stream.
No, thank you.
Been a pleasure. Thank you for the insights as well.
You're welcome. We had a lot of fun, and I hope we can come back next year. We'll see how it develops in our team. So it was a nice year. We had a lot of how do you say it, problems during the year. Before the first race, I had technical problems. Then a colleague had several months of constantly disconnect with his computer, so couldn't drive. And now it's only the second time this year in Monza and here that he drives Kurt. So we're very happy with him driving again. And also the other ones, they did a fantastic job for the team. Also, I want to thank Tim, the driver for the moment, for the fantastic livery he made. All the sponsors on it. I can't thank him and all the rest enough for this fantastic adventure.
And it's been an absolute pleasure again. So thank you, Johan. We'll let you get back to your team for the checkered flag.
Okay.
So as we come into the final 10 minutes, or coming down now to the final 9 minutes, as we see the lone horse of Schultz once again coming round.
That's an amazing guy, yeah. 24 hours alone. Yeah, massive respect for the guy.
Yeah.
Respect, or we call him crazy sometimes.
Yeah. Well, maybe to do something like this, you have to be a little bit crazy, I guess. No?
Oh yeah,
definitely.
Oh yeah.
So I just want to pull into the conversation. Lulu's been sitting very, very quietly, patiently waiting in the background. Hello, Lulu. How are you this morning?
Well rested.
Good.
I haven't had to drive a car for 6 hours in the middle of the night. It's been quite nice.
Oh yes, because you were going to be our midnight stint, weren't you? Yeah.
I was indeed meant to be the midnight stint. Sadly, the 990 did not make it due to let's say, driver issue.
And everyone's been very, very dancing around this issue very, very politely as to what happened to the Snack and Sons car. But it's lovely to see you in the commentary box with us, Lulu. So
everyone do the heavy lifting, pop in for the last 10 minutes. You know how it is.
Yeah.
I've done probably not my fair share of stewarding, but I've helped with that. That was quite quiet through the night at least, so no one was rudely woken up.
That's good to hear. Well behaved through the night, so applauds to everyone on that side of things. But from the sounds, it wasn't dead quiet though. It sounds like there might have been a few, but I'm assuming they were just dealt with in the morning more than anything.
I believe a few had stacked up a little bit, but I believe they were dealt with relatively quickly.
Okay.
They were dealt with people who are better at getting up in the morning than I. That's for sure. But no, I figured I would pop in. I would say hello to everyone here. Chris, Hoban, Kieran, Sam. Just, again, fantastic job. Chris, you're also psychotic for doing this for as long as you have been.
Yes, and our cameraman Chris has been here the entire race doing this on his own, so...
See, well, I think he's actually got a pair of those glasses with the googly eyes, and he said he's awake, but he's not.
Slightly awake.
What you can't see is the pile of Red Bull behind him or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's currently shaking every time he goes for his mouse. It's not stable at all, so... we need to be careful with him, otherwise he's going to shake himself a bit too much. But yes, I mean, overall, coming into this race, Chris, I think from the entire of the SSRI community, we just want to give you the biggest thank you for this sort of thing, because I know there were, the normal plan for the 24-hour races. I can't remember who it is. It's Tom. Is it Tom normally? Yeah, is the one that at least hosts the stream. But then naturally you can have some producers come in and out, help out every now and then, so that it's a more flushed out workload. So it's not one person doing the lot. But for some reason, you decided to. And I don't think anyone would have blamed you if you didn't want to, if you didn't need to. But you what's the word? I've forgotten.
Persisted?
Persisted. You pushed through.
There you go.
Yeah. And overall, just getting some words from him. He's done it for Gareth, and I mean, overall, this entire event has been for him. We've picked the Christie charity because of Gareth, and overall, we had mentionings at the start as well from both Gareth's parents and brother, who made an appearance. So they might still be here. I don't know. Who knows? But they gave some absolutely beautiful words saying how Gareth would be looking down on this race in such wonderment and how much he would have enjoyed it. So words to really touch our hearts on all of this, and especially Chris yourself, because you were very, very close with Gareth. So all we can really say is thank you for staying through most of this. You did get a little bit of a rest overnight, thank God. You're not that psychotic, but you were the one that were here, keeping an eye on the stream, keeping everything running. And I know you panic. You kept saying this at the start of the stream. You do panic, but everything's been running. We couldn't have asked for any more on all of this. So from the deepest parts of our hearts, from the entire community, we just want to say thank you.
Yeah, I mirror those sentiments exactly. You know, Chris and I work together very, very closely on the GT3 championship. And you know, I know that you know, you're still learning the whole stream management side and you know, camera work side of streaming. You've been doing absolutely fantastic. You know, and any problems that have come up, you panic a little bit, but you always get them sorted. So that is the number one thing. You know,
if you're not panicking, are you doing it right?
Exactly. You know, but exactly. But yeah, I echo it exactly what Kieran said. You're amazing. Although he's just reminded us
he's
that
pushing
we
us away now.
I know.
Stop talking about me.
Very good deflection, and reminding us that this is for position on track. This is Patrick Mecca on Pixel. This is 4P9.
10.
Sorry, for
yeah, that's
P10.
Abranosa.
That's Abranosa.
Yes.
That's the Aston Martin. That's the Abbey Racing.
He's stuck it into Crowthorne and he's held it around Sunset.
So massively done. That has happened within the last 3 minutes. That is going to be Mecca, the 89 Ferrari. They're going to feel absolutely robbed. You've waited so long and you've just dropped out of the top 10 within the final dying minutes of the race. Now, saying that, it's still not all done. For all we know, Abranosa could make a little hiccup, could make a mistake. Everyone on this is somewhat fatigued, so
yeah,
mistakes are very susceptible.
Yeah.
It's my names.
Where are we? Endurance chats. Just been.
Not to detract from that as well, have you noticed that Sem Spankerlink in the Beamer in 6th is slowly reeling in the 88 car?
Streak. Oh, this would be
Yeah.
because we mentioned them when I first came on. Streak just made it past Spenkling, so that was position done for them. But Streak seems to have lost pace now over towards the end of the stint, and Spenkling has capitalized on that nicely. But he is only going to have, I would say, a lap and a bit to do this, because the leader is just in front. So this is going to be a big ask, but it'll be almost poetic irony because of the fight that they were having, like towards the start of the race. But that was when it was for the lead of the race as well.
Yeah.
And that sadly did end a bit dramatically, which was an unfortunate one to say the least. I don't think it was anything to do with Streak, though. It was a coming out of pit lane incident, so that was really unfortunate. But now that they've met once again, it's 24 hours later, and it still baffles me to this day how you can have that much time and you can still be this close.
Yeah, and in the same fight that you were at the beginning.
Exactly.
I've just kept an eye on where the leader was. This is the final lap, so that the leader is just ahead of these two. So it is now or never.
I'm gonna leave you guys. I'm going to my team. Is that okay?
Yep, that's
By
fine.
means, knock yourself out. It's going to be the checkered flag anytime soon.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Bye. See you next time.
Bye.
So we're just jumping on board with Marius dressing so that we can see him come through the checkered flag. So he's just coming down out of mine shafts now, coming into the braking zone for crocodiles. So then this has been a fantastic event. You know, the fact that 24 hours later we still have 32 cars out on track, all running. The fact that we still have our solo driver still running, currently in P23, which is just absolutely amazing. So Marius dressing, taking the checkered flag. Justin DeLong just coming across the line now to take P2. Janus Hokkala coming in to take the final podium position as he is just coming out of where are we? Just coming up to Leekop now, on his way back down the hill through mine shafts. Oh no, I've just spotted Patrick Treffers.
Oh no.
Mode 11 on the final lap getting a drive-through penalty.
That must be a drive. That must be a driver stint. That must be a driver stint.
Oh, that's just. It could be driver stint or it could just be track limits.
Maybe, or either way, that is something you don't want to see at the very end. However, I think that gets translated into 30 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, over the line.
Ironically enough, it would have been better if they got it last lap and served the penalty. However, I do think they have the gap to not worry about it.
Yes.
Yeah, it is a lap back to Dominic Geese, so that has managed. And yeah, now that he's just crossed the line, it has clicked over to a 30-second time penalty.
I'll tell you what, though, it has to be somewhat disappointing for the 34 car to be pipped in the last 20 minutes of the race, but again, you've got to give them credit. They've held it for so long and still coming home in second at the end of the day. It's nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, and exactly. You know, the fact that they were able to, give us a on-track position battle right at the very end, those of us who have done 24 hours before, commentated or watched 24 hours before, it's so rare to have a battle go down to the wire like that. So it just goes to show how great a race that this has been. And everybody in YouTube chat, coming up with the same things. The legend that is a 135 Michael Schultz completing a 24-hour race on his own and relatively in a very similar position to where he qualified. It is just phenomenal. And the fact that we only had one car that didn't finish, it is a testament to how much everybody has enjoyed this race, and the fact that no matter the number of disconnects that we've had, incidences, whatever, everyone has stuck with it because they've been enjoying it, and it's been done for a good reason. We've got to remember that the true winner of this race is the Christie charity, and the fact that we as a community are able to donate over £6,000 to a phenomenal organization that is doing amazing work for such a great cause. It makes me very, very proud to be part of this community. That we, as a relatively small community in the grand scale of things, are able to do this much good for a fantastic cause. So big shout out to everybody who has contributed, and we have a raft of interviews waiting in the wings. Everybody wants in, so we've got to bring in our P1 driver to begin with. Marius,
give me some time to get my Raggy Wen sign out.
Marius, thank you very, very much for joining us and giving us such a fantastic end to the race. Give us your perspective from the cockpit.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. I was just sending it basically. No, we were about to decide who was going to be in the last stint, and we weren't sure about it. We could have taken the boring decision and put the slower driver on the car, then nothing would happen. But I think that was more interesting now for everyone.
So did you have any, what challenges did you as a team and experience? We've heard, lots of teams having technical issues, disconnects, accidents. Was it relatively plain sailing for you guys, or did you have your challenges to overcome as well?
Yeah, we also had some challenges. We had, in the first stint already, we had a yellow motor, so and then we left like 2.5 to 3 tenths a lap due to that. But yeah, still, I think it went relatively smooth. We had some, some spins, and we have quite a, I said variety of pace on the car, so some drivers are slower, but in the end, in a 24-hour race, there is everything about the consistency, and I think we made the most out of it.
That's what makes it enjoyable, especially when you have a team with a mixed pace, and you can still outperform other teams that maybe have a much closer, far more consistent speed amongst their drivers. At the end of the day, you still come in with P1.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely happy about it. The win obviously goes to the team because they really pulled off the consistency in the night and in the rain. So it was absolutely fantastic.
And now you've won the sprint race. How do you feel about the 48-hour feature tomorrow?
Sorry?
But I want you to kind of run us through that final stint as well, because obviously going into it, or at least when I joined, you were ahead But what I didn't realize is you were on quite a bit of an offset pit strategy. So when it came to that pit strategy you had, well, how much of it was actually strategy or just kind of luck of the trade? Because when you came out on those fresher tires, the pace gap you had between you and the Aston Martin ahead just seemed to be exponential. You were making 1 second a lap almost. So when it came to the overtake itself, you were almost on the back of him within 7 laps or something.
Yeah. Yeah, there was also quite some strategy as well. We were just looking what they were doing, because there was 2 possible strategies in our side. You could have split the last 2 stints so that they are, more or less equal, or you can go the last stint a little shorter like we did, and then go flat out. That was the right decision, I think, because with a split strategy we would possibly be closer earlier, but it would be harder to overtake. And now it was like I had much more pace, and he threw everything at me, but it was I think it wasn't possible to hold me up.
Yeah. Well, thank you very, very much for joining us, Marius. That absolutely fantastic racing that you've given us. I've just had a notification to say that we do have Michael Schultz, our solo driver, waiting for an interview, and the guy who's been sat in the Discord with Schultz confirming that he is absolutely dead. So I want to bring him in, give him his interview so that he can then go to bed and get some sleep.
I was going to say, do we have a translator ready and potentially a pillow to catch him?
But Michael Schultz, welcome to the interview booth. First of all, oh my God, completing a 24-hour race solo on your own. I think I speak for everybody in YouTube that you are our hero. How on earth have you managed this?
Ignorance, to be honest. It honestly, it was fine for me until probably, like, I'd say it started getting rough after 8 hours towards the end, and it was very, very difficult to continue going when there was six hours to the end.
That was the brick wall point where...
Yeah.
Was it concentration dropping off, or just overall it was lack of motivation almost? And I guess going off of that, how did you push through then?
I'm stubborn.
There's no secret.
It was actually more challenging physically than I expected. Physically, I'm actually very tired. I can like almost not stand at the moment. My knees are so shot. The being tired like mentally was something I could deal with, but the physical I wasn't ready for.
Yeah. Have you had somebody with you to support you in this? Somebody bringing you food and drink and stuff like that, or?
Yeah, I did. And I also had a cooler box next to me with like energy aids and energy drinks and stuff.
Yes, energy drinks, of course.
Yeah.
See, we're correct. The strategy to all of this is Monster Energy. It's just completely skyrocket your caffeine levels. Was coffee in there as well, that sort of thing, or did you kind of try and keep everything?
No coffee, no.
Okay.
No, coffee makes you need to go to the toilet, so that's counterproductive.
Exactly. I highly do not recommend trying it, doing it solo.
Yeah, I understand that you've had some people in voice chat with you in the Discord. How many people have you had supporting you on comms with you to keep you awake?
Probably, I think around 6 or so. It's guys from my local sim racing community.
Oh, that's fantastic. Do you want to give a shout out to them?
Well, yeah, definitely a shout out to Russ for helping me with my livery, Essie for starting the whole community, and France and everyone else, Anton, Conrad, everybody who just kept me sane by talking while I was sitting staring at my monitor for hours on end.
I know. Yeah. I mean, I'm very, very rarely speechless, but the performance that you have demonstrated over the past 24 hours is just insane. And just read through some of the comments in the YouTube chat after you've had some sleep, obviously. And everybody has been rooting for you, and just giving you the utmost respect. A lot of people saying that you're insane as well, but
a little bit.
and everybody has been rooting for you. So
That's so cool. I didn't know.
thank you very much for giving us such an amazing story to be able to comment on throughout this event.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks to Chris as well, especially Chris from SSRI. He helped me out a lot with all of my special questions.
He's good like that, isn't he?
Yeah. Right. So we're gonna. Sorry, Kieran, if you got a final question for him?
No, I was going to move it along as well.
I was going to say, because the man needs to sleep.
Yes.
Cheers.
Right.
Cheers.
Thank you so much, Michael,
Thank you
and
again.
hope to see you again soon.
Congratulations, that was an impressive feat.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, so I'm going to bring in our P2 driver, Justin De Jong. Good morning, Justin.
Good morning.
It is now afternoon. Good
Afternoon. It is
Justin.
afternoon now, yeah.
Yeah, it's now afternoon. Yes.
Does that mean I have to take my pajamas off?
Yeah, you can take your pajamas off.
No, it's a Sunday. It's allowed. Right, so Justin, give us your perspective on that final battle.
Yeah, I knew he was coming because he was faster. My engine was red, so the downshifts were not working. Were working really well. So yeah, it was hard to get pace out of the car, and yeah, I struggled a lot, and I tried everything to keep him behind me. But yeah, it was in the end, he got me, and it was a really epic legend fight with him, and GG's on him to keep it clean.
I mean, I have to say, I was watching that race intently while they were interviewing the driver earlier, and you were planting that car exactly where it needed to be for lap after lap after lap. So I think we've all got to give you credit, and I'm sure Marius as well will attest that you were not making his life easy by any means.
No, it was with the broken car, it was not doable to get any pace out of it. Lock up was really easy, and that kind of stuff, and it didn't really help. So but yeah, it was a good fight, good race. I hoped for a win, but yeah, it didn't happen.
You got very close though.
Yeah, very close. And for the SSRI community, and I think for the stream, it's awesome to have after 24 hours in the last 30 minutes a fight like this. I think that's really awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the chat was glued to the screen in both YouTube and in the Discord. Everyone was keeping a very close eye on that battle.
My teammates didn't want to watch.
I can completely sympathize with that, because as Lulu said, when we had an interview in the room at the time that this battle was going on, and throughout the interview, I am literally on the edge of my seat, nose to nose with my monitor, watching this battle. Trying to keep the noises to a minimum. Every time it got really close and everything like that. So yeah, I can certainly sympathize with your teammates that it can be stressful watching a battle like that, and not being able to do anything about it.
No, just watching. I believe it was in the corner crocodile. I had a massive lock up there, and yeah.
Yeah.
And he was and getting clean through Cheetah side by side. That was really awesome.
I can speak for myself and probably the rest of the stewards, saying we were very happy when the overtake was made cleanly and there were no big incidents.
Yes. Yeah. They definitely don't want that sort of position decided by the stewards, do we?
Yeah, my dive bomb in the end was a little bit too much, but yeah, it was.
I saw it coming.
Yeah, I knew you saw it coming, but I had to try something,
Yeah,
of course.
I think we all saw it coming and we all collectively clenched.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, and if you didn't go for it, are you really a racing driver?
No, for sure.
Exactly.
he started coming, and I saw him. The line he chose to that corner, I saw he knew I was going for it. So I think I can just full send it, and yeah, we will probably survive it. But yeah, we did, and yeah, big GGs to him for the race, and next time maybe I can get him.
Hold on to it.
Yeah, I can hold on to it. I think it cost about 10 minutes, the battle, something like that.
God, well, I mean, we started watching it from, I think it was as soon as Marius, you pitted, because that's basically when it was on. You were both in net position at that point.
Yeah.
And then I think that was with about 40 minutes odd remaining, 30 maybe, 35, around there.
Yeah.
And then we were just watching that clock go down and down and down. And then naturally, when you eventually met, I think that was about a 10-minute battle or so, with him just sniffing the rear panel of your car for the entire time. It was a bit unfortunate we couldn't commentate it on the time with the interview, because naturally when that move then happened, Sam burst in going, "It happened!"
I had to completely dive into the middle of an interview, but obviously everyone was very understanding, because it was something that we all wanted to keep an eye on. But absolutely fantastic driving from the both of you. Really, really clean, really respectful, really exciting, giving us plenty to talk about in the stream. But I'm just conscious of time, and we have our third place team waiting in the interview room. So I'm just going to bring in Jonas Hakala and his teammate Ben McConnell. So both of you, Jonas and Ben, welcome to the commentary box. Well done on your P3. Quite a feat considering where you were when I left the comms box after the opening 3 hours of the race. So give us some insight as to how you clawed those positions back.
Go on, Yanti. I'll let you take this one. I want to see how much you slammed into the bus.
Well, so such a supportive teammate.
Yeah, race start didn't really go as planned. We ended up in a 3-1 situation where then Ben got pushed out into the grass, and the rejoin was difficult, and we ended up P18 immediately from P4 in the start, and then I could already tell a bit of frustration in Ben's voice there when he was trying to claw it back, and some things happened, and we forgot about those already. But
lies and slander.
Some things happened, and nobody got hurt, I'm sure. Maybe a bit.
Maybe one car. Maybe one.
Maybe some feelings.
I was adding content. You're all welcome.
Yeah, but after that we were just focusing on our race, and apparently the night stints were going very well as well. So can't complain. P3, we got back there.
You're missing the important bit, Yanti. Come on. What's the important bit?
Come on, Yanti. What's the important bit?
That we are the champions.
We are the champions.
This is true. Very true. So congratulations, I guess, overall, because coming into this race, I guess, well, I don't know what your expectations, to be honest, I didn't do the math behind what position you required at the end of this race to become champions, at the end of this race at least. But especially with how everything started at this, for the early stage of this season, to then come back and have this sort of a recovery drive to get the championship overall. How does it feel having such a sweet drive to finish things off?
Ben, your turn.
Oh, cheers, mate.
What's the pasta with these two?
In all honesty, I personally didn't realize we were in a position to win the championship until, I think it was about a week ago. And then I found out how close we could. I was, oh, wicked! Let's go do this. But I think, in sincerity, I think we all just take each event one at a time, and just focus on trying to get the best result out of every single race that we do. So Yeah, of course, our focus was to beat 787, but like, we wanted that win. We really wanted to try and get that win. We were a bit upset that we couldn't get where we should have been. We've taken a lot of lessons from this, and me and Jonas have actually talked already in DMs about next season and the plans for next season, how we're going to try and be better, be more consistent, be faster, what sort of car we're thinking of going with, who's going to be in what team, that kind of thing. So we're already planning for the next season to give it absolutely everything. But obviously, there's still one more round yet. We're going to attend that round anyway, and you know, use it as a experiment, if you like, for next season.
Play some bumper cars while you're there. See how many points you can rack up by the end of the season.
If I see Robin on track, Robin is getting executed.
Right, well, thank you very, very much, Ben and Jonas. So I think that the big takeaway that we can take from your experience and what you've shown us on track today is that consistency pays off, even if you have a rough start to a race. It is an endurance. It is about sticking with it, and just keep driving, just keep grinding away. And this is a perfect example of exactly why you do that. Having such a difficult start, ending up P18, and after what was it, lap 2, lap 3, and then coming back to take a podium, it just illustrates why sticking with it, just keep driving, is such a fantastic strategy. So yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you very much for giving us some excellent driving, and as you said, Ben, giving us some content to talk about. Congratulations not only on the P3 but the championship win. So what are you guys gonna do to go and celebrate?
Sleep.
Yeah, sleep.
I can answer that one for them. It's sleep.
100%. I mean, Jonas actually got some sleep.
I slept for like 5 hours, so I'm okay.
Oh, you've had decent sleep.
Wait.
I mean, it was a luxury moment for me, that I have to say.
But were you in bed, or did you just pop a pillow behind you in the rig in case something went wrong?
Nah, I literally hopped in bed and just closed my eyes and nodded off immediately. I woke up when Ben called me and said, "Hey, you gotta be in the car soon." Okay.
So what he didn't tell you is you actually only slept for 10 minutes and he got bored and called you to get back in.
Yeah, basically. I mean, I fell asleep in the rig. I literally put my thick hoodie on, put a blanket over my legs, and just reclined my rig so I could lay backwards and just fell asleep. I only slept for like 40 minutes in total, I think, overnight.
Oh, jeez.
So I'm definitely going to go get a nap at some point today. Apparently I'm not allowed one, the wife said. Yes, I'm doing whatever she wants to do today.
Got to clean the house now.
Oh dear.
Fun times.
Kieran, Lulu, have you got any other questions for Jonas and Ben before we let them go and get some sleep?
I mean, I've got one for Ben, but it was written all over the Audi, so I won't say it.
You can never escape it.
You know what? It's never coming. It's just not happening. Given
at this point, I'm pretty sure, because everyone said it so much, you just don't want to give it. Even if it now appears, you're not going to give it.
Exactly. I'm literally holding on to it now from now on.
It's now just a matter of principle, can't give in anymore.
When the game's eventually done and dusted, I'm just going to release an empty blank piece of paper and call it the roadmap.
Actually, no, what you should do is you should release the roadmap from now when AC2 is announced and all that stuff. So yeah, when that's all in pipeline now, you just go, oh yeah, here's the roadmap, by the way.
Yeah. Ta-da!
Hey!
I'm sure I won't get any hate for that.
You can just put the steps to be like stuff and things and
yeah, actually, genius. Something car related. Oh, thank you.
Sometime in the future as a timetable and stuff.
Well, you could be you could be painful and say "bop" in the middle. Just one bit. No, nothing else on the
thought.
nothing else on the piece of paper. Just "bop," and release that.
Just trigger words at this point.
Yes, basically. I can be annoying.
Excellent. Well, thank you very, very much for taking the time to come in and join us for an interview. We shall let you go and get some sleep, and
Thank
we
you.
will wind down the stream so that we can allow our very lovely Chris Hill to get some sleep as well.
Cheers all. Take care.
Congratulations
Thank
on
you
your
very much,
championship
and
again.
congrats to all. Yeah.
I hope
Thank
your
you.
wife
Thank you.
enjoys whatever she's got planned for your day.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Right. So, Lulu, Kieran, as just a final word, how would you sum up our charity 24 hours of Kyalami?
I think it's fair to say it was an outstanding success.
Very much
Yeah.
so, yeah. Very eventful as well, because coming into these sort of races, you can imagine sometimes the pack can spread out quite a lot. You don't get too much happening. It sounds like potentially the night was a little quieter than at least what we saw, Sam, when we were in the booth. But overall, start of the race, action-packed. Absolutely mad start, to be honest, for a 24-hour. Everyone barging through. That's still something that I can't get over. But then especially with having so many fights across the grid coming together within the last 20 or so minutes is just incredible. And especially having the overall win, P1, happen in those final 20 minutes as well is something rare. It's something special to happen within a 24-hour race. So having something like this has been an overall incredible event.
Yeah, definitely. Lulu, your thoughts?
Again, just kind of echoing Kieran's sentiment. I kind of popped in here for the last 20 minutes or so I can't say I've done too much in this regard for contributing. But again, thank you for all the commentators today. Exactly. 990 had to be involved in some way.
Patrick was here.
That's true. That's true. He didn't get us a drive-through today. It was very good of him.
Got a drive-through in the caster booth somehow. Who knows?
That sounds about
He'll
right.
find it somehow. Yeah.
But again, thank you to all the drivers. Thank you to all the commentators. Thank you to the stewards. Particularly, this was mentioned in the steward chat. I think big ups to Alex Crawford, our side, as other people know him for, doing a lot of the stewarding work. And again, big ups to him for doing that. But no, thank you to everyone that took part. It's been an amazing race. I've popped in and out throughout. It was a fantastic event for a good cause.
Yeah, and I'm just going to echo, what both Kieran and Lulu have said. Quite often, 24-hour events. Towards the latter halves, as commentators, you are really struggling to find something to talk about, which is why we put so much time into getting as much background as we could on drivers and teams, so that we had something to discuss when things were quiet. But the drivers really stepped up, gave us some amazing driving and competition and just general sportsmanship. Has been an outstanding throughout this race. But an overall win, we cannot end the stream without a final mention to everyone who took the time to donate, and the fact that we were able to surpass our donation goal by such a considerable margin, that we're able to give a considerable amount of money to the Christie charity to support the amazing work that they do, and of course all of this being in memory of Gareth P. Longdon. Our thoughts as a community are with his family, and we're just grateful to have been able to do some good as a community, to come together and be able to show and demonstrate that sim racers are that we're actually a great bunch of people, and that we love doing good things for good causes. And I can't wait to see what our cause for next year will be. So thank you very much. And Chris Hill, thank you so much for all of the work that you've been doing in the background, for bringing this charity and this cause to our attention to begin with, lobbying for this to be the charity that we fundraised for this year. And it's just been a fantastic event. So thank you so much for all the work you've done in putting it together, and all of the technical work that you've been putting in the background. So thank you very much from all of us at SSRI. I don't really think there's much more that I can add to that. So from me and all of the commentators that have supported this stream, thank you very much for everyone who has watched. Be sure to like and subscribe and hit that bell icon so that you can be notified on all of our upcoming events. And I will see you all on Tuesday for the next installment of GT3, which is coming to you from Silverstone. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining us, and we will see you soon. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts.